Big sister, big brother Zhong seems to be using the Dragon Tiger Fist. Is he related to Lin Yun? Lin Yan was dumbfounded when she saw Lin Yun's aura rising. Lin Shoshan smiled bitterly. How is he still your big brother Zhong? Who else aside from Lin Yun is proficient in the Dragon Tiger Fist and 7 profound steps in the outer sect? Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun. Lin Yan was shocked by her elder sister's words. So it turns out that the person she admired had been around her the entire time. When she recalled how she ridiculed Lin Yun along the way, her expression became complicated. She had no idea what she should do now that she realized Zhong Yunxiao was actually Lin Yun. In contrast to Lin Yan, everyone else only had shock in their hearts. The Gentleman Union had been searching for Lin Yun's tracks throughout the Burial Sword Peak. Everyone thought that Lin Yun would keep a low profile for the first round, but who would have thought that he would trick everyone with a mask and even obtain the first Imperial Sword Herb? Even more shocking was the fact that he had never used his martial techniques along the way. Just how confident was he? His Dragon Tiger Fist was famous in the Firmament Sword Pavilion, and using it would reveal his identity. The fight right now was a great example of it. Holy! So it turns out that Zhong Yunxiao was actually Lin Yun all along. I've never seen someone so bold. He actually managed to obtain the Imperial Sword Herb despite the bounty on his head. No wonder he was so arrogant. It all makes sense, it's because he's Lin Yun. Even Xuefeng was killed by him, so why would he be bothered with a few inner disciples? It looks like Lin Yun is becoming serious this time. There was no doubt that the upcoming battle would be exciting. Everyone knew how powerful Lin Yun was, especially now that he was no longer holding back. As Lin Yun slowly walked towards the inner disciples, his aura grew to an unbelievable height, which caused Mu Ling's face to change. He was bearing the huge pressure from Lin Yun. So what if you didn't use any martial techniques? I'll still make you kneel even if you use them. Mu Ling roared and charged over. His fists roared like bolts of lightning at Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, Mu Ling used the advantage of his spiritual cultivation technique to catch Lin Yun by surprise. And when he used it again, the martial technique immediately summoned thunderclouds in the sky. Lin Yun smiled. Mu Ling was actually trying to use the same attack against him twice. He was merely caught by surprise when Mu Ling launched the sneak attack towards him. Did Mu Ling really think that his fist technique was inferior? Lin Yun decided to let Mu Ling have an experience of a genuine fist technique. Looking at the charging Mu Ling, Lin Yun calmly faced him and formed the Undying Vajrasil. When his aura surged, he abruptly threw his punches. Lin Yun's aura was like a volcano that had erupted. With the Undying Vajrasil, Lin Yun faced Mu Ling's Thunder Fist head-on. The two exchanged punches, and each collision caused a commotion that even made the earth tremble. Mu Ling would take a step back with every collision, and after the 10th collision, the rage on his face turned into fear. His face turned pale. Facing Lin Yun felt like facing an ancient beast to Mu Ling worst of all. Lin Yun's punches contained sword intent, which burrowed into his body and wreaked havoc. I don't believe that I won't be able to take you down. Mu Ling's eyes were bloodshot, and he pushed the origin energy within his body to the limit. He managed to make the Thunder Fist a lot stronger. Unlike Mu Ling's insanity, Lin Yun calmly performed the Dragon Tiger Fist. Combined with the Iris Sword Sutra and sword intent, Lin Yun easily suppressed Mu Ling. After another 10 clashes, Mu Ling finally couldn't suppress his injuries anymore and threw up a huge mouthful of blood. He was blown away and fell onto the ground. Grabbing his chest and throwing up mouthfuls of blood, he yelled at Lin Yun, "This is impossible! How is the quality of your origin energy stronger than mine?" There was no way a spiritual cultivation technique could be compared with a profound cultivation technique. But the quality of Lin Yun's origin energy was on a whole new level. His words made Lin Yun inwardly sneer. It would be a joke if the Iris Sword Sutra was incomparable to a spiritual cultivation technique. Mu Ling would barely be comparable to Lin Yun if his cultivation technique reached complete mastery or if his cultivation was a level higher. Otherwise, there was no way Mu Ling's cultivation technique could compare to the 8th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra. Senior Brother Mu. The 3 inner disciples were dumbfounded when Mu Ling was defeated. The formation. Use the three-demise sword formation to kill him, said Mu Ling anxiously. Kill! The three exchanged a glance and drew their swords. The sword buzz echoed in the air once more. The endless flow of attacks from the three-demise sword formation was dazzling. But it was a pity that Lin Yun had no intention of comprehending anything from the formation this time. He would have some concern if these inner disciples' three-demise sword formation reached greater mastery. But now, since it was full of weaknesses, it was a pipe dream for the inner disciples to defeat him. In the end, it was just a half-baked sword formation. Are you still not going to draw your sword? Lin Yun, you must be courting death. Mu Ling's eyes flashed sinisterly. He was under the impression that Lin Yun was paying the price for being arrogant. Is he really not going to draw his sword? Lin Qiushan and everyone else were confused. They knew that Lin Yun became famous with the Overlord sword to defeat Yi Lu Yun. So they felt that Lin Yun could contend with the three-demise sword formation if he used the Overlord sword. However, Lin Yun remained calm. The fight had already ended when he was determined to start using martial techniques. The outcome was determined in the blink of an eye. Facing the three-demise sword formation, all Lin Yun needed was one punch. Lin Yun gently snorted and raised his right hand. His sword intent, origin energy, and Dracophant energy combined together. The energies formed a dense aura around him that made him look as if he was enveloped in demonic miasma. This is? No one had any idea of what Lin Yun was trying to do. But right when the three-demise sword formation was about to suppress him, Lin Yun threw out a punch, executing dragon painting. The demonic miasma suddenly spread out like a painting of a soaring dragon. The endless sword aura in the three-demise sword formation collapsed. After the punch wreaked havoc, the sleeves of the three inner disciples were covered in injuries and they kneeled on the ground. They also threw up blood while looking at Lin Yun with fear. They were defeated without being able to see the punch. This shocked everyone, including Mu Ling. Dragon painting? Gu Feiyun was shocked. He recognized the technique that Lin Yun used, but it felt entirely different from the usual dragon painting. Lin Yun's dragon painting felt majestic and elegant. Senior Brother Chun, Senior Brother Gu, you two can get up. Lin Yun withdrew his punch and turned to the side of the statue. His words immediately made everyone stand up. The inner disciples were terrified when they saw the outer disciples approaching. The inner disciples were all terrified since they didn't have the capability to put up another fight. At the same time, the crowd sighed when they recalled how arrogant these inner disciples were half an hour ago. Chun Ling stepped forth and kicked the inner disciples. Boss Zan, Brother Lin, what should we do with them? Take back your interspatial pouches, said Lin Yun. Everyone thanked Lin Yun as they retrieved their own interspatial pouches. When Mu Ling saw the outer disciples gathering over, he smiled bitterly. Senior Brother Lin, can you let us go? If we meet again in the second round, we'll listen to your orders. Hee, you bastards still want to participate in the Alliance Union battle? Demon, Big Brother, why don't you leave them to me? I just thought of how to deal with them. Li Wuyo chuckled with a sly look in his eyes, which sent a chill down the inner disciples' spines. All right, I'll leave them to you. Alrighty. Li Wuyo chuckled and started messing with the inner disciples. Brother Zhong, you've hidden your identity really well from us. Lin Qiushan also came up with a bitter smile and shock in her eyes. I had my reasons for doing so. Sir Lin, please don't be offended. Actually, I should have guessed it. Zhong Yunxiao, the ancient phoenix plum ringing throughout the horizon. You already gave us a clue about your identity, smiled Lin Qiushan. Her explanation made everyone understand the meaning behind the name of Lin Yun's persona as Zhong Yunxiao. Lady Lin is truly smart, replied Lin Yun. Are you praising me or are you humiliating me? I only noticed it after you disclosed your identity. So, you have no intention of showing us your face? Smiled Lin Qiushan, looking at the mask that Lin Yun was wearing. Lin Yun grabbed the mask and removed it, revealing a youthful face with defined features. He removed the mask and his eyes were so sharp that no one dared to look at him in the eyes. When Lin Yan popped her head out behind Lin Qiushan to take a look at Lin Yun, she blushed. Big Brother, I'm done. Li Wuyo's voice rang out right at this moment. The 5 inner disciples were all stripped naked and tied to the 2 stone statues at the entrance. When everyone looked at the humiliation on their faces, they couldn't help but laugh. Didn't these people look down on us just because they're inner disciples? We'll let everyone have a clear view of the grace of an inner disciples, chuckled Li Wuyo. Ha ha! Brother Li, well done. That's great. Didn't these people want to snatch people's sword cloud core? Let's see how they snatch it now. Everyone laughed when they saw the pitiful outcome of the inner disciples. The inner disciples were hung on the statues on public display for everyone to see. All the disciples who were stopped from entering the next stage got up to express their gratitude. After all, it wouldn't be so easy for them to enter the sword tomb if Lin Yun hadn't intervened. At the very least, they would have to pay 3 sword cloud cores. Everyone proceeded to enter the sword tomb, and many people turned around to look at Lin Yun with shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that Zhong Yunxiao was actually Lin Yun. They expected that the entire burial sword peak would be shocked when the news got out. Not only did Lin Yun defeat the inner disciples, but his strength also left a deep impression on everyone present. They imagined that Lin Yun became a lot stronger after refining the imperial sword herb. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful as a cultivator in the 5th stage of the profound martial realm. After all, he was only in the 3rd stage 2 months ago. At the same time, there were also those who had ill intentions. Many people already slipped away to spread the news of Lin Yun's appearance to obtain the bounty reward given by the Gentleman Union. After all, Wang Yan declared that those who saw Lin Yun would be rewarded 100 second-grade spiritual jades. It was a temptation that no one could resist. Junior brother Lin, you're not going to stop them from revealing your location? Smiled Lin Qiushan, who was watching the disciples that were leaving. The sword tomb no longer had any obstructions, so it made no sense for them to leave. Lin Qiushan instantly predicted that they were going to claim the bounty. Let them be. I have no intention of wearing the mask again after removing it. Lin Yun no longer decided to hide his identity since he used the Dragon Tiger Fist. Furthermore, he also obtained the Imperial Sword Herb. His cultivation technique, and the flicking divine sword had improved. He had greatly boosted his strength, so he was confident about the 2nd round. After all, there was no need for him to participate in the Alliance Union battle if he didn't have any confidence. Let's go. Lin Yun stepped into the sword tomb with anticipation. The final battle was arriving. The Eastern Gate also had a group of inner disciples blocking the way. They forcibly requested everyone to hand over a sword cloud core in order to participate in the 2nd round. But compared to Mu Ling, they only demanded 1 sword cloud core, which many outer disciples could afford. However, they still gnashed their teeth at the fee. Many outer disciples were observing the situation. What a bunch of indecisive people. They want to become inner disciples by being so indecisive? What wishful thinking. The leader of the inner disciples, Duan Qingshan, looked at the outer disciples with ridicule on his face. The other inner disciples also sneered with pride. They might be ranked in the last 100 on the Earth ranking, but they didn't place any of these outer disciples in their eyes. They have no idea about the huge gap between us and them. They're really naive to come even after knowing that we will also be participating in the Alliance Union battle. How many people do you think will be promoted to an inner disciple in this Alliance Union battle? How many? It will be good enough if there's even one who manages to do this. The elders look down on us, so let us play with them when we fight. At that time, we can look at the elders' faces. It was a huge shame for them to participate in the Alliance Union battle, so these inner disciples were unhappy. So cold. A chill suddenly appeared in the atmosphere that made them shiver. Duan Qingshan's face changed. He raised his head and saw a person walking over with a sword. Stop right there. You need to hand over a sword cloud core if you want to enter the sword tomb. The inner disciples barked. That person raised his head and smirked, which sent shivers in the inner disciples. I know you. So it looks like the number 1 on the mortal ranking, Chu Haoyu, is here. Duan Qingshan smiled when he saw Chu Haoyu, but he had no intention of letting Chu Haoyu pass. At the same time, many outer disciples' eyes lit up when they saw Chu Haoyu. So even though you know me, You still dare to stand in my way? Chu Haoyu's indifferent voice sounded out. The smile disappeared on Duan Qingshan's face. He sneered. I heard that you already possess the strength of an Earth-ranking disciple, but you've stayed in the mortal ranking for one person. In my view, you must be too weak to make it into the Earth ranking. Senior brother Duan, why bother talking to him and wasting your time? Just give him a beating. He might be first on the mortal ranking, but it's still the mortal ranking. How can he possibly be compared to experts from the Earth ranking? He's just a frog in the well. He has no idea how powerful inner disciples are. The inner disciples placed their hands on the scabbard of their swords. Chu Haoyu didn't speak a word. He merely pulled his sword out by half an inch, revealing a cold gleam that dazzled like the sun. When their visions recovered, Chu Haoyu already returned his sword to the sheath. There was only a sword gleam, but no one knew if he had drawn his sword. An inner disciple thought that Chu Haoyu was afraid and sneered. First on the mortal ranking? Why aren't you drawing your... But before he could finish speaking, a sword gleam flashed through his throat. The inner disciple's throat was cut. Don't speak. Duan Qingshan was the only one who managed to avoid Chu Haoyu's sword, but there was still a faint mark left on his neck. If the sword went half an inch deeper, he would be in the same situation as everyone. Duan Qingshan began to sweat as his face turned pale. The two other inner disciples held their necks in fear. They didn't dare to move. They knew that they would affect their injuries if they opened their mouth, which would cause them to die. Felt even more terrible than death. That's the cloud-stunned sword. Duan Qingshan's voice trembled with fear. Just how far did he reach with the cloud-stunned sword for it to be so terrifying? Duan Qingshan's legs began to tremble in fear. He immediately spoke out, I'll get lost. I'll get lost right now. Duan Qingshan ran back to the sword tomb and didn't look back. Continue holding onto your necks. Perhaps you guys can still survive if you don't move for half an hour, said Chu Haoyu with disdain. This scene left all the outer disciples in the surroundings shocked. Chu Haoyu had only used one move to defeat 4 inner disciples. At another gate, there was also a group of disciples who launched their attacks. But it felt like their swords struck metal since they were unable to push their swords another inch. The faces of all the inner disciples changed and the person they were fighting sneered before unleashing a counterattack formed by a shockwave. The 4 swords broke apart and the inner disciples threw up a mouthful of blood as they were blown away. Who are you? The inner disciples were shocked by this person's physique. Yi Xiu of the mortal ranking. Yi Xiu stepped into the sword tomb without even looking at the inner disciples. At another gate, the third on the mortal ranking, Jiang Feng, sent the inner disciples flying with just a punch. Inner disciples were known for the quality of their origin energy, but they couldn't even take a palm from Jiang Feng. The inner disciples immediately turned around and ran away. They no longer had any courage to block the path. Faint disdain could be seen on Jiang Feng's lips. He smiled. You want to block the way with only that much strength? It turns out that the Earth Rankings disciples aren't much. He had already reached complete mastery with the Origin Merc art. So his cultivation technique was stronger than the spirit cultivation techniques that he faced. When it came to origin energy, he didn't have to fear anyone. The news of outer disciples in the top 10 on the mortal ranking defeating the inner disciples soon spread to the elders on the observation platform, especially those who refined the imperial sword herb. They completely suppressed the inner disciples. Bai Ting couldn't close his mouth from smiling when he heard the news. It was just as he had guessed. Those who refined the imperial sword herb had undergone a drastic transformation in their strength. So he was certain that Lin Yun would be killed. Report. I've just received news that the 4th on the mortal ranking, Han Zhengyang, defeated the inner disciple, Zhang Han. The 3rd on the mortal ranking, Jiang Feng, suppressed the inner disciples with a palm. The 2nd on the mortal ranking, Yi Xiu, defeated 4 inner disciples with the shock from his physique alone. 1st on the mortal ranking, Chu Haoyu, only used a sword to kill 1, heavily injure 2, and scare an inner disciple into running away. The news was shocking. When everyone heard about Chu Haoyu's accomplishment, they sucked in a cold breath. He was truly worthy of being the first on the mortal ranking. Not even the inner disciples could take a sword from him since they were so easily killed. But as more news came out, the faces of the Locket Mountain's disciples turned ugly. If they were so powerful, then didn't that mean that Lin Yun would have no chance in the sword tomb? Bai Ting smiled. He turned to Luo Feng and grinned. Old geezer, you can still smile? Didn't I say that Lin Yun is nothing compared to the people who refined the imperial sword herb? Report. Person came right at this moment. Bai Ting's eyebrows frowned when he saw this person. This person was responsible for observing Zhong Yunxiao, and he was the one who delivered the bad news previously. Bai Ting was feeling pretty smug before this person arrived. When he saw the deacon, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. He waved his hand. You don't have to report. I know that Zhong Yunxiao must have defeated inner disciples as well. As long as he's not a piece of garbage, he's bound to have some harvest after refining the imperial sword herb. That's not it. Elder Bai, Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun, and Lin Yun is Zhong Yunxiao. He destroyed the inner disciples' three-demise sword formation with one punch. The one who came to report had fear written on his face. What? Everyone was shocked by this piece of news. Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun? He even destroyed the three-demise sword formation with one punch? Doesn't that mean that they all lost the bet? The elders and disciples on the observation platform were all shocked. Bai Ting was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the two people he hated the most would be the same person. He immediately stood up from his seat and exclaimed, That's impossible! I want the details. Haha, old geezer, why are you throwing your temper at a subordinate? I'll tell you about it since you want to hear it. Luo Feng smiled with his eyes narrowed into slits. He stroked his beard and continued, Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun, and Lin Yun is Zhong Yunxiao. After refining the imperial sword herb, he destroyed the three-demise sword formation with a single punch. Luo Feng's words made Bai Ting's face turn unsightly. The confidence he had on his face disappeared as disbelief flashed deep in his eyes. The elders who had a good relationship with Bai Ting were all shocked. How is this possible? Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun. Who doesn't know about his dragon tiger fist? Could it be that he didn't use it all along? Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Are the disciples who fought with him for the imperial sword herb garbage? They were shocked. They were even more shocked than when they heard the first imperial sword herb was obtained by Zhong Yunxiao. For a brief moment, none of them could accept reality. Just a moment ago, Bai Ting was so confident that Lin Yu must have hidden. But not only did Lin Yu not hide, he even obtained the first imperial sword herb and refined it. After his strength underwent a huge improvement, he destroyed the three-demise sword formation with a punch. It was a feat that wasn't inferior to Chu Haoyu in any way. With that, there were more variables to the Alliance Union Battles rankings. When the news was delivered, the observation platform exploded. All the elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Zhong Yunxiao is Lin Yun? The smile on Wang Yan's face froze when he heard the news. Shortly after, he flared up, Garbage! A bunch of garbage! No one can recognize him with a mask on? Can't they at least recognize Lin Yun's dragon tiger fist? I don't believe that everyone is blind. He had two objectives in issuing the bounty. The first was to get the top 10 on the mortal ranking to besiege Lin Yun, and the second was to prevent Lin Yun from obtaining the imperial sword herb. In the end, his objective could be considered fulfilled since Lin Yun did not show up to fight for the imperial sword herb. But in reality, he failed both his objectives. Lang Mo shivered in fear. He didn't dare to speak. The other disciples of the Gentleman Union were also looking unsightly. Fear suddenly rose in their hearts because Lin Yun was too terrifying. Lin Yun joined the sect for barely a year and his growth was so shocking. If he made it through the Alliance Union battle, wouldn't he soar into the sky after entering the inner sect? Then how would they suppress him in the future? Everyone began to panic at the thought of that. After all, Lin Yun had an irreconcilable feud with the Gentleman Union. Wang Yan's face was dark. He landed beside Fu Lingtian, who was the leader of the Eight Vajras. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he waved his hand and whispered in the latter's ears. Fu Lingtian's face changed, but he soon calmed down and cupped his hands together. Please rest assured. Leave it to me. Wang Yan's face was grave. He said, Lin Yun has to die. We can't afford any variables. We won't have any more chances if he becomes an inner disciple and practices a spiritual cultivation technique. I understand, replied Fu Lingtian. Without any hesitation, he went back down. The entire gentleman union was enveloped in a dark atmosphere. When everyone heard that Lin Yun was Zhong Yunxiao, the shock they received was too great. Not only the gentleman union, but the leaders of the other alliance unions were also shocked. But when Mo Chang brought the news back to the Locket Mountain, Xianxia smiled. It's really him. I was already suspicious when I heard Zhong Yunxiao's name. After all, junior brother is the only one who rang the Phoenix Plum. Let's go. Let's collect our winnings. Winnings? Mo Chang was stunned before he laughed. That's right. We placed 50,000 spiritual jades on our junior brother. We've made a fortune this time. Not only Xianxia, but Luo Feng also started collecting his winnings. 5,000 second-grade spiritual jades was an astronomical sum. After first, the elders voided the bet when Zhong Yunxiao took the first imperial sword herb. But now that Zhong Yunxiao's identity was revealed to be Lin Yun, they no longer had any excuse to void the bet. Old geezer, don't just stand there blankly. Hand the spiritual jades over. Luo Feng smiled and stretched his hand out. Such an act was a disgrace to his status as the third person in charge in the elders' hall. But it was effective. What spiritual jades? Bai Ting was feeling reluctant. You can't afford to take a loss? Well, it doesn't matter. Let's go and see Guardian Plum. As long as you have the guts to say that you never participated in the bet, I won't ask it from you, chuckled Luo Feng. You're pushing it too far. Bai Ting was furious. Even if he had a thick face, he didn't dare to lie to Guardian Plum. After all, cultivators had to keep to their promise, not to mention that he was a senior among elders. He still had the potential to be promoted in the elders' hall. Take it. Bai Ting threw an interspatial pouch over as his face twitched. Thanks. Luo Feng then turned to the other elders who joined the bet. Even Bai Ting had admitted his loss, so none of them dared to negate the bet. But there was pain written on their faces when they gave the second-grade spiritual jades, which ranged anywhere from 300 to 800. Hehe. Thanks for keeping to your promises. I'll accept it on Lin Yun's behalf and I'll give it to him when he's promoted to an inner disciple. I'll let him know that they're from everyone here, chuckled Luo Feng. As you're even able to give it out. So what if he refined the imperial sword herb? He will still die. Cursed Bai Ting. Luo Feng stroked his beard and he smiled. Let's wait and see then. Even if he doesn't become the champion, he can still be in the top 10. The atmosphere on the observation platform was intense, which filled everyone with anticipation for the final battle. When Lin Yun and the others stepped into the sword tomb, their faces turned grave. The sky was dark and the ground was uneven because thousands of ancient swords were stabbed into the ground. Every single sword was giving off powerful sword intent, and the eerie atmosphere made everyone feel suppressed. There were many inner disciples in the sword tomb, and they didn't look friendly when they saw the arrival of outer disciples. These people are stronger than the ones outside, said Li Wuyo with a grave expression. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the ancient swords on the ground, and he replied, We're still unsure about the second round's rules. It's all unknown, but it doesn't mean that we have no chance at all. Big brother Lin, look over there. Lin Yan pointed to a direction where Han Jingyang walked in with a group of people from the southern gate. Lu Heshuan and Xian Wuhan, the 8th and 9th, were standing beside him. It was clear that the three of them had formed an alliance. Senior brother Han, look, isn't that Lin Yun? Xian Wuhan immediately noticed Lin Yun, who was together with Lin Choshan. I heard that he was the one who took the first imperial sword herb, said Lu Heshuan. Han Jingyang wasn't bothered by what Lu Heshuan said. He was filled with confidence since he had just defeated the inner disciples within 10 moves. He sneered, just ignore him. He's only in the initial 5th stage of the profound martial realm, so there's a limit to his improvement even if he refined the imperial sword herb. I'm in the pinnacle 5th stage, so I can suppress him with my cultivation. Not long later, Jiang Feng and Yi Xiu appeared. They instantly caught everyone's attention. Many inner disciples looked at them with fear in their eyes. Those two were 2nd and 3rd on the mortal ranking, and everyone in the earth ranking had heard of them. Senior brother Jiang. Look, there are so many inner disciples, sighed the Azura Alliance's disciples. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't be too bothered with them. There's a reason why the sect got them to join the Alliance Union battle. But with me around, everyone from the Azura Alliance can certainly make it into the top 100 and become inner disciples. Then, there was an uproar when Chu Haoyu made his appearance. Chu Haoyu was dressed in white, holding onto a sword as he walked over. His footsteps were steady, and he also emitted a chilling aura that forced the Gentleman Union's disciples to follow from afar. Everyone, including the inner disciples, turned to look at him. Chu Haoyu was a monstrous talent who once vied with Bai Lishuan. He was undisputed as 1st on the mortal ranking. There were rumors that he already had the strength to enter the earth ranking. However, Chu Haoyu's gaze was only on one person, and the murderous aura in his eyes couldn't be concealed. With just a glance, there seemed to be a violent storm of sword intent that swept in the surrounding. Anyone who was timid would start shivering after a gaze from him. But who was Chu Haoyu looking at? Someone as prideful as him was looking at someone with a murderous aura? The crowd couldn't help feeling curious and followed Chu Haoyu's gaze. Then they saw a youth with defined features. The youth was looking back with a faint smile, void of any fear. This was what Lin Yun liked about Chu Haoyu. Chu Haoyu wouldn't conceal his intention to kill anyone. Everyone in the top 10 wanted to kill him, but only Chu Haoyu blatantly revealed his murderous aura. That was a result of his confidence and pride. But then again, it wouldn't be easy for Chu Haoyu to take Lin Yun's life. Lin Yun smirked and released his murderous aura as well. Both of their murderous auras clashed in the air and created a huge commotion. In that split second, the buzzing noise of swords could be heard, along with sword intent that whistled in the surrounding. This instantly made the atmosphere in the sword tomb tense up. The roaring sword intent caused a tremor in the sword tomb. No one had expected that the clash of Lin Yun and Chu Haoyu's murderous aura would create such a huge commotion. The violent storm did not differentiate between allies and enemies as it swept through the surroundings. What horrifying sword intent! This sword tomb is a little too horrifying. I wonder what the cultivation of the ancestors buried here was when they were alive. They must be at least in the 5th stage of the Violet Palace realm. There might even be heavenly soul realm cultivators around. Damn it! I was hurt. All the disciples summoned their origin energy to protect themselves, and those who were weaker had to draw their weapons. All of this was a chain reaction caused by two people who merely looked at each other. Who the hell is this fellow to make Chu Haoyu show such murderous aura? The inner disciples were baffled when they looked at Lin Yun. Shouldn't the 1st on the mortal ranking be a prideful existence? But for Chu Haoyu to show a murderous aura to this youth, this meant that this youth must be strong. Furthermore, this youth didn't seem weak, and he stared right back at Chu Haoyu like a ferocious tiger. He's Lin Yun, the one who rang the Phoenix Plum 2 months ago. That's him? Indeed, he's somewhat capable since he can kill Xuefeng. The Phoenix Plum, everyone in the top 10 a slap to the face. But even so, it makes no sense for Chu Haoyu to lose control of his murderous aura. I'm afraid that it's because he joined the Gentleman Union. That's right. The Gentleman Union's Wang Yan is mortal enemies with Lin Yun. Although Chu Haoyu didn't say a thing, he must want to retrieve Lin Yun's head to repay Wang Yan. Whispers sounded between disciples, but only the inner disciples instantly knew the reason why Chu Haoyu would reveal his murderous aura. Officially, Lin Yun had offended the top 10 on the mortal ranking by taking the A-ranked missions. Privately, Chu Haoyu naturally had to repay Wang Yan since he joined the Gentleman Union. Perhaps he didn't think that it would be troublesome to kill Lin Yun. He just didn't expect that Lin Yun would also release such murderous aura that caused a clash in the sword tomb. This made Chu Haoyu stunned because he didn't expect that Lin Yun had the guts to face him. How bold! Chu Haoyu placed his hand on the sword hilt. Stop it right there. A bark sounded out as two sword condors descended. There was an elder standing on each condor. They were in the Violet Palace realm, and their suppression instantly shattered the murderous aura in the atmosphere. Lin Yun and Chu Haoyu both snorted with a trace of fear in their eyes. Everyone turned towards Luo Feng and Bai Ting. They were the hosts for the Alliance Union battle. They could no longer stay on the observation platform since this was the final battle. "Big brother, are you all right?" asked Li Wuya with concern. Lin Yen sneaked over as her heart throbbed. The scene earlier was shocking, and they could feel chill in their hearts when Chu Haoyu held his sword. Lin Yun waved his hand and he cupped his hands. "We greet the two elders." Luo Feng and Bai Ting both had a high position in the sect, and there was a possibility that they could become the hall master of the Elders' Hall. So none of them dared to be disrespectful. "You guys want to start the fight before the rules for the second round are announced?" Bai Ting smiled. "Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities later." "Chu Haoyu, there's no need for you to be so anxious." "I understand," replied Chu Haoyu. Luo Feng glanced at Bai Ting. This fellow was clearly on Chu Haoyu's side. But Luo Feng couldn't be bothered. His fingers joined together and formed a weird seal. When he opened his eyes, crimson flames suddenly blazed on the ground. The blazing flames then covered the entire ground. Everyone was caught by surprise, and there was only one place they could stand to avoid the flames. In the end, they were all standing on the swords plunged in the ground. "What's going on? The flames are igniting my origin energy. Doesn't this mean that we'll die if we fall down? What are they trying to do?" Everyone panicked when they stood on the swords with shock written on their faces. Everyone started feeling something strange. The second round had exceeded their wildest imagination. The flames come from the flame vein and the remains of the ancestors buried deep underground. It's formed by countless souls merging together. "Those who aren't in the Violet Palace realm will die if they come in contact with it," said Luo Feng on the sword condor. He continued, "The rules for the second round are simple. Stand on the sword for as long as you can and the stars in your jade plaque will increase. When there's only one person left, the second round will come to an end. We will then rank everyone based on the stars." Lin Yun exclaimed inwardly. This rule was beneficial to the outer disciples. After all, the outer disciples all had 30 stars. The rules might seem simple, but it was brutal. Everyone wanted to remain for as long as they could. But didn't this mean that there would be a messy fight? No one could guarantee that they would be the last one standing. Aside from that, the flames will also give birth to incinerate souls that will attack cultivators, continued Bai Ting. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Not only did they have to survive under this harsh atmosphere, but they also had to defend themselves against the flames. After a brief pause, Bai Ting smiled. "If you can kill the incinerate soul, you will obtain one flame crystal. I won't reveal their use to you guys. I can only say that you guys won't be disappointed. At the same time, leaving this stage also means giving up." Many disciples directed their gaze over and saw that there were no flames at the borders. It might be far, but it wasn't difficult for disciples to reach the borders. But if given a choice, no one would give up. At the very least, they defeated 30 disciples in order to stand here. They were all elites among the outer sect, and they naturally wanted to become inner disciples. Luo Feng looked around and announced, "The final battle begins. I wish everyone luck," smiled Luo Feng. He was looking at Lin Yun when he said that. Shortly after, the two sword condors soared into the sky and disappeared. Was it finally beginning? The final battle started abruptly. Everyone looked nervous when they stood on the swords, and the surroundings were silent aside from the blazing flames. The clouds were dark, and the atmosphere in the sword tomb also started to rise. Beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Yan's forehead. Although she didn't feel comfortable, she didn't dare to wipe her sweat. The surroundings were silent, and she regretted not listening to her elder sister when she insisted on joining the Alliance Union battle. She now understood that this was the toughest Alliance Union battle in the past 100 years. She was slightly distracted, and the sword she was standing on started swaying. She immediately became frightened that she might lose her balance. She wasn't the only one. There were many disciples who felt the same thing and were trying to maintain their balance on the swords. There weren't many who could maintain their composure. Lin Yun closed his eyes and sensed the suppressed atmosphere of the sword tomb. His heart then gradually calmed down. He knew he had to stay calm at this moment. Suddenly, the silence broke when a bolt of lightning rumbled. The inner disciples drew their swords and started attacking the outer disciples. Attack! The outer disciples didn't dare to get distracted and drew their swords to retaliate. In an instant, the gale grew a few times stronger. It was stronger than when the murderous aura from Lin Yun and Chu Haoyu clashed. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw 3 people heading towards him. He was shocked because it wasn't Chu Haoyu, Yi Xiu, or Jiang Feng. Instead, it was Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan. Lin Yun, I'll be taking your head. Han Zhengyang grinned because Lin Yun's head was worth 1,000 second-grade spiritual jades. What a clown! Smirked Lin Yun. Clown? Humph. You'll soon figure out who's the clown. Han Zhengyang snorted when he heard Lin Yun's words. Kill! Xian Wuhan and Lu Heshuan both wore grave expressions as they charged at Lin Yun. Their origin energy exploded as 3 attacks sealed Lin Yun's path. However, Lin Yun did not panic. He used Shadowverse from the 7 profound steps and charged out like a bolt of lightning. He faced the 3 with his fists, blocking all their attacks. How is his origin energy so refined? The Han Zhengyang trio wore an unsightly face. They were having a tough time dealing with Lin Yun's fist. They wanted to break through Lin Yun's defense, but Lin Yun's 7 profound steps would leave after images all around to dodge their attacks. The collision in the sky was like a brutal fight between 2 colossal beasts, which caused the entire sword tomb to tremble. The flames on the ground blazed even more violently after consuming the origin energy. Right now, Lin Yun was facing 3 members in the top 10 of the mortal ranking all by himself. You guys want to compare fist techniques with me? Are you guys here to embarrass yourselves? Lin Yun sneered at them. A dragon and tiger roar echoed from his body and he changed from defending to the attacking. In that split second, the tables turned around, with Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Li Heshuan crying out bitterly. After 10 clashes, the trio had blood dripping from their lips and they were sent flying away. When they landed on the swords beneath their feet were swaying around. It took the 3 of them great difficulty to stabilize their balance. Their faces were unsightly since the 3 of them couldn't take Lin Yun down. Senior brother Jiang Feng, that person doesn't seem easy to deal with, said an Azura Alliance's disciple. This was also Jiang Feng's first time seeing Lin Yun attack. A peculiar light flashed through his eyes. He said, "That brat's dragon tiger fist is truly formidable, but no need to worry. This is just the appetizer. Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan are just testing his strength. Let's use our swords," snorted Han Zhengyang. Xian Wuhan and Lu Heshuan drew their swords and their aura underwent a drastic transformation. "Big brother, watch out," Li Wuyo yelled out. So it turns out that when the 3 drew their swords, someone would charge at Lin Yun. Then Huadonglai, ranked 7th on the mortal ranking, charged over. Huadonglai was sneering inwardly. Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan weren't the only ones trying to kill Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun gave him the opportunity to approach, he couldn't be blamed. Without giving Lin Yun any time to respond, Huadonglai laughed. "Go down and be devoured by the flame." Thundercloud slash. Huadonglai's sword intent transformed into thunderclouds and every swing from his sword carried lightning. With his cultivation in the late 5th stage of the profound martial realm, Huadonglai was truly worthy of being 7th on the mortal ranking. After all, he could bring out a lot of power from the thundercloud slash. Even an inner disciple in the 6th stage would have a tough time handling his attack if they were caught by surprise. But Lin Yun wore a smile. Huadonglai had timed it perfectly, but it was a pity that he was using it on the wrong opponent. Lin Yun circulated the Dracophant battle physique and a deep roar echoed from his body. Ancient Dracophant energy spread out on his body and Lin Yun threw a punch out while using 7 punches in 1 step from the 7 profound steps. When Lin Yun took a step forward, saintly music sounded out and destroyed the thunderclouds. Huadonglai also threw up a mouthful of blood and his face was drained. Then, he suddenly suffered the backlash from his sword intent. His body was like a falling leaf, but just when he was about to fall into the sea of flames, he stabbed his sword into the ground and bounced back up. The Dracophant battle physique paired with the 7 profound steps was equivalent to throwing out 7 punches at the same time. Even the thundercloud slash was a joke before the outburst. Dracophant energy. That seems to be the Dracophant battle physique. Damn it! Isn't that the primal chaos sex body-refining martial technique? Everyone was shocked when they recognized the Dracophant battle physique. That was the Great Qin Empire's strongest body-refining martial technique, which required a high comprehension to practice. But Lin Yun's punch was accompanied by saintly music, which meant that he had reached the 3rd stage at the very least. Just the fact that Lin Yun managed to reach the 3rd stage without anyone guiding him was horrifying. Falling note dance, river-piercing sun, crossing ocean. Han Jingyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan launched their attacks right away. The 3 of them had executed their strongest attacks, which seemed like pouring oil into the sea of flames as the flames blaze even more furiously. Lin Yun only looked at the 3 of them with a faint smile. Using the Undying Vajra seal with his left hand and Demon Vanquishing seal with his right hand, Lin Yun wielded a dragon and tiger in each fist. At the same time, he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and Dracophant battle physique. Golden radiance dazzled from Lin Yun's body as he slowly joined his hands together. This was his first attempt, but he was confident of doing it now that his Iris Sword Sutra reached the 8th stage. What's he trying to do? Zhang Feng's eyebrows jumped. This brat is actually taking the risk to join 2 seals together? Is he courting death? Even Yi Xiu opened his eyes as a solemn look flickered across his eyes. Chu Haoyu also frowned and looked surprised. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Lin Yun. Even the inner disciples couldn't help turning to look at Lin Yun because the faint aura emitting from Lin Yun was too shocking. Die! Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Li Heshuan launched their attacks without any hesitation. But there was an invisible barrier covering Lin Yun that stopped the 3 swords. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's hands finally joined together. He then threw out a punch that erupted like a volcano. The power of 2 seals combining together instantly sent the trio flying. The trio was throwing up blood in the air as they looked at Lin Yun with fear because Lin Yun didn't intend to stop there. Tapping his feet on the sword he was standing on, Lin Yun became a golden crow that instantly reached Han Jingyang. When Han Jingyang saw the cold light in Lin Yun's eyes, he was both shocked and frightened. Out of desperation, he panicked and executed all the attacks he knew. However, Lin Yun merely clenched his fists together and threw out dozens of punches. "No! Lin Yun, please! Let me go!" begged Han Jingyang. He finally felt despair when he thought about the sea of flames. However, Lin Yun simply responded with his fists, causing Han Jingyang to fall into the sea of flames. Lin Yun then turned to look at Xian Wuhan and Li Heshuan who were still in midair. The 2 trembled and they immediately ran for their lives. But how could they be faster than Lin Yun? With the Dragon Tiger Fist's dragon tail, Lin Yun threw out 2 punches and sent them into the sea of flames. When Lin Yun landed on the sword again, it felt as if his aura had fused with the ancient sword. He looked domineering as his hair fluttered in the heat. At the same time, his voice roared, "This is for anyone who wants my head. Come and get it." Han Jingyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan had fallen into the sea of flames. Whether they were alive or dead was unknown. But even if they managed to survive, they would have to rest for at least half a year to recover from their injuries. There was even a possibility that they would be crippled, which would feel even more terrible than death. This scene shocked many people and they turned to look at Lin Yun with grave expressions. Everyone from the Gentleman Union looked at Lin Yun with an unsightly face. They still thought that they could deal with Lin Yun however they liked, but they never imagined that Lin Yun would display such frightening strength. Among the inner disciples, there was a blue-clothed youth who suddenly opened his eyes as splendor flickered through his eyes. He was shocked by Lin Yun's physique. He never imagined that someone would actually succeed in practicing the primal chaos sex Dracophant battle physique. However, he didn't think that Lin Yun's origin energy was stronger than his. The fire cloud art that he cultivated could make his origin energy blaze like fire, and no one in the 5th stage could take more than 10 palms from him. Then again, Lin Yun's fist technique seemed troublesome. When he saw how Lin Yun fused the seals together, he knew that this was a monster. The youth then smiled. It looks like I won't be able to get the cosmic artifact so easily now. Compared to other disciples who stood out, he maintained a low profile. Not many in the inner sect were acquainted with him. The Gentleman Union looked at Lin Yun in fear, except for Chu Haoyu. The second strongest in the Gentleman Union, Wu Bing, spoke out, "Senior Brother Chu, do you have to come with us?" Senior Brother Wang already said that it's fine even if we sacrifice ourselves for you to obtain first place. As he spoke, the elites from the Gentleman Union came before Chu Haoyu. "Please give us your instruction." Chu Haoyu was shocked. He never expected that Wang Yan would go this far just for him to become the champion. But he wouldn't do that out of his pride. He replied, "There's no need for that. First place is mine. Wang Yan is looking down on me to think that I'll need you guys to help me. Furthermore, I can easily defeat Lin Yun if I want. My strongest opponent isn't him." If he wasn't concerned with some of the opponents who were hiding in the dark, he would have already made his move against Lin Yun. Han Zhengyang thought that he could do whatever he wanted after refining the Imperial Sword Herb. But he was just a fool. Our greatest enemy here isn't Lin Yun? The Gentleman Union's disciples were shocked. You guys will find out soon. The final battle has just started. So let's enjoy the show for now, smiled Chu Haoyu. After Han Zhengyang, Xian Wuhan, and Lu Heshuan were defeated, the intense battle came to a brief pause. However, this was just calm before the storm. The Azura Alliance's disciples spoke with grave expressions. Senior Brother Jiang, the Gentleman Union actually didn't make a move against Lin Yun. That's not surprising. Because of Chu Haoyu's pride, he believes that killing Lin Yun is nothing. His goal has always been the cosmic artifact. Now that he witnessed Lin Yun's strength, he won't make a move abruptly to give others an opportunity, smiled Jiang Feng with disdain. Then what should we do? We will wait and see, replied Jiang Feng. He sneered inwardly. He was very unhappy with Chu Haoyu. If Chu Haoyu didn't consider him an enemy, then he was in for a huge surprise later. Everyone thought that his origin merc art reached complete mastery thanks to the Imperial Sword Herb, but no one knew that his cultivation technique was already at complete mastery. This meant that no one knew what he got from the Imperial Sword Herb. This was his trump card, and he didn't wish to reveal it so early. "How are you?" Li Wuyo arrived next to Lin Yun after dealing with his opponent. "I'm fine. I just exhausted some origin energy. Anyway, be careful. There are experts among the inner disciples that even Chu Haoyu is cautious about." Lin Yun defeated the trio because he wanted to intimidate the top 10 on the mortal ranking. After all, he would be placed in a disadvantageous position if all of them came at him right away. But fortunately, these people were cautious after witnessing his strength. Lin Yun smiled because there was a lot of garbage in the top 10. Earlier, he noticed a frightening gaze coming from the inner disciples, but it disappeared as soon as he tried to find the source. This meant that there was an expert among the inner disciples. As time slowly passed, the disciples became more cautious. At the same time, tens of humanoid flaming monsters were suddenly formed in the sea of flames. These monsters carried sword intent, and they attacked the disciples closest to them without any warnings. This surprised many disciples, causing them to cry out as they fell into the sea of flames. In a split second, hundreds of people were eliminated as they fell into the sea of flames. This was when the brutality of the final battle was revealed. Flaming souls! Everyone exclaimed at this scene. These monsters were the flaming souls mentioned by Bai Ting. They were created because of the mutated flame vein underground that basked in sword intent throughout the years. Furthermore, the flaming souls were comparable to 6th-stage demonic beasts, but they were more terrifying. After all, they had a powerful physique and didn't fear death. "It looks like there aren't any loopholes or shortcuts in the final battle," sighed Lin Yun. There were those who naturally wanted to avoid a battle, but it was impossible with the flaming souls around. This also meant that forcing yourself to stay in the sword tomb would only result in pointless death. Damn it! These flaming souls can't be killed. What should we do? The sword tomb plunged into chaos. Back on the observation platform, the disciples and elders all wore a grave expression. The final battle was too intense. This Alliance-Union battle was truly the toughest in the past century. Through this method, it would be ensured that the 100 remaining disciples were the absolute elites that didn't rely on luck. Furthermore, those who made it into the top 10 rankings would be known as monsters that could be groomed by the sect. But this chaos meant that no one could continue hiding. When the flaming souls appeared, some disciples retained their composure, while some even looked at the flaming souls with anticipation. After all, the crystals were even more precious than sword cloud cores. They can't be killed? The blue-clothed youth, Chang Wu, threw a punch and destroyed a flaming soul. When it regenerated, he noticed that flames on it were dimmer than before. It doesn't seem terrifying at all, smiled Chang Wu. He then smacked the flaming soul with his palm. His origin energy blazed like flames that were even more ferocious than the flaming souls. The flaming soul dissipated once more and regathered itself. Right at this moment, a cold light flashed in Chang Wu's eyes. His hand plunged into the flaming soul and retrieved a crimson crystal. By just holding onto it, Chang Wu could sense his cultivation technique circulating violently. It was a perfect match for the fire cloud art. He even had hopes of reaching complete mastery if he had a few more. You've hidden pretty well. A figure appeared before Chang Wu when the flaming soul dissipated. Chu Haoyu. Chang Wu smiled bitterly. Junior brother Chu, have you recognized the wrong person? I'm not your opponent. He then pointed to Lin Yun. Lin Yun was also facing a flaming soul and he held the upper hand. He only joined the sect and reached the 5th stage recently. His cultivation is his greatest disadvantage. He's lucky if he can make it into the top 10. But you and I both know that he's not the strongest here, said Chu Haoyu. That means you're going to act against me? Smiled Chang Wu bitterly. The title of champion belongs to me, and I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Chu Haoyu stabbed his sword forward, producing an earth-shaking collision. Chu Haoyu drew his sword. The sword was so bright that it caught everyone's attention. The inner disciples were shocked when they saw it. Chu Haoyu was attacking Chang Wu? Wasn't that fellow ranked number 1000 on the Earth ranking? Why did Chu Haoyu pay attention to someone like him? No one had expected that Chu Haoyu would go after someone ranked at 1000 in the Earth ranking. But what happened next shocked them even more. Just when Chu Haoyu's sword was about to hit Chang Wu, the laziness in Chang Wu's eyes disappeared. It was replaced with sharpness. He slightly slanted his body to dodge the blow before flicking his finger. When he flicked his finger, it sounded off like a bell against Chu Haoyu's trembling sword. But Chu Haoyu wasn't shocked. On the contrary, he smiled. Again, he swung his sword, unleashing a sword gleam. Just when the sword gleam was about to split Chang Wu into two, Chang Wu tilted his body backwards to dodge it. The sword only managed to slice off a few strands of hair off his head. But before Chang Wu could get up, Chu Haoyu chopped his sword down, unleashing an outburst of sword intent that caused the ancient swords in the ground to resonate. Yet again, Chang Wu dodged the attack perfectly and landed on a sword 100 meters away. He smiled bitterly. You're pretty ruthless. As I expected. Chu Haoyu narrowed his eyes into slits with a cold smirk. Seeing that Chang Wu was about to hide among the inner disciples, he roared, "Get lost!" Clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and Chu Haoyu's sword became a towering peak that pierced the horizon. Before the inner disciples standing in his way could scream, they were sent flying from the powerful gale. It's the Cloud-Stun sword and it's in greater mastery. To begin with, the Cloud-Stun sword is comparable to spiritual martial techniques. But Chu Haoyu actually practiced it to greater mastery. Judging from how fluently he is using it, he must have reached greater mastery a long time ago. There's no way Chang Wu can dodge this. A violent gale blew throughout the sword tomb, and many people looked at Chu Haoyu with fear in their eyes. The first on the mortal ranking was ultimately still the first. His sword was so fast and powerful that there was no way Chang Wu could avoid it. "Junior brother Chu, you're really leaving me in a helpless state," smiled Chang Wu bitterly. He no longer avoided the attacks and gathered his origin energy that blazed like flames into his hand. Not only that, but even the sea of flames beneath his feet also blazed more ferociously. Without any warning, Chang Wu suddenly swiped his right hand and blocked Chu Haoyu's attack. "Brother Chu, why don't you take an attack from me too?" Chang Wu suddenly pushed his palm forward. His origin energy turned into a sea of flames that instantly devoured Chu Haoyu. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected Chang Wu to be so powerful. The sea of flames devoured Chu Haoyu. Just when everyone was exclaiming, sword gleams flashed and severed the sea of flames into pieces. "Take a sword from me." Peak shrouding cloud. The peak that was shattered by Chang Wu suddenly regathered itself and a vortex formed around it that pulled the surrounding sword intent over. When Lin Yun saw this scene from afar, he was shocked. He knew that if the Overlord sword didn't reach greater mastery, it would be impossible for him to defeat Chu Haoyu's cloud-stun sword. "It's not inferior to my Overlord sword in any way. It'll be troublesome if his cloud-stun sword reaches complete mastery." Lin Yun's Iris Sword Sutra had reached the 8th stage and the Iris Flower had undergone a huge transformation. So he wouldn't lose out even if he faced disciples in the 6th stage of the Profound Martial Realm. That was a trump card of his. He also had the 2nd stage of the Flicking Divine Sword Graceful Moment. Absolute hit. The attack from Chu Haoyu was so fast that even Lin Yun couldn't avoid it. Not to mention those who didn't practice the 7 profound steps. The peak was tens of thousands of feet tall, and the sword intent rippling in the surrounding caused a huge commotion. There wasn't any shock when Chang Wu raised his head. He only had the lone peak in his eyes. There weren't any loopholes in the attack, which made Chang Wu sigh inwardly. But since there weren't any loopholes for him to take advantage of, he could only break it with brute force. Chang Wu roared and soared into the sky with flames appearing on his skin. He threw out a palm without any tricks, but his palm managed to stop the peak and the shockwave from the collision created turbulence in the surrounding air. The ripples swept onto everyone in its path and those who were hit were heavily injured, forcing them to give up on the Alliance-Union battle. For a split second, everyone was in danger. On the observation platform, everyone was shocked when they saw the swords buzzing in the sword tomb. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and executed the 7 profound steps, Golden Crow Wings. He landed beside Lin Choshan and Lin Yen. As he clenched his fists together, he gathered his origin energy and Dracophant energy before throwing out a punch. "Thank you, junior brother Lin," thanked Lin Choshan. She could only barely defend herself and Lin Yen would probably be forced to give up if she had to face the attack. Lin Yan's heart was throbbing violently, which shock plastered her face. What was happening before her was exceeding her expectations. "Don't worry about it." Lin Yun looked at Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu. The phenomenon caused by their attacks had already dissipated and Chu Haoyu also managed to receive Chang Wu's palm. But Chang Wu clearly had an advantage over Chu Haoyu with his origin energy. "Chu Haoyu still underestimated Chang Wu," muttered Lin Yun. If he wasn't wrong, the sharp gaze he sensed previously must have come from Chang Wu. Chang Wu was also partly the reason why he displayed his strength previously. Neither Chang Wu nor Chu Haoyu brought out their full strength. After all, they were just probing each other's strength in the battle. Then again, they would be happy if their opponent revealed a weakness. After all, getting rid of each other would resolve their biggest threat. The two exchanged over 20 moves in the sky and the ripples caused by their attacks caused a huge fluctuation. They were actually evenly matched. However, Chang Wu didn't draw his sword, so it was clear that Chu Haoyu was at a disadvantage. This scene shocked many people. No one had expected that someone like Chang Wu would actually turn out to be the biggest dark horse in this Alliance-Union battle. After all, no one paid any attention to him previously. Chu Haoyu sheathed his sword and stabilized his figure on a sword. He looked at Chang Wu with shock in his eyes. Although he was just probing Chang Wu's strength, it was undeniable that he was at a disadvantage. He only used half of his strength, but Chang Wu might have hidden his strength as well. "Junior brother Chu, do you want to carry on?" I'm more than happy to entertain you, smiled Changwu. One of them would definitely be injured if they continued fighting, so it was an unwise decision. Just when Chu Haoyu was about to speak, Jiang Feng suddenly appeared behind him and threw his palm out. The horrifying aura of his origin merc art bolted towards Chu Haoyu from a few hundred meters away. His origin energy was dense, which caught Chu Haoyu completely by surprise. After all, Jiang Feng didn't reveal any murderous aura prior to this. By the time Chu Haoyu sensed the danger, Jiang Feng's palm was only half a meter away. However, Chu Haoyu had been on his guard. He stomped his foot on the sword he used as his footing and his body sank down. He avoided Jiang Feng's attack and turned around to stab him. If Jiang Feng continued with his palm, he would be pierced by the sword even if he was able to injure Chu Haoyu. Jiang Feng's face changed and he retreated. He landed among the Azura Alliance's disciples with an indifferent expression. Jiang Feng, you dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Chu Haoyu's eyes flashed coldly. Rage was blazing wildly in his heart while he had indifference written on his face. He was shocked by what happened earlier. If he hadn't been guarded, he would have been eliminated by now. After all, Jiang Feng wasn't holding back in his attack. The Gentleman Union's disciples roared, Jiang Feng, you dare to go against the Gentleman Union? I don't dare. But didn't senior brother Chu say that the title of champion belongs to him and that he'll kill whoever stands in his way? It just so happens that I'm also interested in the cosmic artifact, replied Jiang Feng calmly. Then, a smirk rose on his lips. He continued, furthermore, Chu Haoyu, do you really think that everything will go as you wish? Chang Wu and Lin Yun, do you have the confidence to kill them? If you still have the mindset of not wanting to reveal your trump cards, then you better suck it up. Jiang Feng delivered a threat by using the names Chang Wu and Lin Yun. He thought that Chu Haoyu wouldn't be willing to fight him right now with the others on the sidelines, but he clearly didn't understand Chu Haoyu enough. I don't need to reveal my trump cards to kill you, snorted Chu Haoyu. Then he dashed forward with his sword towards Jiang Feng. A sword buzz rang out and Chu Haoyu's sword trembled. His sword aura pierced into the horizon like golden rays, which then condensed into fine golden threads that enveloped Jiang Feng. This scene left Jiang Feng shocked because he never expected that Chu Haoyu would be so decisive. Chu Haoyu had completely disregarded the threat of his words and his strength. Jiang Feng's face sank. Since Chu Haoyu wanted to fight, then he would give Chu Haoyu a fight. You guys back off for now. He first got the Azura Alliance's disciples to back off and took a step forward with the origin merc art circulating in his body. When he threw his palm forward to shatter the golden threads, the density of his origin energy left everyone shocked. That's the origin merc art in complete mastery? Who could have imagined that he would be so powerful? No wonder he's ranked third. I'm afraid that he's the only one with his cultivation technique in complete mastery. The surrounding disciples discussed what just happened among themselves. Even Lin Yun was surprised by this. Every cultivation technique would undergo a drastic transformation upon reaching complete mastery. Even though Jiang Feng's origin merc energy was only a transcendent profound cultivation technique, he reached complete mastery with it. This meant that spiritual cultivation techniques beneath greater mastery were nothing to him. Even Lin Yun wouldn't have an advantage if the Iris Sword Sutra didn't reach the 8th stage. But it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Feng if he only wanted to rely on his cultivation technique to defeat Chu Haoyu. After all, Chu Haoyu's attack wasn't that simple. A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips because this battle was becoming more interesting. Jiang Feng's origin energy surged and he crushed the 20 golden threads made of sword intent. He glanced at Chu Haoyu and sneered, Chu Haoyu, you didn't expect this, right? I already reached complete mastery in the origin merc art half a year ago, and I can reach the manifestation stage if I take another step forward. Now, you won't be able to defeat me in 3 moves like in the past. Jiang Feng's gaze looked vicious and his words revealed some secrets. So it turns out that Jiang Feng had challenged Chu Haoyu discreetly a year ago and he was defeated in 3 moves. Everyone turned to look at Chu Haoyu with shock. How strong was he if he could defeat Jiang Feng in 3 moves a year ago? In the end, garbage is ultimately garbage. So what if you reached complete mastery relying on resources? A swordsman ultimately has to rely on his sword. It looks like you still do not understand my sword at all, said Chu Haoyu disdainfully. What does that mean? Zhang Feng's face changed. The golden threads that he crushed suddenly reappeared and intertwined together. Turbulent cloud, roared Chu Haoyu. Chu Haoyu raised his sword and the threads began to weave together into a painting that came crashing down towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face changed. He immediately retreated and threw his palms forward. His attacks that could even kill disciples in the 5th stage only left holes in the sea of clouds. The cloud was surging too quickly and was about to devour Zhang Feng. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene because Chu Haoyu's Cloud Stun Sword was also at complete mastery. The Cloud Stun Sword was the hardest sword technique to practice in the Sword Firmament Pavilion aside from forbidden techniques. Not to mention greater mastery, it was hard for disciples to even obtain lesser mastery with it. Everyone was shocked when they found out that Chu Haoyu's Cloud Stun Sword was at greater mastery. But with this new revelation, all the disciples were dumbfounded. Even the disciples who were fighting with the flaming souls were distracted by the commotion. Then, the smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared. Although he didn't practice the Cloud Stun Sword, he heard that it was on the same level as the 7 profound steps. It originated from an ancient martial technique and the difficulty could be imagined since Lin Yun only managed to reach greater mastery in 6 months. Chu Haoyu must have reached complete mastery after refining the Imperial Sword Herb. With the tables suddenly turning around, Zhang Feng was now in danger. Chu Haoyu sneered. You dare to launch a sneak attack at me with that strength? Impudent! Right at this moment, a golden figure dashed over and stood before the sea of clouds. Who is it? The sea of clouds caused a huge commotion, with the sword intent that was raining down. When the sea of clouds disappeared, everyone was shocked when they saw who it was. It was Yi Xiu who was second on the mortal ranking. Chu Haoyu's attack was still so terrifying after being weakened. However, Yi Xiu destroyed it with a punch, which left everyone shocked. It was even more shocking that Yi Xiu relied on his physique to take that attack head-on. The golden Vajra body? Lin Yun instantly recognized the Sword Firmament Pavilion's body-refining martial technique. The golden Vajra body was inferior to the Dracophant battle physique, and Yi Xiu probably reached the 5th stage to have such defenses. Prior to this revelation, no one knew that Yi Xiu also practiced a body-refining martial technique. Why the hell are there so many monsters in the outer sect? Sighed Chongwu, clicking his tongue. First, it was Lin Yun who combined the Dragon Tiger Fist seals. Then it was the unparalleled swordsman Chu Haoyu. Now there was a Zhang Feng whose cultivation technique reached complete mastery. And finally there was Yi Xiu with a terrifying physique. The nearby inner disciples couldn't help grumbling inwardly. After all, Chongwu was also a monster in his own right. He was clearly the last on the Earth ranking, but the strength he showed when he fought Chu Haoyu was incredible. Thanks. Zhang Feng didn't seem surprised by Yi Xiu's golden Vajra body. It was clear that the two had reached some sort of agreement before the Alliance Union battle. Junior brother Yi, you want to go against me too? Questioned Chu Haoyu. I dare not, but what junior brother Chu said was right. You said that you'll kill anyone who stands in your way, so are you going to kill me as well if I'm also fighting to be the champion? No matter what, we will do our best to become the champion, replied Yi Xiu with a firm gaze. Chu Haoyu's eyes flickered. He then shook his head. I understand. But junior brother Yi, you still don't seem to understand some things. There are some things in the world that cannot be obtained through hard work alone. After all, why will there be a need for geniuses if hard work is useful? The atmosphere between the three started to become intense. Chu Haoyu's words were arrogant, which reflected his pride and confidence in becoming the champion. He had also formed an irreconcilable grudge with Yi Xiu and Zhang Feng. Far away, Li Wuyo asked, Big brother, why did these people suddenly fight among themselves? Aren't they Wang Yan's lackeys? After all, they even proclaimed that they're going to kill you. Kill me? Wang Yan only promised 1,000 second-grade spiritual jades, but by becoming the champion in the Alliance Union battle, one can obtain a cosmic artifact, replied Lin Yun. In a nutshell, the top 10 on the mortal ranking weren't tied together, so it was impossible for one person to win over everyone. This was why they could let go of the promise when there were more benefits before them. Furthermore, it wasn't impossible to kill Lin Yun and obtain the cosmic treasure. After all, didn't becoming the champion also mean that they would have a chance to kill Lin Yun? Even the lowest grade cosmic artifact costs about 8,000 second-grade spiritual jades. Not to mention that the sect won't give a cheap reward, said Lin Shoshan when she suddenly appeared before the two of them. The Sword Firmament Pavilion would embarrass themselves if the reward is the weakest cosmic artifact. After all, they were one of the 4 transcendent sections. Then again, they wouldn't give that good of a reward either. It made more sense for them to keep it for themselves. Will they really fight? Li Wuyo asked curiously. This was no longer a battle between the top 3, but also between the Gentleman Union, Azura Alliance, and Lone Star Alliance. I'm not sure, but Chu Haoyu will probably go after Zhang Feng based on his personality. But this final battle has also exceeded his expectations. He might be strong, but he won't be able to suppress everyone. Furthermore, it will also benefit Chang Wu if they fight. Lin Shoshan shook her head. She was also rooting for Lin Yun subconsciously. No one could predict the Alliance Union battle's outcome, but there was finally some signs now. Only 5 people were qualified to obtain the championship prize, and Chu Haoyu naturally had the highest chance among the 5. The second would be Chang Wu, the dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. Then it would be Yi Xiu, Zhang Feng, and Lin Yun. Just when the 3 of them fell into a stalemate, flames suddenly surged on Chang Wu's body. He finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He wanted to refine the crystals sneakily in the sword tomb. He attracted everyone's gaze, and countless inner disciples were shocked when they saw the flame blazing on him. Chang Wu revealed an awkward smile and spoke out, "Why are you guys looking at me? I'm just refining a crystal secretly." "Junior brother Chang, your jade plaque." The inner disciples pointed at the jade plaque Chang Wu hung on his waist. When Chang Wu lowered his head, he exclaimed out in shock, "What the hell?" His jade plaque initially had dozens of stars, but it now had over 100 stars. This scene left everyone shocked. Even Chu Haoyu, Yi Xiu, and Zhang Feng had their faces change. The Alliance Union battle would end with the last one standing, and the longer you stay here, the more stars you would have in the jade plaque. The disciples would then be ranked based on their stars. Clearly, the crystal must be the reason why Chang Wu suddenly had 100 stars in his jade plaque. Lin Yun's mind jolted. He recalled what Bai Ting said about the crystals. It was hilarious that he didn't realize it back then. But thinking about it right now, this meant that obtaining a crystal would guarantee you into the inner sect. After all, Chang Wu was fully qualified to become an inner disciple with his stars. Then again, he was already an inner disciple to begin with. So being in the top 100 wasn't attractive to him at all. If he didn't have any intention to compete in the top 10, he would just leave after refining one crystal. That old geezer really fooled them by saying things so half-baked. Lin Yun sighed because many disciples forfeited when the flaming souls appeared. If they knew that they could become an inner disciple by obtaining a crystal, they would probably die from regret. Let's give it a try then. Lin Yun's eyes flashed and he retrieved the crystal he obtained previously. A surge of violent energy poured into his body, which enveloped him in dazzling flames. What pure energy! Lin Yun was shocked. The energy within the crystal exceeded his expectations. In the next second, the iris flower opened and devoured the energy. The iris flower began to blaze with flames, and something seemed to have exploded within the iris flower. Lin Yun wasn't too surprised, because he also had a similar experience when he refined the Sword Cloud core. He knew that the Iris Sword Sutra had no resistance to such treasures. But he didn't notice that there were some differences between the crystal and core. "Big brother, there's so many stars." Li Wuyo was shocked. After Lin Yun refined the crystal, the number of stars in his jade plaque suddenly increased. 100. With these 100 stars, it's more than enough for you to place in the top 100, said Lin Shoshan with a splendor shining in her eyes. The sea of flames already placed everyone in a tough position. Not only did they have to guard from sneak attacks, but they also had to be cautious of the flaming souls. Everyone was feeling reluctant to give up the chance of becoming an inner disciple. But they suddenly had hope because obtaining a crystal would guarantee their path into the inner sect. Suddenly, the disciples remaining in the sword tomb's eyes lit up and turned bloodshot. Kill! The flaming souls that everyone was running away from a moment ago suddenly became high in demand. No one held back anymore, and they attacked the flaming souls, which swept chaos in the sword tomb. Cries constantly sounded out to remind everyone that the flaming souls were tough to deal with. But the battle was still brutal. Just when Lin Shoshan and her party was about to make their move, they were stopped by Lin Yun. Calm down for now. Why? We'll be able to become an inner disciple by obtaining a crystal, and there aren't many flaming souls available, said Chenling and Gu Beixian. The two grew a little anxious because everyone surrounded the flaming souls. They knew that they wouldn't have any more chances if they didn't go up now. Look at Chu Haoyu and the inner disciples. Did they move? Said Lin Yun as he pointed in a direction. Not only Chu Haoyu, Jiang Feng, Yi Xiu, and Chang Wu, but many inner disciples also didn't make any move except for the occasional violent flashing in their eyes. We got it! One party managed to take down a flaming soul and reached out for the flaming crystal. Just when he had joy written on his face and wanted to retreat from the sword tomb, attacks suddenly swept towards him like a tidal wave and he lost the crystal. Hee, it's time. The inner disciples smirked. To begin with, they were stronger than most of the outer disciples. They had been waiting for someone to obtain a crystal before they made their move. Damn it! What a bunch of assholes! Gu Beixian felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this scene. On the other hand, Lin Yun reacted to this rather calmly. Compared to the outer disciples, the inner disciples were naturally more composed. They managed to maintain their calm despite the temptation of the crystals. This was the decisive battle, so any weakness revealed would be further amplified. When the inner disciples joined the battle, Lin Yun spoke out, "We can make our move now, but be careful. It won't be tough for you guys to obtain a few crystals with your strength. Let Wuyo come along with you guys." Sure. Thank you for your reminder, junior brother Lin. Lin Shoshan's party cupped their hands together. They didn't go into the battle right away and waited for an opportunity. A newly formed flaming soul appeared 100 meters away. Lin Yun's eyes flashed and he charged over. The stars came from the crystals wasn't the only thing attracting Lin Yun, but also the massive energy contained within them. It's time to get moving. The Dracophant energy spread out on his body and Lin Yun strode forward. He left behind 7 afterimages along with saintly music and hammered the flaming soul. He didn't bother dodging as he had nothing to fear with the Dracophant battle physique. After 10 moves, the flaming soul dissipated. But just when he was about to grab the crystal, a bolt of lightning shot over. It was the 5th on the mortal ranking Yen Shurgao. Lin Yun did not panic and formed the golden Vajra seal before throwing out a punch with the Dragon Tiger fist. His Dracophant energy and Origin energy fused together, which shot out at Yen Shurgao like a bolt of lightning after being empowered by the seal. His fist tore through the air with the strength that could easily kill any ordinary 5th stage disciple. But Lin Yun was surprised when Yen Shurgao didn't avoid his move. On the contrary, Yen Shurgao drew his sword and chose to face Lin Yun head-on. When the fist and sword clashed, it caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The powerful rebound from the clash caused them to take a step back before they regained their footing on the swords plunged into the ground. Lin Yun was surprised that they were evenly matched. But Lin Yun was in an advantageous position since he took the initiative to attack. He didn't encounter many people who could take the Dragon Tiger fist head-on. Yen Shurgao held onto his sword and sneered, "Lin Yun, you never expected that I also refined an imperial sword herb, right? The benefits I received from it aren't something you can imagine. I'll defeat you first before taking the crystal." The clash boosted Yen Shurgao's confidence. He soared into the sky with his sword intent piercing into the horizon. Yen Shurgao charged over and divided into 4 afterimages, with each afterimage swinging out a sword. The sword gleams then turned into black mists that roared towards Lin Yun. Beacon mists. Impressive. You do have the qualification to be proud, but you're still nothing in my eyes. Lin Yun smiled and began to form seals. Just before Yen Shurgao's attack was about to reach him, A tiger and a dragon manifested in each of Lin Yun's fists. He was executing the Dragon Tiger Fist's flying dragon, leaping tiger. When the black mist dissipated, Yan Shigao's ribs cracked and he was blown backwards, throwing up blood. He held onto his chest with disbelief and pointed at Lin Yun. Your origin energy? Lin Yun didn't allow him to complete his words and executed the 7 profound steps, Shadowverse. His punch sent Yan Shigao flying away before he grabbed onto the crystal in the air. Raising his eyelids, Lin Yun looked at Yan Shigao. You're on your own now. Damn it! Yan Shigao's face was pale. Lin Yun's punch had shattered his ambitions of reaching the top 10. At the same time, Chu Haoyu and the other elites also made their moves, which threw the decisive battle into more chaos. There were over 2,000 participating in the second round, but there were only about 100 left after the second round. This scene shocked the elders and disciples on the observation platform. 2 sword condors hovered above the burial sword peak with 2 elders standing on them. It was naturally Bai Ting and Luo Feng. Above them, bolts of lightning would flash in the thunderclouds. The sword tomb was a lot more empty now. The number of participants was further reduced to a few dozen. The brutality in the second round increased when everyone discovered the true use of the crystal. There were people being eliminated at every second, either by flaming souls or other disciples. When the disciples obtained a flaming soul, they would immediately try to run away. The dozens left in the sword tomb were filled with ambition. They wanted to increase their rankings by hunting flaming souls, and they were all elites who were capable of taking out the flaming souls alone. Chu Haoyu was naturally at the center of the storm since his cloudstun sword was in complete mastery. His sword technique was brilliant and he could hunt a flaming soul within 10 moves. He was so powerful that no one dared to come close to him out of fear of being dragged into the storm. Yi Xiu and Jiang Feng weren't any inferior as the 2 of them joined hands together. One had dense origin energy, while the other had a shocking physique. When they joined forces together, they hunted the flaming souls even faster than Chu Haoyu. As for Chong Wu, he merely relied on fire cloud art to hunt the flaming souls. The density of his origin also constantly improved as he refined the crystals. He received more benefits in refining the crystals compared to everyone else. This was due to his high compatibility with the crystals. After refining one crystal, he could sense that he was going to make a breakthrough to the 6th stage. His radiance wasn't any inferior to Lin Yun. Anyone who came after him would be ruthlessly suppressed. So after a few rounds, no one dared to go after him anymore. Tsk tisk. It's finally coming to an end. Old geezer, you seem pretty composed, said Bai Ting coldly. What makes you think so? Replied Luo Feng. I don't believe that you can't tell that Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, Jiang Feng, and Yi Xiu were pushovers. The reason why they're not going after Lin Yun right now isn't because Lin Yun is strong, smiled Bai Ting. Looking at the situation down below, Luo Feng's expression turned grave as he stood on the sword condor. Coming this far, the slightest weakness would be amplified. So if Lin Yun revealed a weakness, everyone would swarm him like locusts without any hesitation. As spectators, they could see many people being knocked out of the sea of flames. The differences in one's stride also began to seem more obvious. This also highlighted the importance of trump cards. Lin Yun had only been using the Dragon Tiger Fist to suppress his opponents, but in reality, he had revealed too much. If he encountered an opponent that he couldn't suppress instantly, it would reveal the weakness in his cultivation. The reason why no one touched Lin Yun was that they had seen through his trump cards. So if they were going to make their move, they would strike fiercely without giving Lin Yun the chance to breathe. Looking at Luo Feng's face, Bai Ting sneered. Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, Jiang Feng, and Yi Xiu are all raising him like livestock. They're waiting for him to mature before they take him out. Ha ha! You're saying that as if you can predict the future, replied Luo Feng. Our strength is equal, so I don't believe that you can't see Lin Yun's weakness. He only joined the sect for 6 months, so how can his trump cards possibly compete with the others? How can he possibly compete with Chu Haoyu? He won't even be able to compete with Chong Wu, smiled Bai Ting. Luo Feng's face was dark and he merely snorted. He couldn't help feeling worried for Lin Yun because Lin Yun's time in the sect was too short. His trump cards had already been seen. Surely everyone would go after him in the final battle. The sword tomb calmed down right at this moment because the last flaming soul died to Jiang Feng and Luo Feng. The atmosphere suddenly became abnormal with only 10 people left. There was no doubt that these 10 would place in the top 10. Not only would they receive a sumptuous reward, but their name would also shake the entire Sword Firmament Pavilion. Many top 10 on the mortal ranking and inner disciples had been eliminated. This would continue until there was one person left in the Alliance Union battle. But when everyone looked at Chu Haoyu's crimson sword, Chong Wu's playful smile, and Yi Xiao and Jiang Feng standing together, they felt immense pressure. The gaze of the crowd was focused on their faces before they forfeited by leaving the sword tomb's borders. As for those knocked into the sea of flames, they left with the flames. But the outcome was completely different for these groups. The former method of being eliminated allowed one to keep their life, while the latter method meant death. Once one person left, more people began to forfeit the Alliance Union battle. The number of disciples left instantly dropped to half. Is the final battle starting? The disciples standing at the border wore a grave expression. Why is it so calm now? It feels even more frightening for some reason. Yeah, everyone's eyes were bloodshot just a moment ago. However, the sudden calmness feels abnormal. So everyone left now is fighting for the position of champion. Look, Lin Yun is still in there. He wants to fight to be the champion? As more people forfeited, Lin Yun started to stand out. Compared to the likes of Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu, he seemed more tender, which revealed the gap between their ages. Big sister, is big brother Lin going to fight to be the champion? Asked Lin Yen uneasily. She couldn't help feeling nervous. He will either give up or fight for it. But if he fights for it, he will definitely become the champion, said Li Wuyo. Lin Yun was already in the top 10. But Li Wuyo knew that Lin Yun wouldn't give up so easily without trying. This Alliance Union battle is too brutal, sighed Lin Shoshan. No one could rely on luck at this point. She didn't know how to reply to Lin Yen when her gaze fell onto Lin Yun's youthful figure. There were 5 people left in the sword tomb and Lin Yun had grudges with 3 of them, which excluded Chong Wu. If Lin Yun continued to stay there, the situation would be unfavorable for him. On the observation platform, all the disciples and elders wore a grave expression. They knew that the decisive battle was going to take place and many people were shocked to see Lin Yun was still there. After all, no one was optimistic about him before this. Most of them even felt that he wouldn't make it into the second round. But Lin Yun obtained the Imperial Sword Herb under the persona of Zhong Yunxiao and suppressed the top 10 on the mortal ranking. At the same time, his Dragon Tiger Fist, 7 Profound Steps, and Dracophant Battle Physique shut the mouths of those who doubted him. He was one of the last 5 people standing. This left many people who weren't optimistic about him shocked. He's not satisfied with just being in the top 10? He's in the top 5 if he forfeits now. It's a prideful achievement for him to stay in the Alliance Union battle, but it's a pity that he's not satisfied. It's unwise to be too greedy. It'll be a pity if he threw away his prospects and lost his life in the sword tomb. The elders had all changed their impression of Lin Yun, and there was concern in their tone. After all, Lin Yun only joined the sect for 6 months, so his foundation was weaker than everyone else who was still standing in the Alliance Union battle. Xianxia also wore a grave expression. She couldn't help feeling worried about Lin Yun. But even so, she still gnashed her teeth and watched the Alliance Union battle. The sea of flames continued to blaze in the sword tomb, which released sword-buzzing noises. The atmosphere felt like there was ice and fire that were fusing together. The stars in everyone's jade plaques were shining so brightly that it enveloped the 5 of them. Lin Yun remained because he didn't have a reason to leave. He didn't say anything to Xianxia, but he already promised in his heart that he would become the champion for the Locket Mountain. He would respect those who respected him. It went without saying for Xianxia since she had helped him greatly. Therefore, he had to become the champion no matter what. It looks like I'm being treated as the pushover. Lin Yun smirked when he sensed everyone's gaze. In the next second, All four of them charged at him together without any warning. It was as if they had already reached an agreement beforehand. Everlasting origin murk. Fiery dragon burst. Golden brilliance. Stunning cloud. Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, Jiang Feng, and Yi Xiu all executed their strongest moves, which caused huge turbulence in the air. Even the sea of flames blazed even more ferociously. Amid the noise, Lin Yun stood like a lone raft facing a tidal wave. Before he could even react, he was already devoured by the waves. "Junior brother Lin," Lin Qiushan exclaimed from the border. She couldn't bear to keep watching because 4 people attacking Lin Yun together had exceeded her expectations. "The show is just beginning." Bai Ting stroked his beard on the sword condor. Next to Bai Ting, Luo Feng wore a grave expression full of concern. It was just as Bai Ting had expected. These people would definitely try to eliminate Lin Yun since they determined him to be the weakest. With how decisive Chu Haoyu was, he definitely wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to kill Lin Yun. "Great!" Wang Yan yelled from the observation platform with joy on his face. The Gentleman Union's disciples also had the joy on their faces. Lin Yun was lucky to be in the top 5, but he was courting death trying to become the champion. In the end, it went just as everyone had expected. Lin Yun would be eliminated first. "Junior brother Lin, please stay safe." Xianxia's heart throbbed as her countenance was drained of color. Her gaze was fixed on the sword tomb. There were many people in the sword tomb previously and the participants weren't able to see everything carefully. But now everything could be clearly seen. The elders and leaders of the various alliance unions suddenly stood up and looked in a single direction. Lin Yun stood calmly in the sword tomb as Zhang Feng's palm reached him. Under the empowerment of the origin merc art in complete mastery, the density of Zhang Feng's origin energy reached an unbelievable height. He suppressed everything in his path. "This palm of mine is more than enough to suppress you," smirked Zhang Feng. Sword gleams flashed in another direction, along with a golden brilliance and the roar of a flaming dragon. Lin Yun didn't have time to think more about it because he knew that he would die if he was distracted. The violet origin energy within his body surged and filled his body. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was getting closer, Lin Yun's eyes flashed. Zhang Feng wanted to suppress him? That was simply a pipe dream. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun retaliated with a palm of his own. The 2 palms created a deafening explosion when they collided. Zhang Feng groaned as his face changed. A flash of surprise filled his eyes when he felt that he couldn't take another step forward against Lin Yun's palm. Ever since the origin merc art reached greater mastery, Zhang Feng rarely encountered someone else with stronger origin energy than him. "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" questioned Zhang Feng. "Don't worry about it. Get lost," yelled Lin Yun. The iris flower in his dantian blossomed and 64 petals appeared. Lin Yun had finally unleashed the full prowess of the Iris Sword Sutra for the first time after reaching the 8th stage. As Lin Yun glowed with violet radiance, he pushed his palm forward. Zhang Feng threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was in a sorry state. The spectators couldn't see anything, but they could sense the astonishing origin energy collision in the sword tomb. Before Lin Yun could catch his breath, a ray of golden brilliance came at him. It was Yi Xiu who was circulating the golden Vajra body to the limit. His skin turned cold like an ancient bell, which released ripples into the surroundings. Lin Yun did not dare to be careless and activated the Dracophant battle physique, and the Dracophant energy flowed throughout his body. He faced Yi Xiu head-on. A huge explosion occurred. Lin Yun took 3 steps back, while Yi Xiu took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. But before Lin Yun could regain his footing, a sword flash reached him. This attack was filled with a murderous aura. In another direction, a flame dragon charged forward after leaving Chong Wu's right arm. Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu had both executed their strongest attacks. Under their terrifying aura, the ancient swords on the ground began to tremble and sway, releasing brilliant sword intent. In that split second, no one knew about the dangers Lin Yun was in. But Lin Yun made a decision instantly and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. His fingers joined together and formed an ancient seal, the undying Vajra seal. Before Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu reached him, Lin Yun pushed his palms forward, and an outburst of blazing origin energy exploded like the roar of a Vajra. But it was a pity that Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu were both monsters among monsters. Their attacks crushed most of the origin energy that came their way. But the brief delay was more than enough for Lin Yun. He executed the 7 profound steps, golden crow wings. A golden crow seal dazzled on his back, and Lin Yun spread his arms apart. His arms turned golden like a pair of wings, and he gently flapped them to avoid Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu's attacks. Lin Yun immediately followed up with the 7 profound steps, shadow verse, leaving afterimages in his path. When he took 9 steps out, Lin Yun was filled with the might of a dragon and a tiger. After using the golden crow seal, Lin Yun actually performed the dragon tiger steps in midair. After taking 9 steps forward, Lin Yun faced the flaming dragon. He threw out a punch that was empowered by the undying Vajra seal, which sent Chang Wu back to where he came from and destroyed the flaming dragon. This left Chang Wu shocked. After he retreated 100 meters, he did an overhead flip in midair and slammed his palm on a sword. He only managed to negate Lin Yun's power after a few flips. While he was refining the origin energy and sword aura in his body, Lin Yun wasn't able to do that and was still submerged in flames. Lin Yun immediately turned around and threw out a punch. With blood dripping from the corner of his lips, Lin Yun was sent flying 100 meters away. As all his accumulated injuries flared up, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood before he felt some relief. "Take another punch of mine," Yishou charged over. When he threw his punch, it actually released faint saintly music. "You're just in time," laughed Lin Yun. "This fellow, he's insane." Chang Wu was shocked. He never expected that Lin Yun was still filled with fighting spirit after facing all 4 of their attacks. He clenched his fist together, gathering the flames in his fist, and charged over at Lin Yun once more together with Chu Haoyu. The surging flames on the ground did not fall, and the origin energy contained in the fluctuation spread out, which made the sea of flames blaze even more ferociously. In just a split second, the 3 of them exchanged over 10 moves with Lin Yun. Their attacks were lethal, but Lin Yun relied on the 7 profound steps to deal with them. Occasionally, he would launch a counterattack. The expected scene of Lin Yun being defeated instantly did not happen. In fact, they were in a rather sorry state, which made them frown their eyebrows. After 10 moves, they landed on the swords for a break. "You guys can continue if you think that I'm a pushover." Lin Yun glared at the 3 of them coldly. Chu Haoyu, Chang Wu, and Yishou all sensed that Lin Yun wasn't easy to deal with after the brief fight. The injuries on their bodies was proof of this. "But you'll be the first to be eliminated." A figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Yun. He drew his sword and slashed down at Lin Yun. It was Zhang Feng, who hid himself to wait for an opportunity to attack. He had already been preparing his attack for a long time, and if his attack connected, it would, at the very least, cripple Lin Yun. "You're courting death." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with fury. His figure became blurred, which left Zhang Feng stunned. He actually couldn't sense Lin Yun anymore because Lin Yun soared into the sky like a golden sun. When Zhang Feng missed his attack, his heart sank. "Die!" Not giving him any chance to escape, Lin Yun's fist landed on Zhang Feng's chest. The sound of ribs cracking echoed out. A huge hole appeared in Zhang Feng's chest, and he was sent flying away like a sandbag. This scene had caused a huge uproar on the observation platform because someone was finally eliminated. "Haha! Old geezer, what else do you have to say?" Bai Ting laughed when he saw a figure flying out. On the other hand, Luo Feng's face was pale. He couldn't sense any vitality coming from that figure who was sent flying out. But Luo Feng suddenly raised his brow and poured his origin energy into his eyes before he finally caught a clear glimpse of that figure's face. Everyone was shocked to see someone flying out without any vitality. It didn't matter who it was because that person was definitely dead. When they thought of how 4 people ganged up on Lin Yun, they subconsciously thought that it was Lin Yun who died. Even Luo Feng had the same thought. A brief silence lasted on the observation platform before someone yelled out that Lin Yun was dead and caused a huge uproar. It didn't matter much if someone else died. After all, many disciples already lost their lives in the competition. However, Lin Yun wasn't just anyone. He was someone who rang the Phoenix Plum, not to mention that he displayed unbelievable potential in the Alliance Union battle. After all, he was the youngest among the 5 participants. He was only 17 and he had great prospects ahead of him. So everyone found it a pity that Lin Yun died. Many people had expected that he would be defeated, but no one had expected that he would be killed. Haha! That bastard is finally dead. Wang Yan's face was covered with joy and a fanatic expression. Lin Yun had been a thorn in his eye, not to mention Lin Yun was also the reason why he suffered punishment back then. His hatred for Lin Yun was unprecedented. He spared no efforts to kill Lin Yun and he even went as far as issuing a bounty. So how could he not be happy when Lin Yun finally died? No! Xianxia cried out. She directly jumped down from the observation platform, which startled everyone. Senior sister Xianxia, Mo Chang and the others were shocked. The observation platform was 10,000 feet high and it wouldn't feel great if someone in the profound martial realm descended it with a jump. This scene left everyone shocked. When Guardian Plum saw this scene on a higher platform, his face changed and he shook his head. Only Wang Yan was briefly shocked before he rejoiced inwardly. I told you that you'll regret crossing me. Senior brother Wang. Something doesn't seem right. I remember that Lin Yun carries a sword box with him. Lang Mo spoke in a soft voice. That's not Lin Yun? Wang Yan's face changed. But he soon sneered. How can he possibly be alive? Do you think that he can kill someone even after being mobbed? Even the elders also started to whisper among themselves. That doesn't seem like Lin Yun. Elder Hong, did you manage to see it clearly? It all happened too quickly. I didn't manage to see it clearly. All I know is that he fell into the sea of flames. But he doesn't seem like Lin Yun. That person looks like Zhang Feng to me. Everything happened too quickly, so the disciples couldn't see it clearly. But the elders were all in the Violet Palace realm, and they could see everything with just a glance. The reason why they thought it was Lin Yun was that they saw for people ganging up on Lin Yun, so they subconsciously thought that Lin Yun was dead. But they soon felt that something was amiss after they calmed down. At the same time, discussions began to sound out on the observation platform. All of them were discussing if the deceased was Lin Yun. Even Wang Yan couldn't help but be suspicious. His face changed and the Gentleman Union's alliance could feel the surrounding atmosphere become awkward. They looked at Wang Yan occasionally with fear in their eyes. If that wasn't Lin Yun, then Wang Yan would have rejoiced for nothing. But if it wasn't Lin Yun, who knew what kind of expression Wang Yan would have? After Xianxia jumped down the observation platform, she wiped the blood off her lips and searched for the direction to the sword tomb. It's good that she's fine, sighed an elder who descended on a sword condor. Elder, can you lend me your condor? Asked Xianxia anxiously. Go ahead. The elder merely shook his head with a sigh and lent her his sword condor. Thank you. She jumped onto the sword condor and charged forward. Tears began to roll down Xianxia's cheeks as she muttered. I shouldn't have allowed you to participate in the Alliance Union battle. Damn it. You promised me that you wouldn't die. On the sword condor, Luo Feng let out a breath of relief before he smiled. Old geezer, have a better look next time if you want to ridicule me. What are you saying? Questioned Bai Ting. I'm saying that you're blind, retorted Luo Feng. Bullshit. That's clearly Lin Yun. How can he possibly kill someone after being ganged by 4 people? Do you think I'm stupid? Bai Ting cursed at Luo Feng. As he spoke, he poured his origin energy into his eyes. But Zhang Feng had already fallen into the sea of flames, so he was already incinerated. How could Bai Ting possibly see who that person was? Retracting his gaze, Bai Ting turned to Luo Feng. He snorted. Lin Yun must have died. Look, even the battle has stopped. We'll be able to have a better look once the flames calm down. But Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with Bai Ting. He smiled. That's right. We'll know after taking a look. But I'm afraid that it won't be the outcome that you want. What's that lass doing here? A figure was descending on a sword condor towards the sea of flames in the sword tomb. This sudden scene had caused a huge commotion with the outer disciples who were gathered outside the sword tomb. Li Wuyo exclaimed when he saw this scene and stopped Xianxia. He asked, "Big sister Xianxia, what are you doing?" "I'm going to retrieve junior brother's corpse even if he's dead," sobbed Xianxia. "Senior sister, big brother Lin is fine. The one who died was Jiang Feng," smiled Li Wuyo bitterly. "Senior sister Xianxia, the one who died really was Jiang Feng." Lin Choshan, Lin Yan, and everyone else stepped forward with shock in their eyes. They never expected that the indifferent Bloody Rose would have such a soft side to her. "The sea of flames is calming down. Senior sister Xianxia, look for yourself." When the sea of flames calmed down, four figures appeared in everyone's vision. There was a youth with resilience written on his face standing proudly with a sword box on his back. It was Lin Yun. "It's him." Xianxia placed her hands on her chest. "How is this possible?" Bai Ting nearly fell from the sword condor because he was too emotional. Lin Yun was actually still alive and the one who died was Jiang Feng. "It's really Lin Yun. He's actually not dead. He even managed to kill someone. What a monster! Only Bai Lishuan can be compared to him in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He's not simple. It's hard to imagine that he's only 17. The observation platform burst into an uproar. Wang Yan's face was drained of all color and blood. His eyes then flashed with violence and insanity. It was as though he made a decision. Guardian Plum revealed an appreciative smile. Although the one who died was Jiang Feng, he was emotional when he saw Lin Yun standing there proudly facing 3 opponents. "He's not bad. He's worth grooming." The sword-bearing elders and hall masters nodded their heads with appreciation in their eyes. The one that everyone considered a pushover had actually turned the tables around and even killed someone. Although the battle was covered by a sea of flames, the elders could imagine how shocking the battle must have been. The sword tomb was only left with 4 people and all of them were injured. Lin Yun's injuries might seem more serious than the 3, but Chongwu, Chu Haoyu, and Yi Xiu all had fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Yun. Chu Haoyu sheathed his sword with a grave expression. The 4 stood on the swords in the sword tomb with battle spirit blazing in their eyes. When they circulated the origin energy within their body, the atmosphere in the sword tomb became suffocating. No one dared to be careless after Jiang Feng was killed. Anyone could tell that this was just calm before the storm. Suddenly, an ear-piercing whistle rang out and descended among the 4 of them. Even the entire sword tomb trembled when that object descended. It was an ancient war flag covered in mysterious runes. "This is..." The 4 of them were shocked, but Guardian Plum's voice soon rang out. "This is a high-grade cosmic artifact, the Scarlet Flame War Flag. The one who takes the flag wins the Alliance Union battle." The sea of flames blazed around the war flag and the spiritual runes on it dazzled. At the same time, the 4 on the sword tomb were shocked. A cosmic artifact? Did that mean the one who obtains the war flag will become the champion? Everyone's gaze was on the war flag with a deep burning fire in their eyes. They finally lost control of the battle spirit in their hearts. A sword buzzing noise echoed from the 4 of them, which caused the swords in the ground to resonate. Sword intent rippled from the 4 of them, which made the entire sword tomb tremble as they resonated with the ancient swords on the ground. 7 profound steps, golden crow wings, cloud rippling steps, eternal steps, starfire art, great dipper steps, golden vajra art, meteor streak. Lin Yun spread his arms apart like a golden crow, which lifted his body in an outburst of golden brilliance. As for Chu Haoyu, he gently tapped the tip of his feet and left behind afterimages in the air. Chong Wu blazed in flames, releasing astral lights. As for Yi Xiu, he suddenly disappeared like a golden bolt of lightning. Origin energy rippled from the 4 of them as they executed their strongest techniques towards the Scarlet Flame War Flag. Out of the movement techniques, Lin Yun had the advantage and was the first to grab on the war flag. However, the 3 others weren't any slower either. Just when Lin Yun grabbed onto the war flag, Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, and Yi Xiu descended and grabbed at the war flag. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the war flag, He could feel the burning temperature coming from it as he gave it a pull and swung the flag in the air. When Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, and Yi Xiu missed the flag, they drew their swords instantly. Rising cloud, burning sun, undying golden ray. The three executed their strongest moves without any hesitation towards Lin Yun. Chu Haoyu's sword intent manifested into a boundless sea of clouds, with a towering peak rising up. In Chu Haoyu's hands, the complete mastery cloud-stunned sword reached perfection. His attack was filled with dominance. On the other side, Chong Wu and Yi Xiu weren't any worse off. Chong Wu's sword blazed with flames as he swung it down. As for Yi Xiu, he was shrouded in golden brilliance, and the bolts of lightning flashing from his sword were filled with oppressive, murderous aura. Their attacks caused a huge uproar as no one had expected that Chu Haoyu, Chong Wu, and Yi Xiu hadn't fought with their full strength this whole time. But now that Lin Yun obtained the Scarlet Flame War Flag, they no longer held anything back and threw out their strongest attacks. Even the ancient swords plunged into the ground were trembling along as if they would leave the ground at any time. How terrifying! Lin Yun shouldn't have gone for the flag. After all, it will just make him the public enemy. That's right. The last one standing is the winner. Grabbing the flag doesn't mean you win. After all, it doesn't mean that no one will fight you for it. He's smart if he gives away the Scarlet Flame War Flag right now. After all, it's impossible to bring out any power from the cosmic artifact without refining it. It's just a hot potato. The spectators' faces changed when they sensed the earth trembling. Even Lin Yun wore a grave expression. He was facing three elites and every single one of them were monsters. He knew that he would die today if he was careless. In fact, he didn't have much odds of winning to go up against the three of them. But he also wasn't willing to give up now. Thoughts crossed through Lin Yun's mind like bolts of lightning. As he tied the Scarlet Flame War Flag to his back, his eyes blazed with surging sword intent. He raised his head to face the three powerful attacks, and there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, his blood boiled as he charged over. It was something that no one had expected. Forming the Undying Vajra Seal and Demon Vanquishing Seal, Lin Yun combined them together to form the Vajra Vanquishing Seal. A golden brilliance shined and boundless sword intent manifested into a colossal sword that emitted dominance. Lin Yun had nothing to fear with this sword. Even if a demon stood before him, he would vanquish the demon with this sword. The Vajra Vanquishing Seal? That's the real Vajra Vanquishing Seal? Holy shit! Not only did he combine the seals together, but he even infused his sword intent into the seal perfectly. That's unbelievable. There are no traces of Buddhist insights in his Dragon Tiger fist. Lin Yun joined the seals together and threw his punch out. Along with a dragon roar and a tiger roar, his origin energy converted and acted dominantly, crashing down on them. Break! Roared Lin Yun. When the seal came crashing down, it slammed onto the peak created by Chu Haoyu. The explosion rippled across the sword tomb, and it only took a split second for the peak to collapse with Chu Haoyu's countenance drained of all color. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. His aura surged with crackling sounds coming from his bones when he pushed the Dracophant battle physique to the limits. His body expanded in size like an ancient beast filled with power. With a dragon manifested on his left hand and a tiger on his right hand, Lin Yun executed the Dragon Tiger Fist. Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger. He faced Chong Wu and Yi Xiu's swords head-on. The tiger on his right slammed onto Chong Wu, which made the latter groan out in pain and take several steps back. Due to that, the strength in his left was weakened and Yi Xiu wasn't blown back when he faced it. But just when Yi Xiu was about to step forward, Lin Yun spread his arms and pounced over like a golden crow. He barked, "Yi Xiu, take another punch from me." This time, Lin Yun executed Painting Dragon. An ink-like aura gathered around Lin Yun and formed into a dragon. "You think I'll be afraid of you?" Yi Xiu's eyes flashed. He sheathed his sword and the golden images gathered upon him. This was the strongest body-refining martial technique of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the Golden Vajra Seal, being pushed to the limits. With no intention of retreating, Yi Xiu threw out a punch and faced it head-on. The two punches collided, which created an earth-shattering explosion that echoed in everyone's ears. The surging aura also swept out, and the ancient swords in the ground finally couldn't hold on anymore and flew into the sky. Lin Yun and Yi Xiu were evenly matched in this exchange, but Yi Xiu had given it his all while Lin Yun still held some strength back. Then, Lin Yun fused his sword intent, origin energy, and Dracophant energy together to face Yi Xiu's punch head-on. An explosion occurred, which formed into a golden dazzling dragon that unfolded like a painting. When the painting unfolded, Yi Xiu finally couldn't hold on anymore and was sent flying out, throwing up a mouthful of blood in the process. Scattering clouds, blazing sun, all of it happened in an instant. When Yi Xiu was blown away, Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu charged over with their swords. However, Lin Yun gently tapped the tip of his feet on the sword he was standing on. He turned into a sun and dodged their attacks. But how could these two possibly give Lin Yun the chance to breathe? They didn't wait for Lin Yun to land on the ground before they charged over once more. Lin Yun swung his fists out like swords empowered by the two seals' remnant energy. In just a 10-odd exchange, the golden brilliance shot over once more. It was Yi Xiu who bolted over with the swords as his footing. As for Lin Yun, he was currently facing Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Lin Yun, take a punch of mine as well. Get lost, roared Lin Yun. His eyes were bloodshot. The iris sword seal formed on the back of his hand, and he used the flicking divine finger. Graceful moment, absolute hit. He flicked out a sword gleam from his finger, which struck Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was sent flying away once more. He only kept his life thanks to the golden Vajra body. Without it, the sword gleam would have pierced right through him. Die! Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu took advantage of Lin Yun's split distraction and stabbed their swords into Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes and he barked, "You guys aren't qualified to kill me." Before their sword intent could pour into Lin Yun's fists rained out like bolts of lightning. Chang Wu and Chu Haoyu were sent flying away. When their swords left Lin Yun's body, two geysers of blood sprayed out from Lin Yun's chest. Again, Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu did not want to give up on this opportunity and attacked once more. Eternal cloud, fiery cloud. The spectators exclaimed when Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu unleashed their attacks once more. They had already injured Lin Yun, so they didn't want to give Lin Yun any opportunity to catch his breath. Lin Yun coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his pale face flashed with resilience. His feet tapped on the sword and he constantly drew distance between them. When Lin Yun landed, the flower burial sword shot out from his sword box. He grabbed onto the sword and swung it out. Lin Yun was shrouded in petals, which made his figure look illusory. Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu both looked surprised, but they soon sneered. Lin Yun already had no path of retreat. There was no way he could dodge, and he could only take their attacks head-on. Unfortunately for him, they were using their strongest attacks. A domineering aura exploded out from Lin Yun when he faced Chang Wu and Chu Haoyu's swords head-on. When Bai Ting saw this sword in the thunderclouds, his heart jumped. He nearly cursed out because he never expected that Lin Yun was actually able to fight back despite being forced into a dead end. How can the Overlord sword in lesser mastery possibly compete with the Cloud Stun sword in complete mastery? A boundless domineering aura surged out. The Overlord sword was known as a forbidden technique, and Lin Yun was using it to face Chang Wu and Chu Haoyu. Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu's attacks were terrifying, and even an ordinary 6th-stage disciple would be instantly killed. The Eternal Cloud was even in complete mastery. This attack was perfect without any weakness. Many elders exclaimed in admiration when they saw Chu Haoyu's attack. On the other hand, Chang Wu's Firecloud sword was only in greater mastery, but it was ultimately still a spiritual martial technique. Chang Wu supported the Firecloud sword with the Firecloud art and brought his attack to a whole new level. Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu's attacks were actually on the same level. No one felt optimistic for Lin Yun to hold his own against the two attacks. But when Lin Yun unsheathed the flower burial sword, it suddenly gave hope to the surrounding spectators. That's the Overlord sword. But will that do? The Overlord sword was famous back then, It was even stronger than the Dragon Tiger Fist. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples had a special feeling for the Overlord Sword, just like the Heavenly Profound Sect's disciples had a special feeling for the Dragon Tiger Fist. But it was a pity that no one managed to practice it in the past hundreds of years. All who tried practicing the Overlord Sword ran amok or suffered a backlash in their cultivation technique. Lin Yun was the only one who succeeded in the past hundreds of years. This was also the reason why his fame spread throughout the Sword Firmament Pavilion when he killed Yi Luyun with it. It was rare for anyone to see Lin Yun using it, so the spectators couldn't help feeling emotional at this moment. The elders were also briefly shocked before they shook their heads. The Overlord Sword was strong, but how could it compete against the Cloudstun Sword in complete mastery, especially when it was only in lesser mastery? The Cloudstun Sword was famous in the sect, and the difficulty of practicing it was on the same level as 7 profound steps. But after reaching complete mastery, the sword technique had undergone a huge transformation. The spectators watched as Lin Yun executed the Overlord Sword to face Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu. It caused a huge uproar and the two attacks paused in midair. The phenomenon created by both Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu's attacks showed cracks. He actually took it head-on? The spectators were energized by this scene. But before they could even exclaim, the domineering aura from Lin Yun dissipated and the two attacks descended. The two attacks caused a huge explosion and caused the ground to tremble. Lin Yun was defeated and fell into the sea of flames. If he couldn't get up, then he would be incinerated into ashes by the flames. Great! Bai Ting cheered from on top of the sword condor. He laughed. It's just as I expected. Does he want to turn the tables around with the Overlord Sword only in lesser mastery? He must be dreaming. The battle still hasn't ended, sneered Luo Feng. Hasn't ended? Even if he's not incinerated, there's no way he can take another attack from Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu. What can he even do now that the Overlord Sword failed? Bai Ting sneered. He's going to die. I really can't think of any other possible outcome other than dying. Just when the flame was about to devour Lin Yun, he slammed his palm on the ground, which prevented the sea of flames from covering him. He soared into the sky and stood on an ancient sword. There was no way he could last in the sea of flames even with the Dracophant battle physique. Blood dripped from the corner of Lin Yun's lips. Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu resumed their attacks. They didn't want to give Lin Yun an opportunity to escape. There was nothing Lin Yun could do. If he tried anything, he would only exhaust his origin energy before dying a terrible death. But there was no way he could give up so easily. He had already given his promise that he would become the champion. But under this situation, the only way he could win was for the Overlord Sword to reach greater mastery. Chang Wu and Chu Haoyu's attacks were lethal, not to mention that they joined forces together. But under the crowd's gaze, Lin Yun did something unexpected. He shut his eyes and sheathed his sword, causing the crimson petals to disappear. What is he doing? Is he insane? Everyone doubted their eyes. He's insane. Many people shook their heads. If Lin Yun couldn't fight with the two of them, he could give up and make a comeback in the future. But he was giving up and facing death, which was insane. Is he waiting for death? Well, it's not a terrible death to die at the hands of two elites. Bai Ting stroked his beard on the sword condor with a faint smile. His smile was cold and filled with hatred. Luo Feng, on the other hand, locked his brows together. He couldn't be bothered with Bai Ting right now. His gaze was on Lin Yun as he fell into deep thought. Is Lin Yun trying to gain insight in his sword? But who would try to comprehend something in the middle of a fight? Is he insane? Lin Yun was naturally not insane. He was half a step away from reaching greater mastery in the Overlord Sword when he refined the Imperial Sword herb. He already had the foundation, so he just needed some insights to spark his growth. Countless thoughts crossed Lin Yun's mind when he closed his eyes. He was thinking of how to make a breakthrough in the Overlord Sword. But as he felt the two attacks from Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu descending, his heart gradually calmed down instead. He would either live or die at this moment. Either he would blossom like the flowers in summer or he would die an earth-shattering death. It didn't matter since it would be a worthy death to be buried here with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's ancestors. Suddenly, A light flashed in Lin Yun's mind. It's a sword, not a move. But a sword was also a move. Guardian Plum. You've really dug a huge hole for me to jump in. Just when the two attacks were 10 meters away from devouring him, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed his domineering aura. It's the Overlord's sword again. The spectators were confused as to why Lin Yun used the Overlord's sword again when it had failed. What a joke! Scoffed Bai Ting. Wait! Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He suddenly sensed that there was something amiss with the Overlord's sword this time. It looks like you haven't learned your lesson. There's no way the Overlord's sword in Lesser Mastery can take our two attacks. Die! Chong Wu and Chu Haoyu's eyes flashed. There was no trace of pity in their eyes. As origin energy fluctuated from their bodies, they swung their strongest attacks at Lin Yun. Who says that my Overlord's sword is only in Lesser Mastery? Lin Yun's lips rose with a faint smile. He then stabbed his sword out. His sword was filled with a boundless domineering aura, solely powered by sword intent alone. It was a simple move, but Lin Yun's aura had undergone a huge transformation. He was like a primordial emperor that ruled the world. Even the surrounding ancient swords were trembling in fear. This left Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu shocked. Their attacks were shredded like paper. Break! Lin Yun finally brought the Overlord sword to greater mastery and destroyed their attacks. Come forth, martial souls! Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu spit up mouthfuls of blood. They finally lost their composure and summoned their respective martial souls. When they summoned their martial souls, their aura rose once more. They're already forced to bring out their martial souls? The spectators exclaimed at this scene. No one had thought that the Alliance-Union battle would require them to summon their martial souls. Although summoning the martial souls would boost their strength, any damages to the martial soul would result in eternal damages. Injuries on the physical body could be healed, but it was not the same for martial souls. This was the reason why many people would rather be injured than summon their martial souls. You guys want to turn the tables around? It's a pity that you're too late. Seeing that Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu went as far as bringing out their trump cards, Lin Yun suddenly sheathed his sword without fear. Lin Yun raised his hand, but no one knew what he was doing. His sword intent enveloped a 1,000-meter radius, and the iris flower in his dantian suddenly blossomed with great brilliance. Then, Lin Yun spread his hands out and slammed them down on the ground. A powerful surge of energy exploded from his palm, which wiped out the sea of flames within 1,000 meters of radius. Before Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu knew what happened, their martial souls suddenly shattered, and they threw up a mouthful of blood before falling unconscious. The surrounding was silent. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the youth drenched in blood. Lin Yun's attack was horrifying. It actually made two monstrous geniuses fall to their knees. They didn't even have the time to execute their martial souls before they fainted. At the border of the sword tomb, Yi Xiu sucked in a cold breath with deep fear in his eyes. He knew that he wouldn't be able to take that attack. Everything within 1,000 meters was wiped out, including the sea of flames. It drained Lin Yun's origin energy completely. He was struck with endless exhaustion. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and his body started to sway. His face was pale with bloodshot eyes. He could feel weakness assaulting him. Coming this far in the Alliance-Union battle, Lin Yun was completely drained. But the spectators were all looking at him with revere. The Alliance-Union battle has concluded. Our champion is Lin Yun. Luo Feng's voice echoed out, which instantly caused a wave of commotion. The Alliance-Union battle was filled with ups and downs. But no one imagined that Lin Yun would become the champion. He joined the sect half a year ago and he wasn't even 18. The leaders of the various alliance unions wore an unsightly expression, especially Wang Yan. His face was pale. He spent so much effort and even went as far as poaching Chu Haoyu. In the end, not only did Chu Haoyu fail to kill Lin Yun, but he even failed to become the champion. Even the bounty he issued on Lin Yun became a source of embarrassment. He paid such a huge price to search for Lin Yun's tracks, only to watch Lin Yun obtain first place and the cosmic artifact. Lin Yun let out a breath of relief when he heard that the Alliance-Union battle finally came to an end. A smile rose on his lips. His effort wasn't for naught and he was satisfied with the outcome. Since he had decided to compete, then he had to become the champion. Suddenly, 2 flaming souls dashed out from the sword tomb and charged towards the only living creature left in the sword tomb. Many people exclaimed at this and their faces changed. This had caught them by surprise. Bai Ting smiled. Interesting, the flaming souls actually spawned. Lin Yun's palm seems to have shaken the flame vein underground. Luo Feng's face changed. He wanted to help, but Bai Ting would naturally not give him the opportunity. With a cold light flashing through his eyes, Bai Ting stood before Luo Feng and chuckled. "It looks like this is heaven's will. Don't fight it. Get lost," yelled Luo Feng. The 2 of them unleashed their aura. But right at this moment, Xianxia charged forward and drew her sword. Her sword emitted a violent aura. Drawing her sword, she unleashed her strength in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm. With a roar, Xianxia stabbed and killed the 2 flaming souls. With that, she ended the 2 flaming souls. Sheathing her sword, she arrived before Lin Yun and looked at his injuries with heartache. "Big sister here. This is for you." Lin Yun squeezed out a smile and handed the Scarlet Flame war flag over. Xianxia's eyes became teary. She did not accept it and replied, "Come, I'll bring you out." She carried Lin Yun on her back and left the sword tomb. Lying on Xianxia's back, Lin Yun's mind relaxed and he whispered, "Big sister, you saved my life again." "What the hell are you talking about? Do you want me to throw you away?" asked Xianxia. "Okay, I won't mention it anymore," smiled Lin Yun before he fell into slumber. When Xianxia felt Lin Yun's heavy breathing, she squeezed out a gentle smile. It was a completely different expression compared to how she killed the 2 flaming souls. "What a lucky fellow. Yeah, she's the Sex Bella, the Bloody Rose. God knows how many people she's killed with her sword. No one dares to take advantage of her, and yet she's actually willing to piggyback Lin Yun in public. Damn it. This fellow only joined the sect for 6 months. But it seems like senior sister Xianxia is going to fall for him." This scene had also exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people clicked their tongues with jealousy for Lin Yun. They were more disappointed with this than Lin Yun becoming the champion. "Haha. Why are you jealous? Why don't you try becoming the champion and gift the Scarlet Flame war flag to senior sister Xianxia? Yeah. If you could do that, then I'd be willing to piggyback you out as well if I was senior sister Xianxia." The female disciples became unhappy when they heard the male disciples grumbling. It caused a small commotion, which eased the tense atmosphere in the Alliance Union battle. On the observation platform, Lu Yu's face was cold. There were rumors that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to get through the first round, but not only did Lin Yun get through the first round, he even gave everyone a slap to the face. Not to mention that he suppressed Chu Haoyu, Chang Wu, and Yi Xiu in the second round and became the champion. This wasn't what she came for. She stood up in fury and greeted the surrounding elders before looking at Lin Yun on Xianxia's back with a complicated expression. The more she looked at him, the more furious she became. "Damn it! I'll deal with you one day." While some were unhappy, there were naturally those who rejoiced. Lin Xiaoshan and her party wore smiles on their faces, except for Li Wuyo who wore a pitiful smile. "Boss is really lucky. When can senior sister piggyback me too?" Lin Yan burst into laughter at how goofy Li Wuyo was. But when she turned around, she became concerned. "Big sister, there's nothing seriously wrong with big brother Lin, right?" Although Lin Yun won the Alliance Union battle, he was covered in wounds. Lin Xiaoshan fell into deep thought before she replied, "He should be fine. After all, he practiced the Dracophant battle physique. But it won't be easy for him to recover from his injuries, especially the 2 wounds left by Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu." Lin Yan smiled when she heard Lin Xiaoshan's words. The 2 swords left a fatal wound on Lin Yun and he would have lost his life if he was half a step slower. But fortunately, he bore the pain and knocked the 2 of them back. There was no luck factor in how Lin Yun became the champion. In this fight, Lin Yun convinced everyone that he fully deserved being the champion. When Lin Yun woke up, 3 days had passed. Opening his eyes took great effort since he slept for too long. When the surrounding view started becoming clearer, he realized that he wasn't in the Locket Mountain. There was a faint aroma in the room that made him feel refreshed. He looked around and discovered that the source was an incense burner. Beside the incense burner laid an ancient war flag with spiritual runes engraved on it. Occasionally, the spiritual runes would flash and emit a shocking aura. Isn't that the Scarlet Flame war flag? Lin Yun clearly remembered that this flag was his reward for becoming champion. He got down from the bed and walked over to grab the Scarlet Flame war flag. It was indeed the Scarlet Flame war flag. Then, he looked around in curiosity. "Brat, you woke up pretty quickly." A voice sounded out and a middle-aged man came in. It was the leader of the Guardians, Guardian Plum. Guardian Plum? Lin Yun was shocked. He remembered that Xianxia was carrying him when he fell unconscious. So why was Guardian Plum here when he woke up? Just when he was about to give his greetings, Guardian Plum stopped him and smiled. "The Dracophant battle physique is impressive, since it allowed you to recover from such injuries in 3 days." Guardian Plum sat down and continued. "This is actually quite hilarious. So it turns out that the champion of the Sword Firmament Pavilion practiced the Primal Origin Sex Dracophant battle physique and Heavenly Profound Sex Dragon Tiger Fist. Guardian Plum, you're exaggerating. If it wasn't for the 7 profound steps and Overlord Sword, there's no way I could become the champion." Lin Yun bowed to Guardian Plum. When Lin Yun mentioned the Overlord Sword, Guardian Plum looked gratified and smiled. "I told you that I would have a present for you after your Overlord Sword reached greater mastery. I wonder if you still remember that." Of course Lin Yun remembered it, but he didn't expect that the Overlord Sword would be so hard. After all, it wasn't difficult for the 7 profound steps to reach greater mastery, and the Golden Crow Seal could reach complete mastery anytime now. When Guardian Plum mentioned the gift, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling eager. Guardian Plum was someone with the highest authority in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun had no idea what present Guardian Plum had in mind for him. Seeing the expectation in Lin Yun's eyes, Guardian Plum replied, "It's not an impressive gift. I'm just going to give you the full book of the Overlord Sword." "The Overlord Sword's complete book? The one I practiced isn't the complete one." "Of course not. The one I gave you was only the introduction," smiled Guardian Plum. He knew that Lin Yun already guessed that the book wasn't complete, seeing that Lin Yun wasn't shocked. He didn't wait for Lin Yun to speak and continued. "Lin Yun, the Overlord Sword was left behind by the Sword Firmament Pavilion's ancestor, Jian Wuming. I'm giving you the complete book for no reason. After all, you will shoulder the Sword Firmament Pavilion's burden once you have it. Then again, I will naturally not force you to take it. You can change it to another reward if you're unwilling. You can just continue to be an ordinary disciple as long as you're loyal to the sect." Guardian Plum's words left Lin Yun stunned. Then again, they made sense. The Overlord Sword was powerful with just the introduction. He could imagine how powerful the complete book would be. There was no reason for Guardian Plum to give something so precious to him for no reason. In the end, it was an equivalent exchange where he had to contribute to the sect. It was rare for Guardian Plum to speak such heavy words. Thoughts flashed in Lin Yun's mind and he soon made his decision. "There's no need to swap. I want the Overlord Sword's complete book. You know, I'm more nervous about this than you. The Overlord Sword's importance towards the Sword Firmament Pavilion is more important than you think. Ever since I gave you the Overlord Sword's introduction book, I've been observing you. If you weren't someone who was loyal to your friends, I wouldn't give you the complete book." Guardian Plum looked to be in a good mood. He waved his hand. "Sit down. With your talent and comprehension, it's just a matter of time before you to reach the Violet Palace realm. At that time, you'll definitely leave the Sword Firmament Pavilion and the Great Qin Empire. There's no way you can be restrained to this small world here," continued Guardian Plum. Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he listened. There was no way the Great Qin Empire would be his final stop. He would leave this place sooner or later to find Su Biao. He didn't want to owe Su Biao anything. He wanted to repay her and make things up to her. He was ambitious and he wanted to stand at the peak of the mountains. But to do that required strength. So he had no reason to refuse the Overlord Sword. Guardian Plum dipped his finger in the tea before he gently tapped on the table. The tea then turned into a massive map, which forced Lin Yun to narrow his eyes into slits. He had no idea what this map was. This is the ancient southern domain, and the Great Qin Empire is just a small kingdom in it. The Great Qin Empire's existence barely exists in the West, so it can basically be neglected. Guardian Plum pointed at the Great Qin Empire, and there were dozens of other similar kingdoms around it. There are two superpowers in the west of the ancient southern domain, the Profound Sun Palace and Violet Moon Sect. They're the two overlords in the west, and there are 7 other equivalent forces in the entire ancient southern domain. These overlords can easily level the Great Qin Empire to the ground with just their words. But they transcended the kingdoms, so they naturally won't bother the kingdoms. Guardian Plum's words made Lin Yun's heart jump. Even the Great Qin Empire was nothing before these overlords. Could it be that Su Biao came from one of these 9 forces? After all, Su Biao even transcended the 8 titles. For a moment there, Lin Yun's thoughts were chaotic and he felt the huge pressure. He could faintly sense that what Guardian Plum wanted him to do was harder than he had imagined. I want you to walk out of the Great Qin Empire and contend with the monsters of the overlord forces, said Guardian Plum. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He didn't even dare to say that he had nothing to fear in the Great Qin Empire. Guardian Plum was too ambitious, wanting him to compete with the geniuses of the overlord forces. Lin Yun asked, "I'd like to know something." "Go ahead," said Guardian Plum. "Generally speaking, Bai Lishuan's talent isn't weaker than mine. Not to mention that he might even form the Saint Physique after his seclusion. So why didn't you hand the overlord's sword to him?" Lin Yun asked. "Do you know this?" Guardian Plum's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness when Bai Lishuan was mentioned. He took out a jade plaque which seemed familiar to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes flashed before he turned to look at Guardian Plum. "I once saw a similar jade plaque on Chu Haoyu." "This is from Chu Haoyu," said Guardian Plum. "How is he?" Lin Yun did not hate Chu Haoyu. That person was arrogant, but he was also a person of character. Not to mention that there was no choice but for them to fight for their positions. Lin Yun only remembered that Chu Haoyu was on the verge of dying to his last attack. His martial soul is injured. Although I gave him a 3rd-grade spiritual pellet, it's still impossible for his martial soul to recover completely. I'm afraid that he won't be able to step into the Violet Palace realm in his lifetime. He's prideful, so he left the sect since he can't accept this outcome. Before he left, he gave all his resources back to the sect, including this jade plaque, sighed Guardian Plum. The Alliance Union battle might be brutal, but everyone who's injured can be treated. But the damages to his and Chang Wu's martial souls are eternal. Oh, he told me to tell you to help him finish his fight with Bai Lishuan if possible. Lin Yun was speechless by Chu Haoyu's stubbornness. The sect knew about Chu Haoyu's grudge with Bai Lishuan, so he naturally knew that there was no way he could defeat Bai Lishuan now since he wouldn't be able to step into the Violet Palace realm anymore in his lifetime. But why did Chu Haoyu want him to fulfill this goal for him? Was it just because Chu Haoyu lost to him? Then again, Chu Haoyu had no idea that Lin Yun also had some grudges with Bai Lishuan. Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan were destined to fight. Holding on to the jade plaque, Guardian Plum continued, "What I wanted to say is that wielding this jade plaque means that you've entered a certain social circle. Chu Haoyu naturally knew that he's useless now, so he left this social circle. There are many monstrous geniuses among the 4 great sects who received this jade plaque. Bai Lishuan is one of them." Lin Yun was shocked by Guardian Plum's words. Just who was this person to form such a massive network of elites? The sects naturally knew about it, but since the 4 sects didn't do anything, this meant that the person was someone that even the sects feared. "Who is he?" asked Lin Yun. "Who else isn't afraid of the 4 great sects in the Great Qin Empire?" Guardian Plum smiled bitterly at Lin Yun. "The royal family? This person is the prince." Lin Yun was shocked. He soon figured it out. That's right. It's the crown prince, one of the 8 titles, Qin Yu. The royal family secretly formed the Azure Association, and it reached new heights in Qin Yu's hands. He can be considered a boss hiding in the Great Qin Empire. Wang Yan is also someone from this association. This is why there's nothing the sect could do when he violated the rules previously. Our concerns are with the Azure Association, not the Wang clan, sighed Guardian Plum. Now do you understand why I can't give the Overlord sword to him even after he forms the Saint Physique? So it turns out that Bai Lishuan already joined the Azure Association. So there was no way the Sword Firmament Pavilion could possibly hand something so important like the Overlord sword to him. After all, Bai Lishuan was basically the royal family's spy. Unfortunately, the sect couldn't just kill him without any evidence. Furthermore, killing those with the jade plaques would only sour the relationship they had with the royal family. In the end, the Sword Firmament Pavilion could only turn a blind eye to it. Although the Great Qin Empire looked calm, the undercurrent was wild. In light of this information, Lin Yun had some doubt. Is the sect really that afraid of the royal family? Asked Lin Yun. After all, he heard that the 4 transcendent sects even transcended the royal family. Were more or less the same. The royal family naturally would not dare to be arrogant if they were weak. But ever since the Heavenly Qin Institute was built, they've been producing elites. Individually, there isn't a sect that can contend with the royal family. On top of that, there are grudges between the sects. So technically, it's impossible for us to join hands to contend with the royal family. Guardian Plum paused briefly before he continued. The current situation isn't optimistic and the sects will become the royal family's subsidiary sooner or later if we don't do anything about it. This is something that no one wishes to see. Lin Yun nodded his head. He asked, "Then what does the sect want me to do?" Raising his head to look at Lin Yun, Guardian Plum said with a grave expression, "There's a draconic banquet every 4 years in the ancient southern domain. All the elites in that domain under the age of 25 gather there to participate. The banquet is 2 years from now and there are only 8 quotas for the banquet." 8 quotas? Was that just a coincidence or was it related to the 8 titles in the Great Qin Empire? Guardian Plum smiled. "I believe you must have guessed it. The 8 titles in the Great Qin Empire are the 8 who joined the previous banquet. 6 months before the banquet takes place, the Great Qin Empire will hold a competition, known as the Dragon Gate Competition, passing through the Dragon Gate and soaring into the sky like a dragon. The name also meant that those who passed through it would have the qualifications to contend with the geniuses in the ancient southern domain and go for the Draconic Banquet. Can you go into details about the Draconic Banquet?" Lin Yun was curious. He couldn't imagine how spectacular it would be when all the geniuses in the ancient southern domain were gathered together. "Let's talk about it when you make it through the Dragon Gate competition. After all, there's no need for us to talk about the Draconic Banquet if you can't even make it through the Dragon Gate competition. I'll let you know about it when you made it through." Guardian Plum's words were like a bucket of water that fell on Lin Yun's head. It was because what Guardian Plum said made sense. It wasn't just the 8 titles either. Lin Yun was far from being a heavenly ranked disciple. He only had 1 year before the Dragon Gate competition, so it wouldn't be easy for him. All the geniuses in the Great Qin Empire will gather for the Dragon Gate competition. Everyone wants to fight for the quota, but it won't be easy. The top 8 will be rewarded heavily, and they will be able to make a request to the Holy Emissary. "Who's the Holy Emissary? Can we really make any requests?" asked Lin Yun. "The Holy Emissary is the envoy sent from the Draconic Banquet, and they will only show up during the Dragon Gate competition. His words are even more effective than the Great Qin Empire's emperor. So he'll agree to anything as long as it's not unreasonable," explained Guardian Plum. "It looks like the Dragon Gate competition will be tough this year," said Lin Yun. Guardian Plum was rather composed. He replied, "You have no need to be in such a hurry. After all, you're only 17, and you can just treat it as an experience. The sect can wait for 4 years. Strictly speaking, there were only 11 months left. With Lin Yun's current cultivation, it would be unfair of them to ask him to compete with the geniuses. But it would be a different story 4 years from now. With Lin Yun's aptitude, there was a high chance that he could reach the Violet Palace realm. At that time, he would have high odds of making it into the Dragon Gate competition. But Guardian Plum didn't exactly tell Lin Yun everything. He didn't tell Lin Yun that the 8 titles performance in the Draconic Banquet wasn't that good. But Lin Yun didn't think about it that way. He wanted to give it a try since it was going to happen sooner or later. Then again, for years was a long time for him. Let's drop it for now. The Dragon Gate competition is still far out. For now, let me give you your rewards for becoming the champion, smiled Guardian Plum. He took out an interspatial pouch and handed it to Lin Yun. Lin Yun was startled when he saw what was in the interspatial pouch. It was filled with second-grade spiritual jades. This is... Looking at Lin Yun's astonished face, Guardian Plum told Lin Yun about Luofeng and Bai Ting's bet. Interesting. I never expected something like that to happen in the Alliance Union battle. Now, I'm curious as to what Elder Bai Ting is feeling right now, grinned Lin Yun while he stored the interspatial pouch. It felt great to give Bai Ting a slap to the face, not to mention that the second-grade spiritual jades were a huge sum for him. Aside from the 5,000 second-grade spiritual jades, there were an additional 1,000 that came from the sect for becoming the champion. Last but not least was the prized Scarlet Flame war flag. Guardian Plum revealed a playful smile and said, Xen Yen already told me that you even went as far as offering her this cosmic artifact. But there's no way she can accept it with her personality. I can tell that she has genuinely considered you as a younger brother. So use it well. Guardian Plum's teasing made Lin Yun feel awkward. In the end, he could only accept the artifact. But when he held onto the Scarlet Flame war flag, he suddenly had a weird feeling rising in his heart. This Scarlet Flame war flag has an extraordinary origin. It used to be one of the best high-ranked cosmic artifacts. However, it was damaged and became a low-grade cosmic artifact. I'll unseal it for you, and you can claim ownership by dripping your blood on it later. Guardian Plum waved his hand and rubbed it on the Scarlet Flame war flag. Violent energy exploded from the flag. The golden runes on the flag shined and emitted a terrifying aura. The Scarlet Flame runes on the flag started to ignite like a volcano, releasing the pressure of a cosmic artifact. It was so intense that Lin Yun had difficulty breathing. The Scarlet Flame war flag has two forms. The first form is a long-range attack. It can release the Scarlet True Flame. There's even a possibility of defeating Violet Palace Realm experts if your cultivation is strong enough. The second form is the Scarlet Flame Warblade. Guardian Plum held onto the Scarlet Flame war flag and a crimson blade formed on the flagpole, shining coldly. In the blink of an eye, the flag turned into a wild beast. When the blade retracted, it returned to feeling like a flag. Go on. Drip your blood on it, said Guardian Plum with a grave expression as he handed the Scarlet Flame war flag over. Lin Yun was already getting impatient. He bit on his finger and dripped his blood on the flag. In the next second, Lin Yun's consciousness jolted. He felt as if his soul had merged with the Scarlet Flame war flag. When he held onto the flag this time, he could feel a special connection with it. Sensing the boundless energy coming from the Scarlet Flame war flag, Lin Yun had joy written on his face. If he encountered Chu Haoyu again, he could easily kill the latter with just the flag. But he soon realized that he was having a tough time swinging it due to his current origin energy. Put it away for now. Comprehend its secrets on your own time. With your current cultivation, it's a little forceful for you to use it right now. I suggest that you don't use it recklessly for now, smiled Guardian Plum. Got it, smiled Lin Yun. He carefully placed the Scarlet Flame war flag in his interspatial pouch and then raised his head. Guardian Plum, don't you have something else for me? You're talking about the Overlord Sword's complete book? Guardian Plum smiled. I'll naturally give it to you when your cultivation is sufficient. Haven't you wondered why it's so hard for you to practice the Overlord Sword's entry guide? The complete book won't be easy. Lin Yun held onto his chin. What Guardian Plum said makes sense. But when he raised his head and saw the slyness hidden in Guardian Plum's eyes, he started to doubt himself. He felt as though he had fallen into a trap dug for him. I can't give you the complete book right now, but I raised your sword firmament token to the 6th grade so you can pick a spiritual sword technique in the martial hall for now. I'll be taking my leave first, smiled Guardian Plum. A spiritual sword technique didn't sound so bad. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He had just been promoted to an inner disciple, so he could only choose a low-grade spiritual sword technique for now. Right, where are we right now? Lin Yun still had no idea where he was. My cultivation ground, responded Guardian Plum. Guardian Plum's cultivation ground? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. The treasured grounds in the Sword Firmament Pavilion were all occupied by elders. This meant that Guardian Plum's cultivation ground must be the best one around. It would be beneficial for him to go into seclusion here, especially if he could do this for a few months. 3 days. Leave after 3 days. Guardian Plum's voice rang out, shattering Lin Yun's wonderful thoughts. He smiled. A guardian is being so stingy? Fine, 3 days. So be it. Lin Yun washed his face and changed his clothes after Guardian Plum left. Then he exited the house. It turns out that he was staying in a manor, surrounded by abundant greenery. The plum blossom trees in the surroundings were trimmed, and there was a faint chill permeating the air. What a great place! Exclaimed Lin Yun. He now knew why Guardian Plum chose this place. The energy here wasn't something that the Locket Mountain could be compared to. Lin Yun couldn't afford to waste his 3 days here. Lin Yun walked around and enjoyed the scenery. He passed by artificial mountains before finally coming to a stop by an icy lake. There were petals lying on top of the lake and the bottom could be easily seen. It was like an untainted mirror. The lake occupied a huge space and there were traces of martial techniques being performed here. Lin Yun instantly figured out that Guardian Plum must have practiced his cultivation and martial techniques here. This is... Joy suddenly appeared on Lin Yun's face as he quickened his pace. When he looked at the mist above the lake, he instantly knew that this was a spiritual lake. He cupped his hands together and scooped the lake water and drank a mouthful of it. He felt refreshed when it flowed through his body. This is great. Lin Yun had envy in his eyes. He mumbled, Guardian Plum is truly formidable to enjoy this spiritual lake all to himself. I'll cultivate here for the next 3 days then. Lin Yun sat down and retrieved a few second-grade spiritual jades and started to cultivate. Lin Yun had an astronomical sum of second-grade spiritual jades, so if he spent 3 days here, the efficiency would be equivalent to cultivating for half a month. Lin Yun's violet origin energy coursed through his meridians, and he was shocked to discover that the violet energy also contained traces of chill. After reaching the 8th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, Lin Yun had constantly been in battles. He didn't have time to examine himself. When he looked carefully, he noticed that the iris flower had undergone a drastic transformation. The flower now looked like a jade sculpture, with a violet chill shrouding it. Naturally, it was the violet sacred flame. After reaching the 8th stage, the violet sacred flame converted into this form where a layer of mist shrouded the flower. This means that my origin energy has gained another attribute. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Yun was shocked, but at the same time he wasn't. The violet sacred flame had the attribute of cold flames. Not only could the flames form the Iris Sword array, but they could also summon icicles. The Iris Sword Sutra was beginning to reveal its fangs. In just half a day, Lin Yun used dozens of second-grade spiritual jades. After consuming them, he was shocked to discover another petal forming. This is truly a great place. It's only been half a day and there's clear signs of improvement to my Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun was pleasantly shocked. After all, the Iris Sword Sutra exhausts a lot of resources, so progression was normally a very slow process. Lin Yun continued cultivating as 2 people observed him in secret. The first person was a middle-aged man who turned out to be Guardian Plum. The other was an elderly man that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to recognize. But the aura coming from the elderly man was several times stronger than Guardian Plum. He was the Sword Firmament Pavilion's mysterious pavilion master, Xianxia. All the pavilion masters used Jian as their surnames, which represented their respect for the ancestor, Jian Wuming. I can't see through this fellow's cultivation technique. I bet he must have had a fortunate encounter, said Xianxia. I noticed that as well. If it wasn't for his cultivation technique, there's no way he could have defeated Chang Wu and Chu Haoyu when he was only in the 5th stage of the martial realm. With just his cultivation technique, there is quite a distance between him and the inner disciples, said Guardian Plum. I'm satisfied with the candidate that you've chosen. The potential that he has shown at 17 is in no way inferior to Bai Li Xuan, smiled Xianxia. Then, he noticed the helplessness in Guardian Plum's eyes. But never place all your hope in someone else. If you're able to make a breakthrough into the heavenly soul realm, then there's nothing for us to fear. Xianxia said, a glow in his eyes. Guardian Plum smiled bitterly. How could it be easy to reach the heavenly soul realm? It would be a real problem if there was even one in the Great Qin Empire. What do you think of the demonic lotus realm 2 months from now? Should we include him? Xianxia also knew the difficulty of reaching the heavenly soul realm, so he changed the topic back to Lin Yun. He was just promoted to an inner disciple. Isn't it a little too forceful for him to go to the demonic lotus realm? Guardian Plum was shocked at this suggestion. This brat's potential is larger than you think. Furthermore, he already decided to participate in the Dragon Gate competition. How can he possibly win if he can't even make it through the demonic lotus realm? Xianxia smiled mysteriously while stroking his beard. Then I'll include him in the demonic lotus realm, smiled Guardian Plum. Lin Yun practiced for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd sunrise, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and cold. Lin Yun let out a long breath with joy written all over his face. Over the past 2 days, he exhausted 100 second-grade spiritual jades, which allowed his iris flower to grow another petal. All right, it's time to test the icy sword aura. Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and poured his origin into it. He could sense a faint chilling being emitted from the sword. Lin Yun then brandished his sword and performed the flowing wind sword technique that he learned back in the Azure Sky sect. Under the empowerment of the Iris Sword Sutra, he couldn't even tell that he was executing a Hotian sword technique. Wherever the sword went, a chill lingered in the air. Lin Yun gradually moved around with the sword. When he landed on the ground, his afterimages formed into an iris flower. Looking at the afterimages, Lin Yun sighed. I never expected that I would still remember the flowing wind sword. Lin Yun didn't think that there would be an opportunity for him to use it again in the future. The sword technique might seem powerful now thanks to his cultivation technique, but it was still a Hotian sword technique. Lin Yun gently shook the sword in his hand and the afterimages shattered, forming smaller iris flowers. When his sword intent dissipated, the iris flowers also disappeared. With joy on his face, Lin Yun muttered to himself, the Iris Sword Sutra has undergone another transformation. In the future, I can easily kill someone by simply swinging my sword. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and placed it back into the sword box. Time to practice the Dragon Tiger Fist. The Dragon Tiger Fist had 9 forms: the Dragon Tiger Might, Dragon Tiger Steps, Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger, Dragon Tiger Fist, Dragon Tail, Dragon Tiger Fist, Dragon Painting, Dragon Tiger Fist, Soaring Dragon, Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, 100 Beast Wave, and Vanquishing Dragon and Tiger. Lin Yun was already familiar with the first 5 forms, so he was left with the last 4 forms. Aside from Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, every one of the last 4 forms were extremely powerful. The previous fight allowed Lin Yun to gain lots of insights to the Dragon Tiger Fist. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly glowed and his aura formed into a golden dragon. When he clenched his fist, the ferocious dragon let out a roar. When he threw his punch out, an immense pressure spread out in the form of a dragon and a tiger. He could perform the Dragon Tiger Fist smoothly. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes glowed and he executed the Soaring Dragon. A roaring golden dragon formed around his fist. When he threw his punch, the dragon soared out and flew into the sky. Then, a dragon manifested on his left arm and a tiger manifested on his right arm. When both his fists bumped together, a dragon and tiger suddenly enveloped him. This was a combined defensive and offensive attack. When Lin Yun's aura reached the limit, he executed the 100 Beast Wave. A massive tiger manifested behind him. When he threw his punch out, the tiger opened its eyes and let out a ferocious roar, unleashing the might of a king. At the same time, Lin Yun's sword intent and origin energy poured into it. It might seem like a simple fist, but it carried the might of a king. When Lin Yun retracted his fist, the terrifying aura around him disappeared. He was now left with the last form of the Dragon Tiger Fist. It wasn't time for him to comprehend the final form, and he wouldn't be trying to do so anytime soon. As for the Heavenly Seal, Lin Yun guessed that it must be related to Buddhism, so it wouldn't be easy for him to comprehend it since he knew nothing about Buddhism. But Lin Yun wasn't unsatisfied. After all, the current Dragon Tiger Fist was more than enough for him. As long as he didn't encounter one of the titles like Drifting Goblet, Lin Yun was confident that he could fight any of the heavenly profound sect's disciples. It was still early and he wasn't in a rush to leave. Lin Yun's eyes glowed with excitement. The cosmic artifact was now his greatest trump card. Let's test the cosmic artifact out. Lin Yun gently patted the interspatial pouch and took out the Scarlet Flame War Flag. The flag was nearly 2 meters in length, so it was taller than Lin Yun. When he stabbed it into the ground, it released a domineering aura and flames spread out. This was the first time he examined the Scarlet Flame War Flag. The flagpole was heavy and had golden spiritual runes engraved on it. When Lin Yun poured his origin energy into the flagpole, the runes shined like golden flames. Lin Yun also knew how to engrave first-grade spiritual runes thanks to the Age Sutra. However, he couldn't see anything from the spiritual runes on this cosmic artifact. He guessed that, at the very least, they must be third-grade spiritual runes. When he looked at the spiritual runes, he could feel his consciousness being swallowed up. However, there were many other spiritual runes on the flagpole that didn't light up. This must be the damages that Guardian Plum talked about. The damaged portion included about 1/3 of the spiritual runes, which greatly decreased the artifact's prowess. But it was still a cosmic artifact. It was powerful, and it could give Lin Yun the ability to protect himself in the profound martial realm. Even if he encountered someone among the 8 titles, he was confident of fighting them if they didn't have any cosmic artifacts. The spiritual runes on the flag fluttered like flames. Lin Yun could sense the violent energy coursing through the Scarlet Flame War Flag, with the spiritual runes in the flag acting as the core. The Scarlet Flame runes should be made with the Scarlet True Flame that Guardian Plum talked about. But it was difficult for him to try and use it right now. There wasn't any reaction to the Scarlet Flame runes when Lin Yun tried pouring his origin energy into it. But as he continued and poured 1/10 of his origin energy into the flag, the Scarlet Flame runes finally reacted. The Scarlet Flame runes blazed like magma that shined brightly. Before Lin Yun could even respond to it, a wisp of fire flew out. It exploded when it landed in the plum blossom garden, leveling it to the ground and reducing a large patch of plum blossom trees to ashes. It was a lot more powerful than Lin Yun's full strength, and he couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if he managed to release all the Scarlet True Flames. Lin Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. But he soon recalled that the plum blossom trees were probably loved by Guardian Plum, so he muttered, "I'll try out the Scarlet Flame War Flag a little more and then leave immediately." Lin Yun waved his hand and 2 curved blades shot out from the flagpole, forming a triangular head at its tip. Could probably rip out a chunk of flesh if Lin Yun plunged it into someone's body. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Lin Yun's spine. The flag could also transform into a blade, which made it even more terrifying. It was a curved blade, which meant that it would be transformed into a sickle. After going into close combat mode, the Scarlet Flame War Flag became even more terrifying. Although he could barely use the Scarlet True Flame, there was no way he could use it easily. Luckily, the close combat mode wouldn't exhaust him much. Even without the Scarlet True Flame, the cosmic artifact's power alone was sufficient for Lin Yun, not to mention the triangle tip and blade. The blade could easily tear apart any origin energy around someone's body. When Lin Yun tightened his grasp on the Scarlet Flame War Flag, he could feel a terrifying bloodlust coming from it. He couldn't help but frown at this. The cosmic artifact was an ominous weapon and many people died to it. So how many people would he kill with it? As Lin Yun's consciousness blurred out, he could see a path of blood that led to a pile of skeletons. But Lin Yun soon recovered from that state. When he swung the Scarlet Flame War Flag, it left a faint, baleful aura in the air. The Scarlet Flame War Flag transformed back into its flag mode. Lin Yun placed it back into the interspatial pouch and was prepared to leave this place. Over the past 3 days, he finally figured out what was going on. He agreed to Guardian Plum without much thought. If he failed to make it through the Dragon Gate competition and qualify for the Draconic Banquet, he would have to wait for another 4 years. This meant that he would be tied to the Sword Firmament Pavilion for the next 4 years. On the other hand, Guardian Plum promised him the complete book, but he still did not give him the Overlord Sword's complete book. Guardian Plum only said that he would give him the complete book when the time was right. But Guardian Plum didn't tell him what cultivation he had to reach. This meant that the Overlord Sword's complete book wasn't simple. As for the cosmic artifact, the 6,000 second-grade spiritual jades, and the new identity as an inner disciple, they were his rewards for becoming the champion. The only benefits he received was to cultivate here for 3 days. But he also had another opportunity to exchange a spiritual sword technique from the martial hall. Lin Yun immediately became energetic and smiled. Even without the Overlord Sword, I will participate in the Draconic Banquet, since I know about it now. I should head to the martial hall and get a spiritual sword technique. Lin Yun met Guardian Plum along the way down. After Lin Yun bowed, he immediately left because he thought about the ruined Plum Blossom Garden. When Guardian Plum returned to meet the sect master, he had a strange look and smiled. That brat was really anxious. And to think that I thought that he would try and stay in the Plum Blossom Garden for as long as he can. But the smile on Guardian Plum's face soon froze. Lin Yun headed towards the martial hall and was shocked that he was bumping into disciples along the way. All of them bowed and addressed him as Senior Brother Lin when they saw him. After all, Lin Yun shined brightly in the Alliance Union battle and became the champion. Many people had only heard of him when the Phoenix Plum rang, but the Alliance Union battle caused his fame to spread throughout the sect. Now, almost everyone knew about him, especially with how he suppressed Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu. Many people guessed that he might only be in the 5th stage of the profound martial realm, but his strength could put him at least in the top 200 on the Earth ranking. His accomplishment wasn't any inferior to Bai Lishuan back then. Lin Yun was a little proud of the respect he garnered from the disciples. But he soon calmed down when he thought of the Dragon Gate competition at the end of the year. When Lin Yun arrived at the martial hall, he ignored the commotion from the surrounding and headed to the elder. Disciple Lin Yun pays his respect to the elder, said Lin Yun respectfully. The elder raised his eye to look at Lin Yun. His eyes lit up before he revealed a gratified smile. We meet again. I heard that you shined brilliantly during the Alliance Union battle. He was the one who gave Lin Yun the 7 profound steps. So when Lin Yun used the 7 profound steps during the Alliance Union battle, it made the elder feel proud. I have already formed the Golden Crow Seal, so the 7 profound steps will reach complete mastery sooner or later. The 7 profound steps might be tough to cultivate, but Lin Yun was confident in reaching complete mastery. Good. The elder was happy when he looked at Lin Yun. This youth once suffered greatly from him, and he even bled from his 7 orifices. Later, the elder found out that Lin Yun was so persistent because he promised Xianxia that he would kill Yi Luyun. This made the elder feel touched, causing him to finally relax his decision. The elder smiled. I'll preserve the 7 profound steps Violet Palace Realm version for you. You can come and look for me when you reach complete mastery. Thank you. Lin Yun had joy flickering in his eyes. He knew that it wasn't easy to obtain the 7 profound steps Violet Palace Realm. He heard that only elders could obtain them, or he could obtain it by swapping an astronomical sum of contribution points. Go ahead. Guardian Plum already told me that you're here to pick a spiritual sword technique. Lin Yun bowed and immediately headed to the martial hall's 7th level. Normally speaking, his 6th-stage sword firmament token only allowed him to reach the 6th level. But Guardian Plum gave him an exception this time. The surrounding disciples all felt envious when they looked at Lin Yun. Holy shit, the elder is even willing to give Lin Yun the 7 profound steps Violet Palace Realm version. I heard that the martial hall doesn't contain any Violet Palace martial techniques. Those are extremely precious martial techniques that even elders will have a hard time obtaining them, not to mention disciples. Not only that, Guardian Plum even allowed him to pick a spiritual sword technique. He'll definitely pick one on the 7th level. Who wouldn't? I probably won't be able to visit the 7th level in my lifetime. Stop sighing. Lin Yun won it in the Alliance Union battle. Just think about what he went through. Everyone became excited when Lin Yun's battle in the Alliance Union battle was mentioned. They could feel their blood boiling when they thought about it. It was an earth-shattering battle. Chu Haoyu and Chang Wu were even forced to summon their martial souls, but they were still defeated. Even Lin Yun was dyed in blood. The battle was intense. The martial hall had 9 levels and the number of people on each level would decrease as you went up. After all, it wasn't easy to increase the sword firmament token's grade. Even the tokens of most inner disciples only reached the 5th grade because the contribution points needed to increase was an astronomical sum. Under normal circumstances, disciples could only rely on completing missions incessantly. This meant that you had to contribute to the sect. After all, the sect couldn't possibly provide their martial and cultivation techniques without obtaining some benefits. When Lin Yun arrived at the 5th level, there were only about 10 people present. When they saw Lin Yun arrive, they nodded their heads out of good manners. Those who could reach the 5th level were elites of the inner sect, so their eyesight wasn't something ordinary disciples could understand. By the time Lin Yun came to the 6th floor, there were no disciples. As for the 7th floor, it was completely empty and didn't even have a deacon present. There were also fewer jade slips on the shelves. When Lin Yun stood in front of the shelves that stored all the sword techniques, he was surprised. There were hundreds of jade slips on the 6th floor, but on the 7th floor, there were only dozens of martial and cultivation techniques. When Lin Yun organized them into sword techniques, he was left with only 7 of them. "Aren't you junior brother Lin?" A voice sounded out just as Lin Yun was about to look at the jade slips. He clearly sensed that there wasn't anyone present, but he saw a youth when he turned around. The youth was dressed in blue and walked over with a faint smile. "That's me. May I know who you are?" Lin Yun came to the 7th floor thanks to Guardian Plum. So for this youth to be here meant that this youth wasn't as simple as he looked. "Oh, I'm Tang Tong. You shouldn't know me, but I watched the entire Alliance Union battle. So I have a deep impression of you," said Tang Tong with a smile. "Greetings, senior brother Tang," replied Lin Yun. Lin Yun's response surprised Tang Tong. After all, Lin Yun was famed for his arrogance. He walked up and looked at the jade slips in front of Lin Yun. He asked, "Junior brother Lin, are you picking a sword technique?" "I am. But there are only 7 of them, which I didn't anticipate," nodded Lin Yun. 7 isn't a small number. Did you know that it's impressive if a sect even has 1 spiritual sword technique? Tang Tong smiled at Lin Yun. Lin Yun finally understood how precious spiritual martial techniques were after listening to Tang Tong's explanation. You could encounter lesser and intermediate profound martial techniques on the market, but advanced profound martial techniques were impossible to find, not to mention spiritual martial techniques. Judging from their grades, spiritual sword techniques weren't any weaker than ordinary earth sword techniques. But the requirement to practice them was lower than earth sword techniques. Judging from Tang Tong's explanation, he wasn't putting on any airs. Tang Tong looked at the 7 jade slips and continued, "If junior brother Lin trusts me, I'm willing to offer you some advice." "Thank you." Lin Yun rejoiced inwardly. Tang Tong then picked up the jade slips and introduced them to Lin Yun. The 7 sword techniques were respectively the Thunderclap Sword, Astral Cloud Sword, Blood Flame Sword, Icebreaker Sword, Clear Wind Sword, Blazing Sun Sword, and Aquaselenic Sword. Tang Tong picked out 4 sword techniques for Lin Yun. They were the Thunderclap Sword, Astral Cloud Sword, Icebreaker Sword, and the Blazing Sun Sword. They were easier to learn and they were also powerful. They were the common picks among the inner disciples. Most importantly, the sword-bearing elders were proficient in those 4 sword techniques, so you could seek guidance from them. This meant that it would be easier to practice the 4 sword techniques. Furthermore, if you were lucky enough with the sword-bearing elders, you could even receive benefits in terms of resources. However, Lin Yun wasn't too satisfied with these picks. Then we're only left with the Clearwind Sword, Blood Flame Sword, and Aquaselenic Sword. But we can eliminate the Blood Flame Sword right away, smiled Tang Tong. "Why?" asked Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, you'll know when you look at it, smiled Tang Tong. He handed the jade slip over. Lin Yun placed it against his forehead and he could sense an outburst of violent aura. Lin Yun smiled bitterly and placed the jade slip back. Indeed, it's not suitable for me. The blood flame sword is too ominous, and it has to be used with killing aura and hatred. The negative emotions to use this sword technique are too serious. It's powerful, but there aren't many cultivators capable of learning it. Tang Tong paused briefly before he continued. According to my knowledge, only your senior sister, Xianxia, practices this sword technique among the inner disciples. Xianxia? Lin Yun's heart sank. Xianxia seemed gentle and amicable to him. She didn't seem like someone who would practice the blood flame sword. But when he recalled some rumors involving Xianxia, the doubt disappeared in his heart. Then we're left with two sword techniques. I suggest you go with the clear wind sword. It's powerful, and you can kill soundlessly with the wind energy in your sword. But the only flaw in this sword technique is the perverse comprehension required. Tang Tong retrieved the clear wind sword and smiled. But since junior brother Lin can even learn the Overlord sword, I believe that the clear wind sword won't be a problem for you. It was a good sword technique and Lin Yun was tempted by it. But he wasn't in a rush. He looked at the last jade slip and asked, "What about the aquaselenic sword? It's best for you not to go with that. This sword technique is too weird. The technique will fluctuate in terms of strength, which is very weird. When it's powerful, it's comparable to other sword techniques here. But when it's weak, it's even weaker than profound sword techniques. Even if it stabilizes after reaching greater mastery, it's too ordinary." Tang Tong waved his hand. If that was true, then the aquaselenic sword seemed like a sham. If the strength of the sword fluctuated in battle, wouldn't that mean that it was easy to be killed in battle? Lin Yun smiled helplessly. It looks like no one will really go for it. I picked it and paid a great price to swap for another sword technique later on, smiled Tang Tong bitterly as he coughed to conceal the awkward atmosphere. Let me take a look at it first. Lin Yun diverted the topic. The aquaselenic sword was a sword technique containing the elements of water, softness, moon, and yin energy. This piqued Lin Yun's interest because it was rather compatible with the icy energy in the Iris Sword Sutra. Brother Tang, did you practice this to greater mastery? Asked Lin Yun. I reached greater mastery half a year ago, but it's too lacking compared to other spiritual sword techniques in greater mastery. Tang Tong nodded and explained. Then I'll go for it. Lin Yun made his decision a brief moment later. Junior brother Lin, you should reconsider. Otherwise, you'll need 100,000 contribution points if you want to change it to another sword technique in the future, warned Tang Tong. Lin Yun smacked his lips when he heard that. 100,000 contribution points would probably take him 1 year. Then again, Lin Yun was fond of this sword technique. It's fine. I'm fond of this sword technique. I believe there's a reason why the strength fluctuates. Even if I can't find the reason, it'll still be decent after reaching complete mastery. Tang Tong wanted to keep persuading Lin Yun, but he didn't say anything else when he saw the resolve in Lin Yun's eyes. Then I'll be going to pick a movement technique. I won't see you off. Tang Tong cupped his hands together. Thanks for your explanations. Let's meet up again and have a drink. Lin Yun was in a good mood, since he managed to pick his sword technique thanks to Tang Tong's explanation. Haha, I'll hold you to that, replied Tang Tong. Farewell. Lin Yun handed the jade slip and quietly waited after he returned to the main hall. When the elder saw the jade slip, he frowned. But a long time later, he sighed. Come again if you think that it's not suitable half a year from now. The elder knew Lin Yun's temperament well and handed the complete aquaselenic sword over. Thank you. Lin Yun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The elder had treated him well since it was impossible for someone else to receive this treatment. Storing the aquaselenic sword, Lin Yun rushed towards the Locket Mountain. After he left the Locket Mountain, he saw a group of people coming in his direction. The disciples who met them all had fear in their eyes as they avoided the group. From a distance, Lin Yun instantly recognized that they were Gentleman Union's disciples. They just happened to bump into Lin Yun. Then again, It wasn't purely coincidence since it was natural for them to bump into each other as long as they were heading to the martial hall. Lin Yun found them to be familiar and recognized that they were the Gentleman Union's 8 Vajra being accompanied by other disciples. The 8 of them looked proud. They were the Gentleman Union's pillars and they were all experts on the Earth ranking. No one dared to face the 8 of them alone because they were powerful. If Lin Yun remembered correctly, Fu Lingtian gave him a palm on his way back to the Locket Mountain after he killed Yi Luyun. The other party even shamelessly took advantage of his cultivation. And here I was wondering who it was. So it turns out to be our junior brother Zhong Yunxiao. Haha. Junior brother Lin is pretty amazing. Fu Lingtian was briefly stunned when he saw Lin Yun before he laughed. And what has that got to do with you? Asked Lin Yun. What an arrogant brat. Do you really think that you're invincible since you're the champion? Do you think that you're on the same level as us now? Get lost. Fu Lingtian sneered at Lin Yun. Why are you even talking to him? Just teach him a lesson. A robust figure stood out among the 8 Vajras. That robust figure was emitting a killing aura as he slammed his palm down. Did these people still think of him as a cultivator in the 2nd stage of the profound martial realm? The one who attacked was in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. He was 1 stage above Lin Yun. As the wind blew, purple rays shot out from his body. He stomped his foot on the ground and left a few large cracks on the ground. When he attacked with his palm split the air and tore the air apart. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with cold light. He faced the attack head-on and the aura around him suddenly changed from indifferent to sharp. Waves of his aura from the dragon tiger might gushed out from his body like a volcano. He was like an ancient beast once he started accumulating his strength into his fist. Pitiful tricks. Lin Yun threw his punch out. What cultivation technique is Lin Yun practicing? With a huge clash, the attacker was sent flying, leaving the surrounding disciples shocked. The attacker was in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm and his cultivation was higher than Lin Yun by 1 stage. The profound martial realm had 10 stages and every stage would strengthen a cultivator's power several times. Especially after the 5th stage, the difference in every stage was great. But not only did Lin Yun manage to take the palm, he even sent the attacker flying away. The face of the one who attacked looked ashamed as rage built up in his eyes. Let me handle it. The playful expression on Fu Lingtian's face disappeared. It was replaced with a cold grim look as he attacked Lin Yun. His aura swept out when he stepped forward. He was in the pinnacle 6th stage of the profound martial realm and he was half a step away from the 7th stage. I once told you that the Sword Firmament Pavilion wasn't the ruler of the Great Qin Empire. I don't mind repeating it to you. No matter how brightly you shine in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, offending the Gentleman Union will only result in death sooner or later. Fu Lingtian's attack was aimed at Lin Yun's head. In the past, Lin Yun did not understand what Fu Lingtian's words meant. But after he got to know about the Azure Association from Guardian Plum, he knew that the Crown Prince was behind the Gentleman Union. These people wouldn't dare to kill him in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. At best, they would only teach him a lesson. After all, there weren't many people that they didn't dare to offend. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun executed the 7 profound steps and easily avoided Fu Lingtian's attack. You think that you can avoid this? Fu Lingtian laughed. His palm changed into claws as he tried to grab Lin Yun's throat. Lin Yun raised his hand and performed the dragon painting, unleashing a roar as he punched the claw. When the punch and claw collided, an explosion like rumbling lightning sounded out. Fu Lingtian was surprised when he saw that Lin Yun was still standing there firmly. Firmament sword. Fu Lingtian joined his 2 fingers together to form a sword and tried to stab Lin Yun's chest. Fu Lingtian's aura erupted like a volcano as he stabbed at Lin Yun. Many people's faces changed when he saw this scene. The firmament sword was one of the forbidden techniques in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Fu Lingtian truly deserves to be an inner disciple. His attainment in the forbidden technique wasn't low. His first attack was directed at Lin Yun's head, his second attack was at Lin Yun's throat, and his third attack was directed at Lin Yun's chest. His attacks were fatal and they would cause heavy injuries if they struck Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun faced the attacks calmly. 2 rays burst from his eyes and a golden dragon manifested when his fingers moved. When he clenched his fists together, the dragon roared. Torrential energy poured out when he threw his punch. When the 2 attacks collided, the ground cracked and the rocks flew around. Fu Lingtian's eyes widened with shock. He could sense the origin energy in his fingers sinking into a swamp, negated by Lin Yun's punch. But just when Fu Lingtian was about to step back, the energy behind Lin Yun's punch surged forward once more. This time, blood oozed out of Fu Lingtian's lips as he took a few steps back. When he landed on the ground again, his face was black. "I'll kill you." Fu Lingtian flew into a rage. "Big brother will help out." 2 figures among the 8 Vajra dashed towards Lin Yun from the left and right, sandwiching him. Mountain Breaker Fist, Blood Wolf Rage, Cloud Shattering Palm. 3 attacks arrived at the same time as 5 other people watched by the side with murderous aura brewing in their eyes. Even after Lin Yun sent Fu Lingtian flying with a punch, it didn't change the situation. On the contrary, it made the situation worse. If the 3 attacks connected, they would tear Lin Yun into pieces. Great timing! Lin Yun stood his ground with a dragon and a tiger manifesting in each of his fists. The 47 petals of the iris flower bloomed in his dantian. Just when the 3 attacks were about to reach him, Lin Yun slammed his fists together, producing a lightning rumble. A dragon mountain and a tiger mountain manifested before merging together into a colossal mountain that shrouded Lin Yun. It was the hidden dragon, Crouching Tiger. The wind started to gather from the surrounding as the 3 attacks landed on Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun stood his ground firmly, unfazed by the attacks. Before the 3 of them could step down, Lin Yun's aura exploded. His eyes glowed brightly as a colossal tiger manifested behind him with its eyes closed. When Lin Yun threw his punch out, the tiger suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing the aura of a king. This punch contained the prestige of a king, and Lin Yun poured his sword intent, origin energy, and physical energy into it. It might seem like a simple fist, but it was domineering with the might of 100 beasts. The 3 attackers were sent flying as they threw up blood. When they landed on the ground, their eyes radiated with fear. On the other hand, Lin Yun stopped his attack and faintly released his aura. He looked around, and his gaze intimidated everyone he looked at. How is this possible? Holy shit! Lin Yun just joined the inner sect, and yet he's already so powerful. This is too unbelievable. The 8 Vajra are ranked in the top 200s, and they're not someone the disciples in the Alliance Union battle can be compared to. Monster, he's simply a monster. His strength improved again. He probably benefited a lot from being the final winner of the Alliance Union battle. No one had expected that the 8 Vajra would actually lose to Lin Yun. This made those who were worried for Lin Yun feel relieved. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yun to leave, but it would be troublesome if the 8 Vajra ganged up on Lin Yun. When they looked at Lin Yun, he still looked the same as before without any changes. Looking at the surrounding disciples pointing their fingers, Fu Lingtian's face became unsightly. He felt humiliated. He had no idea how Lin Yun cultivated. Lin Yun only joined the sect for 6 months, yet he had already surpassed them. Fu Lingtian then made up his mind that he couldn't allow Lin Yun to leave today no matter what. Otherwise, the 8 Vajra's reputation would be ruined. Lin Yun, you're shameless. Fu Lingtian's sudden roar startled everyone. He continued, "We restrained our strength seeing that you've just been promoted to an inner disciple. We've barely used 30% of our strength, but you were so ruthless with your attacks. What are you trying to do here? Do you not have the sect's rules in your eyes? Are there any sword-bearing elders around? If we weren't strong enough, wouldn't we be killed by you?" His voice left everyone in the surrounding shocked. They didn't know what to say about Fu Lingtian's shamelessness. After all, they had never seen someone as shameless as Fu Lingtian. However, Lin Yun kept his silence and didn't utter a single word. "Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame us for teaching you how to behave today," demanded Fu Lingtian. "Kneel down," the 8 Vajra roared. With a playful gaze, Lin Yun replied, I wonder how you guys are going to teach me to behave. Fu Lingtian drew out his sword. It was clearly a transcendent grade profound artifact. The remaining 7 also drew their swords as they separated themselves to surround Lin Yun. The 8 swords were all transcendent grade profound artifacts, so the fluctuation coming from the spiritual runes was horrifying. Fu Lingtian grinned. Even if Lin Yun had 10 times the guts, there was no way he would dare to face the 8 of them altogether. But did Lin Yun really not have the guts? Lin Yun waved his hand and took out the Scarlet Flame war flag from his interspatial pouch. He waved the flag in his hand and it transformed into the close combat mode. The dual moon scythes at the tip of the flag looked terrifying. You want to teach me how to behave? Lin Yun snorted and slammed the blade into the ground. The 8 Vidra's faces changed when they saw this scene. Their legs started to tremble as fear rose in their hearts. Then let me see how you are going to teach me to behave. Lin Yun swung the Scarlet Flame war flag at the 8 of them. Who could block the might of a cosmic artifact? When Lin Yun swung the flag, it unleashed a violent aura. No one expected that Lin Yun would launch his attack so directly in the blink of an eye. The faces of the 8 Vidra changed as they retreated without hesitation. When the dual moon scythe landed on the ground, it raised a pillar of flames. Even the ground trembled from this attack with flames rising like a volcanic eruption. Even though the 8 Vidra retreated quickly, they were still affected by the ripples of the attack. The 8 of them groaned as blood oozed down from their lips and the color on their faces paled. A cosmic artifact! The 8 of them had fear in their eyes. They suddenly recalled that Lin Yun obtained a cosmic artifact after winning the Alliance Union battle. It was simply a pipe dream for the 8 of them to teach Lin Yun how to behave. Is that the power of a cosmic artifact? Holy shit! That was just an attack. No wonder Lin Yun is so confident. Hehe, now this is a show. The 8 Vidra have always been arrogant and bullied others. But they met a tough opponent today. The surrounding disciples looked excited. When they felt the heat, they took several steps back with lingering fear in their eyes. I don't believe that he can use that cosmic artifact with his cultivation. Fu Lingtian's eyes flashed with violence. He gnashed his teeth. Let's attack him together. Since we've already come this far, let's settle our grudge with him. Kill! The 8 Vidra were used to being arrogant in the sect and they had never felt so humiliated before. It was especially humiliating since it was happening in front of the other disciples of the Gentleman Union. After they recovered from the initial shock, the murderous aura around them surged. With Fu Lingtian taking the lead, the 8 of them attacked Lin Yun and origin energy fluctuated out. However, Lin Yun faced their attacks calmly. It was still too much for him to utilize the Scarlet True Flame, but he had no trouble maintaining the close combat mode. At the very least, it was more than enough for him to deal with these 8 people. The 8 Vidra flew through the air quickly. As for Lin Yun, he stood firmly on the ground swinging the Scarlet Flame war flag. In his hands, the might of the cosmic artifact was fully brought out, easily dissolving the attacks directed at him. The 8 Vidra did whatever they could do, but they couldn't gain any advantage against Lin Yun. Lin Yun fended off the attacks directed at him, causing Fu Lingtian to roar and charge over with his attack. However, Lin Yun snorted coldly and broke the attack forcibly. The tip of the war flag then landed on Fu Lingtian's chest, producing a metallic sound. Fu Lingtian's clothes ripped off and revealed black armor. Fu Lingtian ignored the cosmic artifact's impact and he sneered, "What can you do to me? This is a transcendent grade profound artifact. It can resist the attack of your cosmic artifact 10 times. Fu Lingtian's confidence was boosted when he saw that Lin Yun's attack failed to penetrate through his armor. He charged forward once more while trying to drag Lin Yun down to create an opportunity for his companions. Lin Yun's eyes glowed when he saw the armor. It looks like even the lackeys of the Wang clan were pretty well off. After all, defensive profound artifacts were rare to find. But it had encountered the Scarlet Flame war flag. Lin Yun stabbed out with the flag and struck the black armor. His attack produced a crack and the armor that Fu Lingtian was so proud of shattered into pieces. At the same time, Fu Lingtian's ribs shattered and he was sent flying while throwing up blood. Let's finish this. Lin Yun's aura exploded and he left 7 afterimages in the air. Every single strike landed on the 7 other attackers. None of them remained standing when he was done. Without any changes to his face, Lin Yun slowly approached Fu Lingtian, who was struggling to get up on his feet. Junior brother Lin, let's discuss things. Fu Lingtian was terrified and he couldn't stop trembling. He no longer had the arrogance from before. The Scarlet Flame war flag returned to its original form as Lin Yun placed it back into his interspatial pouch. Looking at Fu Lingtian, Lin Yun spoke out, "It's true that the Great Qin Empire isn't ruled by the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but clowns like you have no right to be arrogant in front of me in the Sword Firmament Pavilion." Then, Lin Yun kicked his leg twice on Fu Lingtian's knees, drawing a loud cry from the latter. "Kneel well." Lin Yun left without turning back. "Big brother." The 7 other 8 Vidra got on their feet in fear as they wanted to help Fu Lingtian to his feet. But Lin Yun paused his footsteps. That alone sent a chill down their spines and they no longer dared to move. They waited for Lin Yun to leave before they helped Fu Lingtian up and fled. The spectators in the surroundings laughed when they witnessed this scene. Many of them felt satisfied. That was great. Lin Yun really gave it to them. Haha. Just look at how terrified they were. They deserve it. They should have been punished a long time ago. In the past, people feared the Gentleman Union and did nothing. Unfortunately, they ran into Lin Yun this time. Lin Yun has genuinely risen in status. He's not any inferior to Bai Lishuan now. I'm really looking forward to the fight of these 2 monstrous geniuses when Bai Lishuan comes out. The king never meets another king. After all, there's no way the mountain can hold 2 tigers. There's no doubt that there will be a fight between them. Everyone continued their discussions after Lin Yun left. They had finally witnessed Lin Yun's strength today. Without the cosmic artifact, Lin Yun could defeat 3 of the 8 Vidra. This meant that his strength was in the top 100 on the Earth ranking or even higher. There hadn't been any changes to the top 100 on the mortal ranking for a long time, so it was shocking for Lin Yun to have such achievements after he was just promoted to an inner disciple. Looking at Lin Yun, he naturally reminded many people of Bai Lishuan. When Lin Yun returned to the Locket Mountain, he greeted those he was familiar with and headed to Xian Yan's residence. But coincidentally, Xian Ju was also around. The siblings were casually chatting, so Lin Yun naturally took his leave since it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt. "Why are you leaving? Stay behind. Big brother was just talking about you earlier," laughed Xian Yan as she dragged Lin Yun back. "Talking about me?" Lin Yun couldn't help feeling curious and he looked at Xian Ju. Lin Yun was filled with admiration for this person on the sky ranking. He couldn't help feeling curious about what they were talking about. Although Xian Ju's aura still felt unfathomable, it felt different compared to before. Xian Ju's aura was more condensed now, which gave Lin Yun enormous pressure. "Big brother Xian Ju, you made a breakthrough?" asked Lin Yun. "I reached the 10th stage of the profound martial realm half a month ago. There have always been rumors that I'm inferior to the 8 titles. And now, I'm finally able to contend with them." Xian Ju nodded with a smile. He might sound humble, but Lin Yun could sense Xian Ju's confidence. "You just fought." Xian Ju frowned when he looked at Lin Yun. He could sense the disruption in Lin Yun's aura. Lin Yun nodded his head and told them honestly what just happened. When Xian Yan heard what happened, her face sank. "It's good to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll think that you're a pushover." On the other hand, Xian Ju's eyes flashed. When he looked at Lin Yun again, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He finally spoke out after a long while. "I was still worried about you earlier, but it seems that there's nothing for me to worry about." "Worried about me?" Lin Yun was baffled. "I'm here to look for you. Bloom Phoenix Princess's birthday will be 7 days from now and all the sects will send a representative over. Senior brother Yi is in seclusion, so I'll be leading the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party," said Xian Ju. Lin Yun knew that the senior brother Yi Xian Ju mentioned was the first on the sky ranking, Yifeng. "Guardian Plum requested me to bring you along to widen your horizon since there will be many experts. I was worried that you might suffer a little since you just joined the inner sect. But it looks like my concern was all for nothing, explained Xianxia. Speaking of which, it has been 5 years since Bloom Phoenix Princess held a birthday celebration. I wonder what it will look like, smiled Xianxia. Bloom Phoenix Princess was known to be the great Qin Empire's Bella. Lin Yun felt that it would be a good idea for him to get to know her. But it was just as Xianxia said. Conflicts would be unavoidable during this gathering. After all, everyone in the great Qin Empire wants to be the best, which was just human nature. Lin Yun had a feeling that the birthday banquet would be interesting. Lin Yun chatted with the two of them. Aside from the birthday banquet, Lin Yun also sought Xianxia's advice on cultivation, and the latter explained everything to him patiently. When Lin Yun left, he finally had an idea for the aquaselenic sword. The back of the sword firmament pavilion was decorated with a mountain range. It was known as the Extermination Mountain Range. The mountain range was famous in heavenly Qin County. The 3 other sects were also built by the borders of the mountain range, only their location was different. The Extermination Mountain Range was filled with demonic beasts, and the mountain range was so massive that it was connected to a few surrounding empires. Many disciples would train themselves there by hunting demonic beasts, practicing martial techniques, or accumulating bloodlust. But most of them would stay by the borders due to the dangers inside the mountain range. The core region of the mountain range was somewhere that not even the sect's elders with cultivation in the Violet Palace realm dared to step in. Furthermore, it was shrouded in miasma throughout the years, forming a poisonous barrier. The astral roars could be heard there from time to time. Although it was dangerous, the poisonous miasma looked gorgeous when the sunlight shined on it. It would create a scene of a rainbow that surrounded the miasma. The miasma was one of the reasons why no disciples dared to step in. They wouldn't be able to last long in the miasma if their cultivation was lacking, not to mention that it was fatal if they stayed in there for too long. Within the poisonous miasma stood Lin Yun on a lone peak with his hands behind his back. He didn't rest after bidding farewell to the siblings and left on the dragon-blooded horse. The birthday banquet was 7 days away. Lin Yun naturally couldn't resort to normal means if he wanted to make some progress in the aquaselenic sword. This was the reason why Lin Yun had to defy logic and find a dangerous place to practice his sword technique. This was why he chose the Extermination Mountain Range. Before he knew it, 3 days had already passed. Lin Yun had been practicing the aquaselenic sword the whole time without any rest. The transcendent spiritual martial technique was impressive, and it displayed astonishing might upon reaching initial mastery. But it was just like what Tang Tong had said. Its strength would fluctuate, which made this sword technique very odd. Anyone else would curse when they encountered this and try to find an alternate sword technique. But Lin Yun spent the last 3 days comprehending this sword technique. The wind is formless. The cloud is endless. The mountain is majestic. The water is shapeless. Lin Yun vaguely sensed that the fluctuation in the aquaselenic sword wasn't its flaw, but its merit instead. It had the aloofness of a mountain and flexibility of water. Could contain anything. There must be a trick behind the aquaselenic sword, unlike what Tang Tong said. Tang Tong managed to stabilize the fluctuation after reaching greater mastery, but it was weaker than other transcendent spiritual sword techniques. This meant that Tang Tong must have made a mistake somewhere. Lin Yun's gaze fell upon the poisonous miasma 1,000 meters away. There were 2 shadows clashing within the miasma, and the intensity of their fight was causing a huge commotion. A demonic beast tore apart the poisonous miasma, knocking down dozens of towering trees before appearing in front of Lin Yun. The demonic beast was covered in black fur. It looked extremely ugly and was 30 meters tall. It had crimson sinister fangs and violet pupils. It's the Crimson Blood Fiend Wolf, a pinnacle 6th-stage demonic beast. A clear wind blew past and the ground trembled. A beast way larger than the Crimson Blood Fiend Wolf appeared. It had the shape of a leopard and was blazing with flames while staring at the wolf. His gaze swept past Lin Yun with contempt. Letting out a roar, the fire energy in the atmosphere gathered towards Lin Yun. Then, it started to approach and a dazzling fireball descended, releasing a massive heat wave into the surroundings. Lin Yun's eyes glowed. He now knew why the Crimson Blood Fiend Wolf lost. It was the demon runic leopard. a rare demonic beast with excellent control over fire elements. Are you threatening me with this measly fireball? Lin Yun shook his head. I'm not here to take advantage of the situation. The demon runic leopard must have thought that Lin Yun was here to take advantage of the situation, trying to snatch its prey. Lin Yun was here to practice his sword and test his comprehension of the aquaselenic sword that he had practiced for the past 3 days. Origin energy fluctuated as a dragon and a tiger roar echoed in the mountain peak. Lin Yun balled his fists together and smashed the fireball apart. When the fireball was smashed apart, it blew up like fireworks. This shocked the two demonic beasts as they turned to look at Lin Yun. A youth stood at the top of the mountain. Fear flashed in the pupils of the crimson-blood fiend-wolf. Its instinct told it that this youth was even more dangerous than the demon runic leopard and that it would be killed if it was careless. Even the demon runic leopard that looked at Lin Yun with disdain earlier became serious. The two demonic beasts seemed to have silently formed an alliance. Flames blazed on the demon runic leopard. The leopard suddenly charged forward like a streaking meteorite. As for the crimson-blood fiend-wolf, it also began to charge over like a bolt of lightning. You guys are just in time. Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword. Drawing it out from its scabbard, Lin Yun swung his sword at the demon runic leopard, sending it flying. The shockwave from this attack created cracks on the ground. The crimson-blood fiend-wolf took advantage of this and swiped with its claws. Lin Yun gently maneuvered through the shattered rocks in the air with great agility while retaliating with his sword. After Lin Yun resolved the crimson-blood fiend-wolf's attack, he dived down with the 7 profound steps. He swung his sword with the might of a tsunami, which caught the crimson-blood fiend-wolf by surprise. It was startled by the might of Lin Yun's sword, so it backed down. Lin Yun's attack didn't deal any fatal attacks on the wolf, but it left a huge cut on its body. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, the scattered leaves flew around. Right at this moment, the demon runic leopard charged over once more, accompanied by rippling heat waves. The blazing temperature even distorted the air, burning up the oxygen so that it was hard to breathe. Lin Yun swung his sword backwards, but just when he was about to stab out, the aura in his sword changed. If his attack on the crimson-blood fiend-wolf was like a tidal wave, then this sword was like a small creek. But there weren't any changes on Lin Yun's face. He got wounds on his body while trying to comprehend the aquaselenic sword in battle. Over the past 3 days, he became used to the fluctuation of this sword technique. So, he wanted to test out what he learned right now. When the sword fell on the demon runic leopard, Lin Yun was knocked back. This made the demon runic leopard shocked because Lin Yun's attack was a lot weaker than before. But before the demon runic leopard recovered from its shock, Lin Yun charged over. He was like a small flowing creek. The sword might be weak, but he kept swinging it around and left wounds on the leopard. His attacks were endless, and after 10 odd attacks, the sword energy left in the leopard's body began to converge and tore a huge wound on the leopard. The leopard let out a loud wail in pain as it rolled on the ground. Suddenly, a violent aura swept over as the crimson-blood fiend-wolf charged over. The sky is full of leaves, with soft sounds like the rain. Clouds and moon become water and flow into the sword. Lin Yun swung his sword, annihilating everything in his path. This sword was like the moon and cloud that was reflected in the water. Compared to the small creek earlier, this attack was filled with dominance. The sword aura and the crimson-blood fiend-wolf's claws clashed together. In the next second, the black claws shattered while the power behind Lin Yun's sword stayed. When the sword cut through the claws, the wolf was split into 2. When the demon runic leopard finally got on its feet and saw the crimson-blood fiend-wolf's corpse, it was so terrified that it fled. It had a powerful defense, so there was no way ordinary sword aura could harm it. But Lin Yun's sword aura was weird. It was like an endless spring rain. By the time the leopard noticed it, it was already too late. It had never seen such a weird sword technique before, and so it fled when it saw the wolf's miserable death. I didn't say that you can leave. Converging river. Lin Yun fiercely ran after it as the ground trembled from his steps. His sword aura was boundless like the ocean, overlapping and destroying all the surrounding trees. Lin Yun stabbed his sword out and then sheathed his sword. When the flower burial sword returned to its sheath, the demon runic leopard was swallowed up by the sword aura, not having an opportunity to cry out. The crimson blood fiend wolf was split into two, while the demon runic leopard was shredded apart. Lin Yun fell into deep thought when he saw this scene. It looks like he was right. The fluctuation in the sword wasn't the Aquaselenic sword's weakness, but part of its merit. This meant that the Aquaselenic sword was filled with changes. Could be powerful like the mountain that crashed down in waves or weak like drizzling rain. This was a sword technique filled with many variations. How could his opponents defend themselves if it was filled with many changes? Lin Yun could feel a headache coming on when he placed himself in his opponent's shoes. This was the true might of a transcendent spiritual sword technique. The Aquaselenic sword wasn't weak. On the contrary, it should be the strongest transcendent spiritual sword technique in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Tang Tong must have taken the wrong path for it to seem so common. As Lin Yun's eyes flashed, he fell into deep thought. There's 4 days left. After I gain complete control of the chilling sword aura, the Aquaselenic sword will reach greater mastery. He had to grasp the intent behind the sword so that practicing it would become easier. It was just like finding the right path among countless paths. Not only was it more efficient, but he wouldn't be trapped or led down the wrong path. The dragon-blooded horse ran over and grinned before heading for the 2 beast cores. It was especially excited since one of the cores was a variant beast core. The 2 beast cores would be a fulfilling meal for the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse possessed a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. This meant that its cultivation was even more terrifying than Lin Yun. It was already at the 6th stage of the profound martial realm, and it could reach the 7th stage after devouring the 2 beast cores. Lin Yun didn't disrupt the dragon-blooded horse with its meal. He sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards the core region of the Extermination Mountain range. He could sense heavy pressure coming from the core. Rumor had it that there were demonic beasts in the heavenly soul realm there. Demonic beasts in the heavenly soul realm were unimaginable existences to Lin Yun. Encountering them would only mean certain death for him. Not only him, but even the sex elders would die if they weren't careful. But it shouldn't be a problem for Lin Yun as long as he didn't go too deep. With the Scarlet Flame War Flag, he was capable of escaping if he encountered demonic beasts in the Violet Palace realm. Lin Yun took one more glance at the dragon-blooded horse before he left it alone. He was here to train himself, and it was more efficient for him if he was by himself. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain range, and he would encounter a battle every few steps. Lin Yun didn't think too much about it, and a path of blood was left in his wake. Occasionally, he would use the 7 profound steps to escape if he encountered powerful demonic beasts. He had nothing to fear with the 7 profound steps that was approaching complete mastery. No demonic beasts could catch him if he was determined to leave. Half a day later, Lin Yun saw a waterfall. The waterfall was over 3 kilometers long and formed a lake beneath it. This made Lin Yun's eyes light up because this was the first time he saw a lake after spending days in the Extermination Mountain range. Looks like I'm staying here. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and landed on the lake as gentle as a feather. The origin energy within his body fluctuated, and he walked on the surface of the lake like it was land. There was nothing special about this. Cultivators in the profound martial realm could easily accomplish this with their origin energy. Soft like water, cold like the moon. The moon's reflection in the water is like the sword. Lin Yun closed his eyes and thought back to the sword technique's mantra in his mind. The surroundings became quiet. Only the sound of splashing water could be heard as a faint breeze swept over the water. When Lin Yun calmed down completely, even the sound of water crashing had disappeared. Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed with the flower burial sword. A torrential sword aura gushed out like a geyser on top the lake. Lin Yun continued to swing his sword. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed without him knowing. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, he had entered a special state. He was only focused on practicing the Aquaselenic sword. Aside from the formless sword aura, the Aquaselenic sword also contained chilling and aloof characteristics. Lin Yun managed to comprehend the Aquaselenic sword fully, but he was still somewhat lacking. It's still not enough. Lin Yun didn't know how many times it had been since he swung his sword. He was completely consumed with practicing his sword. But it still wasn't enough. Lin Yun roared in his heart. Honestly speaking, his sword technique had improved by a lot over the past 2 days, and his sword even emitted a terrifying chill aura. Under the Iris Sword Sutra, the chilling sword aura only grew more terrifying. The waterfall fell down like snow. Lin Yun swung his sword and the Aquaselenic sword released a chilling attack. However, Lin Yun didn't notice it and he continued swinging his sword. Suddenly, the sword aura started to accumulate violently. Lin Yun was briefly shocked before he instantly comprehended what was going on. He closed his eyes to focus on the sword aura. When he reopened his eyes, it had already been 4 hours. His eyes were glowing and he mumbled, "I see." Lin Yun swung the flower burial sword. When he swung his sword, it produced a thunderous roar that echoed over the lake. At the same time, the flower burial sword merged with the surroundings perfectly. In the next second, the surface of the lake began to tremble as dozens of splashes shot into the sky like arrows. Lin Yun swung his sword again. When he swung his sword this time, dozens of water splashes froze into ice, forming ice pillars. The Aquaselenic sword finally stepped into initial greater mastery. It would still take some time for him to reach true greater mastery. He still had to digest his insights over the past few days. If someone else were in Lin Yun's shoes, they would have rejoiced because of the speed that Lin Yun comprehended the technique. Lin Yun clearly knew that he didn't have much time to progress and that he should be satisfied with how far he reached. The Aquaselenic sword would be enough for Lin Yun until Guardian Plum gave him the Overlord Sword's complete book. At the very least, the Aquaselenic sword was stronger than the Dragon Tiger Fist. Most importantly, it was a perfect match for the Iris Sword Sutra. Although he could fuse his sword intent into his fist, the Iris Sword Sutra still needed the sword to unleash its true might. He still had 2 days until the princess's birthday. Cultivating the sword technique had gone smoother than he had imagined. On his way back to the sect, he researched the Azure transcript. The Azure transcript came from someone powerful. There were 36 pages written with spiritual runes. The spiritual runes were profound and Lin Yun couldn't understand them. But they gave him a certain feeling. The reason why he could see what was in the painting differently than Senior Hong was because the painting was made of spiritual runes. It was just that it was more profound than normal. This meant that Lin Yun had to slowly increase his insights of the Azure transcript if he wanted to understand the rose painting. In a secret pavilion located at the Great Qin Empire's capital stood Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked nervous as he looked at the mysterious youth behind the crystal bead curtain. He had been summoned here, but for the whole hour that he was here, the youth didn't utter a single word. Behind the crystal bead curtain, the youth placed his wine cup on the table heavily. He looked at Wang Yan through the curtain indifferently and said, "Wang Yan, you're a disappointment. You even managed to fail at something like this." Wang Yan's face was drained of color. He dropped to his knees and replied, "Your Highness, you can't blame me for this. Who could have expected him to be so powerful? Even Chu Haoyu and Chong Wu were defeated by him." The youth behind the curtain sighed and toyed with the cup in his hand. He smiled. "You told me last year that he was just a sword slave from a small place and that there was no need to trouble me with it. But now, he crippled the Chu Haoyu that I had my eyes on. This is the first time the Azure Association has suffered such a terrible loss." Although the youth was smiling, his gaze made Wang Yan feel a chill down his spine. Wang Yan gnashed his teeth. It was all because of Lin Yun. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, he wouldn't be so pathetic before the Crown Prince. "Forget it. There's no need for you to follow up on this matter anymore. I'll see how capable he is to cripple someone from my Azure Association." The youth smiled and waved his hand, which made Wang Yan feel greatly relieved. Wang Yan immediately replied, "It's all my fault. I'm willing to be punished for it." Filling up his cup, the youth looked at Wang Yan. He then asked with a grave expression, "How is Bai Lishuan doing?" "Based on what I heard from the elders, Bai Lishuan has a high chance of achieving the saint physique. The reason why he isn't out is that he has been accumulating his strength. I believe that he will soar into the sky when he comes out, replied Wang Yan. What about Xianxia? He asked. Wang Yan's face turned ugly upon mentioning Xianxia. He lowered his voice. He reached the 10th stage some time ago, and the elders are placing great importance on him. They even expect him to obtain first place in the Dragon Gate competition. First? The youth's face sank with a murderous flash in his eyes. So he isn't giving up. The champion of the Dragon Gate competition can make a request. I believe the goal of the two siblings is becoming the champion. There's no way he can become the champion with your highness around. The siblings have the Sword Firmament Pavilion supporting them, but they are too naive to think that they can escape your control, replied Wang Yan. No one can stop me from doing what I want, said the youth. He continued, Xianxia seems to be leading the team for the princess's birthday in 2 days' time, right? That's right. I heard that Lin Yun is coming along as well, responded Wang Yan. Is that so? Then I'll be able to take a look at the new monster of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The youth revealed a playful smile. There was only one night left until the birthday banquet when Lin Yun returned to the Locket Mountain. His harvest over the past 7 days of bitter cultivation was great. The aquaselenic sword had reached greater mastery, and he had grasped the essence of it. In addition to that, his cultivation improved thanks to the astronomical sum of second-grade spiritual jades that he won. All of this was possible because his aptitude was the 8th-grade spiritual physique, which was rare, even in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. With the Iris Sword Sutra, his cultivation could improve at a rapid speed as long as he had sufficient resources. And in the last 7 days, he used 2,000 second-grade spiritual jades. The sex elders would be shocked to hear about this huge exhaustion of resources. The current plan was for the group to depart tomorrow. If it was someone else who was about to meet the princess, they would surely feel nervous about it. After all, the 4 prestigious sects, the Heavenly Qin Institute, and the nobles of the capital were going to be in attendance. This was a great event, one that would shake the empire. If they were lucky, they might even catch the princess' attention. Although the odds weren't high, there was no harm in imagining it. But Lin Yun did not have such thoughts. After all, if it weren't for Guardian Plum, he might not have been willing to go. But since he had already decided to go, then he wouldn't treat the event lightly. He expected that there would be a fight since many geniuses were gathered, not to mention that Lin Yun was currently in the limelight. He was the reason why the Phoenix Plum rang, and he was the Alliance Union Battles champion. His name had spread beyond the sect for a long time now. With so many geniuses gathered, he wouldn't have to challenge them, they would challenge him. If he lost from those challenges, he would be humiliated. Lin Yun took out a dozen second-grade spiritual jades and started cultivating in the courtyard. His cultivation was at the late phase 5th stage of the profound martial realm, so he was only 1 step away from the 6th grade. Although he couldn't make a breakthrough anytime soon, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, the second-grade spiritual jades he had weren't something that others could enjoy. Furthermore, the disadvantage with his cultivation was too obvious compared to other inner disciples. Although he could fend off disciples in the 7th stage with the Iris Sword Sutra, he would have a higher chance of winning if he was in the 6th stage. It didn't take long for the second-grade spiritual jades in his hand to shatter. Lin Yun sighed in his heart. He felt conflicted. He was happy that the Iris Sword Sutra had evolved to the 8th stage because it was only a matter of time before he caught up to everyone. But he was worried because the second-grade spiritual jades that he had wouldn't last him long. Once he exhausted them, it would be harder for his cultivation to improve in the future. After he exhausted 100 second-grade spiritual jades, he was only 1 step away from the 6th stage. If someone else exhausted that many second-grade spiritual jades, they would have reached the 6th stage by now. This won't do. I have to reach the 6th stage before dawn tomorrow. Lin Yun made a resolution. A brief moment later, a crimson fruit appeared in his hand. It was the dragonflame fruit that he got back then. 4 of the 8 titles in the Great Qin Empire gathered for the dragonflame fruit, but it ultimately fell into his hand. He initially wanted to give it to Xianxia, but it was shoved back to him by Xianyan. This was a fruit that could increase one's chances of stepping into the Violet Palace realm by 30%. If any one of the 8 titles reach the Violet Palace realm, they'll become the strongest in the Great Qin Empire. This fruit would increase the odds of their breakthrough by 30%. So it should have a 100% chance of helping Lin Yun reach the 6th stage. But the only flaw in his plan was that it was wasteful for him to use it to make a breakthrough to the 6th stage. If the 8 titles knew that he was using it to reach the 6th stage, they would probably skin him alive. I should use it when I need to. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. He tossed the dragon flame fruit into his mouth without hesitation. When the fruit entered his system, it turned into a crimson liquid that coursed through his body. It made Lin Yun feel as though he was burning. Lin Yun was a little shocked. If this carried on, he would be enveloped by the dragon flame fruit's spiritual energy. He didn't dare to be careless and started circulating the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun's cultivation sword. He had no obstructions and easily made a breakthrough to the 6th stage a brief moment later. After forming the 6th vein, the energy coming from the dragon flame fruit didn't decrease and continued to course through his body. His origin energy was like a sword that went through a refinery, and the situation soon stabilized. After reaching the 6th stage, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. There was a second where Lin Yun regretted using the dragon flame fruit. As dawn approached, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath. His eyes glowed brightly and he emitted a powerful aura, which made him seem a little unfathomable. He was at the pinnacle 6th stage of the profound martial realm. After consuming the dragon flame fruit, his cultivation increased from the 5th stage to the pinnacle 6th stage. The dragon flame fruit was truly worthy to be fought over by 4 of the 8 titles. Lin Yun guessed that the effects would be better if he was in the late phase of the profound martial realm because his strength would be boosted by 2 times over a period of 1 night. Even with Lin Yun's composure, he still found this unbelievable. "Junior brother, it's time to leave." Xianxia's voice sounded out, which jolted Lin Yun awake. He responded to Xianxia and washed up before leaving through the door. When he pushed the door apart, Xianxia's clothes couldn't conceal her breathtaking figure. "Our junior brother seems to be getting more handsome." Xianxia examined Lin Yun. He was donned in azure clothes with refined features. She smiled. "Hehe, perhaps the princess might take a liking to you." Lin Yun had undergone a transformation in 6 months. He looked more mature now. "Senior sister, you stop messing with me," replied Lin Yun. The princess was known to be the most beautiful woman in the Great Qin Empire. She was the dream lover of countless cultivators. But to Lin Yun, Su Xiao or Yu Weiwei were more breathtaking. He didn't think that the princess beauty could surpass those 2. "Wait up." Xianxian sensed that there was something unusual in the atmosphere, and she smiled. "Junior brother, you made a breakthrough?" Lin Yun replied by nodding his head. "I'm not surprised. After all, you have 6,000 second-grade spiritual jades from the Alliance Union battle. It's not surprising that you made a breakthrough with so many resources," smiled Xianxian. Lin Yun had nothing to hide from Xianxian. He revealed, "I also refined the dragon flame fruit." Xianxian was shocked when she heard that, but she didn't blame Lin Yun for being wasteful. She merely smiled. "Wow, no matter, let's get going. Big brother is still waiting for us." The 2 rode their horses towards the Sword Firmament Pavilion. When they arrived, there were 5 people waiting for them. Luo Feng and Xianju were among their ranks, along with 3 disciples whose cultivation weren't any weaker than Xianxian. They must be elites on the Earth ranking. Lin Yun even recognized one of them as Tang Tong, who proceeded to smile at Lin Yun. "Greetings, Elder Luo Feng, Senior Brother Xianju." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Luo Feng stroked his beard and nodded his head with a smile. "Lin Yun, how's your cultivation after 7 days?" After Luo Feng asked, the gaze of everyone fell onto Lin Yun. They had long heard of Lin Yun and how he defeated the 8 Vajra a few days ago. This junior brother of theirs just joined the Earth ranking and he lived up to the description of a monster. "I made some improvement in my sword technique. I also made a considerable improvement in my cultivation," said Lin Yun. "A considerable improvement in your cultivation?" Luo Feng was shocked before he smiled. "Good. It has only been a few days. Yet you're already at the 6th stage." His words left Tang Tong and everyone else shocked. Now they knew why they felt Lin Yun was different from before. When they thought of Lin Yun's gains in the Alliance Union battle, their hearts jolted. If they had 6,000 second-grade spiritual jades, they could also easily make a breakthrough to the 6th stage. Rather than feeling shocked, they felt envious. The 6,000 second-grade spiritual jades wasn't a small sum even for an elder. Luo Feng wasn't surprised. He gave it to Lin Yun because he noticed that Lin Yun's foundation was lacking. Good. Come. Throw a punch at me, said Luo Feng. Lin Yun might have just made a breakthrough, but his new strength shouldn't be just for show. Luo Feng wanted to test Lin Yun to see if Lin Yun ruined his foundation for the sake of a new cultivation level. He wouldn't let Lin Yun join the banquet if Lin Yun didn't satisfy him. After all, Lin Yun's fame was at an all-time high and many people would definitely challenge him. If his foundation wasn't sturdy enough, he would become a laughingstock. Lin Yun nodded his head and took a deep breath. All eyes were on him. Many people were discussing among themselves and looked at Lin Yun with envy and jealousy. His cultivation improved real quick. He's already in the 6th stage. But won't it ruin the stability of his foundation? Isn't his cultivation improving a little too quickly? It's a little too fast. Elder Luo Feng probably has this concern and wants Lin Yun to throw a punch at him to see. Does that mean that Elder Luo Feng won't let him go to the banquet if he is dissatisfied with Lin Yun? Let's just watch. Many people were looking forward to Lin Yun failing. With Lin Yun's cultivation, he could naturally hear the surrounding discussion. However, his confidence didn't waver. After all, they didn't know that he made his breakthrough using the dragon blood fruit and not the second-grade spiritual jades. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Yun in anticipation. Although Luo Feng maintained his composure, he was feeling uneasy in his heart. The reason why he asked Lin Yun to throw a punch at him was to test the latter. He wanted to see if Lin Yun's foundation was unstable before they made their plans. Simply based on Lin Yun's cultivation, there were many inner disciples that were stronger than him. For example, there were many 7th-stage inner disciples among the disciples who were sending them off. Which of them didn't want to visit the banquet? Unfortunately for them, the quota was limited. Even if Guardian Plum designated Lin Yun to participate, he still needed to convince the masses. In Luo Feng's view, it would be sufficient if Lin Yun could exert strength in the 6th stage. After all, Lin Yun had just been promoted to the 6th stage, so it was normal that he wouldn't be able to face those in the same stage. But that didn't matter. After all, Lin Yun had a decent aptitude and the 8th-grade spiritual physique was rare even in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Let's begin. Luo Feng nodded his head uneasily at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes glowed. The 6 profound veins in his body triggered as origin energy fluctuated from within. Lin Yun's temperament changed when the origin energy within his body surged. His origin energy roared, making him like a drawn sword filled with explosive power. What powerful aura! The disciples who were sending the team off had a drastic change on their faces when they saw this scene. Lin Yun balled his fists together and threw out a punch. After being refined by the dragon blood fruit, Lin Yun's aura was denser than before without any stains. When his origin energy flowed within his body, he emitted a faint radiance. Faint violet flickers shined from his body as Lin Yun threw out a punch. His punch produced a thunderous explosion in the air, which robbed everyone of their hearing for a brief moment. Before the surrounding aura dissipated, a wave of aura swept out from Lin Yun's body. The shockwave raised a cloud of dust. They looked at the long-haired youth after they recovered and were shocked. This was a punch that not even those in the 7th stage could unleash. Lin Yun's origin energy was so dense and they couldn't imagine that he was only in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. It clearly was an ordinary punch that had not accumulated, but it shut the mouths of those who doubted him. Even though he was an elite in the 8th stage on the Earth ranking, Tang Tong also had to suck in a cold breath. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Yun. This punch couldn't be underestimated. As for Xianxia, she didn't look shocked. She only had a smile on her face. She wasn't surprised by the density of Lin Yun's origin energy because she knew he refined the dragon flame fruit. She guessed that Lin Yun's origin energy must have reached the 7th stage. And if his cultivation technique could refine the dragon flame fruit completely, not even Tang Tong, who was in the 8th stage, could suppress him. The dragon flame fruit and the thousands of second-grade spiritual jades that Lin Yun refined gave him confidence. On the other hand, Xianxia fell into deep thought. He had guessed something, but he didn't want to expose Lin Yun. In terms of shock, Luo Feng was the most shocked. He only wanted to test Lin Yun's strength to convince everyone else. He never expected that the punch from Lin Yun surpassed the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. "You're still all right?" Luo Feng smiled. He rejoiced inwardly while maintaining a calm composure on the outside. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't argue with Luo Feng. Xianxia smiled. "That's one powerful fist. I believe you'll be able to shine in the banquet." "I heard that you chose the aquaselenic sword from the martial hall," said Luo Feng. "That's right. This sword technique is good for my cultivation technique," said Lin Yun. When he spoke, everyone wore a playful smile on their faces. Who in the Sword Firmament Pavilion didn't know that the aquaselenic sword was known for its fluctuation? It merely had the name of a transcendent spiritual sword technique without the power to back up. It was even weaker than advanced spiritual sword techniques. "Go and pick another one when we're done. The aquaselenic sword isn't a good choice." Tang Tong is a good example of this. He didn't take the advice given to him, and his cultivation got dragged down in the process. Luo Feng shook his head because he didn't believe Lin Yun's words. As the protagonist, Tang Tong smiled bitterly. Lin Yun wanted to perform the aquaselenic sword, but he gave up on it after looking at Luo Feng. He wasn't in a rush, and Luo Feng would get to see it sooner or later. The aquaselenic sword was already at greater mastery, so there was no way he would change it. "Let's go." Everyone rode on their horses and headed to the capital under the gazes of the surrounding disciples. Luo Feng and Xianxia took the lead, while Lin Yun followed behind along with Tang Tong. "Lin Yun, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Wang Jin. He's ranked 9th on the Earth ranking. This is senior brother Yending, ranked 8th on the Earth ranking." Lin Yun was shocked because the top rankers looked so ordinary. When Wang Zhan saw Lin Yun's facial expression, he wasn't offended. "That's normal. The Earth ranking isn't so obvious. The experience of an inner disciple isn't comparable to the outer disciples. People like us will set our goals in the Great Qin Empire instead of the sect." Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Wang Zhan's words made sense. The outer disciples were too weak, so they would naturally pay attention to the mortal ranking. On the other hand, the inner disciples were stronger and they had more experience. They only had the Great Qin Empire in their eyes and nothing else. This also meant that Lin Yun couldn't afford to look down on these two. There must be a reason why Xianxia chose the two of them for the birthday banquet. Tang Tong looked at Lin Yun, and he smiled. "Everyone's attention will be on our rankings in the Great Qin Empire. Junior brother Lin, do you know about the 4 sequences in the Great Qin Empire?" asked Tang Tong. "I'm all ears," said Lin Yun. Bai Qiushan talked to him briefly about how elites in the Great Qin Empire were ranked according to the sequences. The first sequence was naturally the 8 titles, and they were role models for everyone. The second sequence represented the core disciples of the various sects. They were mostly all in the 9th stage of the profound martial realm. In many people's view, the second sequence was comparable to the 8 tiles, so the Dragon Gate competition was an opportunity for them. The third sequence was the 5th stage of the Great Qin Empire. Wang Zhan hesitated briefly. If junior brother Lin didn't cultivate the aquaselenic sword, he might be now qualified for the third sequence. That's right. Judging from the aura of junior brother Lin's punch, his origin energy isn't any weaker than the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. He'll be able to make it into the third sequence with another sword technique. Yan Ding nodded. Throughout the Great Qin Empire, there were only about 3,000 who reached the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. And there were only about 100 qualified to make it into the third sequence. But they were saying that Lin Yun could make it into the third sequence with his current cultivation? This was a high evaluation. Lin Yun merely smiled in response. "I'll make it into the third sequence if I practiced another sword technique. Is there really a sword technique more suited for me? I wonder what's the strength of those in the third sequence. Lin Yun became curious. This was a great opportunity for him to learn more. I wonder if there are any powerful ones outside the third sequence. Lin Yun expressed his curiosity. This was an opportunity for him to learn more about the other sex geniuses. The third sequence has 4 infamous figures: the demonic moon villas Feng Haoyu, the primal origin sex Bo Yuan, and the heavenly profound sex Wang Han. And Tang Tong smiled while he looked at the graceful figure riding a demonic horse. So it was Xianxia? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He never expected that Xianxia would have such a high position. Fear flashed in Wang Zheng's eyes. He spoke out, "There are many newcomers in the third sequence, so someone will try to challenge senior sister Xianxia's position. Big brother Xianju is probably coming along because he's worried about Xianxia. Everyone heard of the 4 masters, and many people will definitely pay attention to them." Yan Ding's expression turned grave. Indeed, the first and second sequences can be merged together. Someone like Xianju could only take another step through the Dragon Gate competition. The birthday banquet wasn't attractive to someone in the first and second sequence. The ones who will go on the stage were all the elites of the third sequence. "It looks like senior sister is in a troublesome spot," commented Lin Yun. Tang Tong patted Lin Yun's shoulder. He smiled. "Junior brother, you just have to be worried about yourself. You've been in the limelight recently, so now everyone knows that there's someone powerful like you in the sect." In their view, Lin Yun's trouble was even greater than Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had the 3 of them helping her. On the contrary, Lin Yun had no one to depend on. After all, he couldn't possibly get his senior brothers in the 8th stage to help him, right? They had a feeling that the birthday banquet wouldn't be peaceful. The group left the Sword Firmament Pavilion. At the same time, the other sects and the Heavenly Qin Institute also started to move out. The Heavenly Profound sect was one of the 4 prestigious sects of the Great Qin Empire, and they had the strongest foundation. Their Dragon Tiger Fist was famous throughout the entire Great Qin Empire. They also obtained the best result in the previous Dragon Gate competition among the 4 sects. In addition to Drifting Goblet, they had another disciple named True Cloud, who also received a title. They were the only sect in the entire Great Qin Empire to have 2 titles. The Heavenly Profound sect had 5 people heading to the capital. The one leading the party was a bald man in his 40s. He wore a kasaya that emitted faint spiritual rune flickers. If one looked at the kasaya carefully, they would realize that it was a powerful cosmic artifact. The Heavenly Profound sect emphasized Buddhism, so half of their disciples were monks. They also accepted regular disciples, but they took in a lot of monks. Standing beside the bald man were 2 young disciples, one of which looked incredibly young. But despite being so young, that youth was already in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. The youth had an ordinary appearance. He wore white clothes that made him seem ethereal. His eyes would shock the souls of others, making him look extraordinary. At the same time, his eyes also contained the aura of a dragon and a tiger. Evidently he was the newly emerging genius from the Heavenly Profound sect, Baiyu. The Heavenly Profound sect had the same thoughts as the Sword Firmament Pavilion. They wanted Baiyu to broaden his horizon while suppressing the other sects if possible. As for the other 3, they were different looking. There was one who looked ferocious and robust. He was one of the 4 experts in the third sequence, Wang Han. Walking beside him was a young disciple who wore an indifferent expression that made him feel unfathomable. His name was Han Gang. He was like Xianju, a disciple in the second sequence with the ability to compete with the 8 titles. The 4 sects have always competed, so we can correctly anticipate a dispute to occur at the banquet. Our Heavenly Profound sect is a Buddhist sect. Although we're not interested in fame, we can't embarrass the reputation that our seniors and senior brothers have built, said Wang Han with narrowed eyes. Due to his ferocious looks, his smile looked terrifying. Han Gang, who remained quiet throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up. That's right. As disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect, we're naturally obliged to uphold the sect's reputation, especially at an event like the Princess Birthday. All the famous people in the sect will be gathered there, so we can't embarrass ourselves. The middle-aged man who was leading the party revealed a gratified smile upon hearing that. He spoke up. The Heavenly Profound sect might have received 2 titles during the Dragon Gate competition, but were also declining. However, the 3 other sects and the Heavenly Qin Institute have shown promising juniors, especially the Sword Firmament Pavilion. They first had Bai Lishuan and now there's Lin Yun. I heard that even though he is only 17, he became the champion of the Alliance Union battle and rang the Phoenix Plum. Lin Yun? Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this name. Bai Yu was a genius in the Heavenly Profound sect, with great achievements in the Dragon Tiger Fist. The sect master acknowledged him as someone with the highest chance of bringing the Dragon Tiger Fist to complete mastery. Martial techniques were separated into 4 stages: the initial, lesser, greater, and complete mastery. But according to legend, there was another stage above that, the manifestation stage. However, it was rare for anyone to reach it. Wang Han grinned. I heard that Lin Yun uses the Dragon Tiger Fist. I have no idea what's wrong with senior brother Drifting Goblet for him to give it to an outsider. Lin Yun practiced the Dragon Tiger Fist and was good at it, which caused an uproar in the Heavenly Profound sect. The sect's upper hierarchy was furious. After all, the Dragon Tiger Fist belonged to their sect. But when they discovered that it was Drifting Goblet who gave it to Lin Yun, they left the matter unsettled. Drifting Goblet was an oddball in the Heavenly Profound sect. It was baffling that the sect didn't pursue the matter any further. When the middle-aged monk and Han Gang heard Wang Han's words, they smiled bitterly. They both had insider information. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. After all, it was Drifting Goblet that they were talking about. Outside the Primal Origin sect, 6 people were riding their horses to the capital. The demonic beasts that they were riding all had black fur with spiritual eyes. It was a unique demonic beast that could only be found in the Primal Chaos sect, the black-scaled horse. The black-scaled horse was rumored to possess a trace of Qilin bloodline, and they were demonic beasts that had a chance of reaching the heavenly soul realm. There was a youth among the 6 who had defined features and a powerful aura. His clothes couldn't conceal his powerful physique, and his bulging muscles were filled with explosive power. At the same time, he was also releasing a powerful blade intent. If Lin Yun were here, he would have recognized this person. This youth was Zui Yun, whom he met back in the Demon Cloud mountain range. Junior brother Zua has been in seclusion ever since he returned from the Demon Cloud mountain range. He's already in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. Not only did he reach the 3rd stage with the Dracophant battle physique, but his blade techniques are also terrifying. I bet he'll soar like a phoenix at the banquet and let everyone know that the Sword Firmament Pavilion isn't the only one with a monstrous genius. We're just in time to crush Lin Yun at the banquet and humiliate the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The Sword Firmament Pavilion has been acting mighty lately, and they even rang their Phoenix Plum. They're trying to flex their muscles. Among the 4 sects, the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Primal Origin sect were the 2 that had been at each other's throats. Their grudge ran deep. When they mentioned Lin Yun and the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the disciples and elders of the Primal Chaos sect were filled with hostility. On the other hand, Zui Yun smiled bitterly and kept his silence. Unlike his senior brothers, he had come in contact with Lin Yun. He had a good impression of Lin Yun, so he wasn't surprised when Lin Yun became famous. But he didn't have a choice. He couldn't speak up for Lin Yun due to the Primal Origin sect stance. It had been a few months since they last met, and Zui Yun was curious about Lin Yun's growth. When he thought about Lin Yun, he was filled with anticipation for the birthday banquet. His eyes flared with a fighting spirit. Oh, Lin Yun, please don't disappoint me. Zui Yun suffered a setback in the Demon Cloud mountain range, which drove him to cultivate like a madman. Suddenly, a huge boat flew above everyone. There was a youth standing at the helm as he held onto a fan, looking elegant. The elder leading the Primal Origin sect looked up, and he muttered, "It's the demonic Moon Villa." Aside from the mysterious demonic Moon Villa, no other forces dared to travel in the sky with boats in the Great Qin Empire. Elder, is that person Situ-E? That's him. The eyes of the Primal Origin sect's eyes lit up. That was a name that shook the empire just like Bai Lishuan's had. The two of them were known as the twin stars of Great Qin. One of them went into seclusion while the other rarely left the sect. It had been a long time since anyone heard their names in the empire. But that didn't mean that people would look down on them. Situ Yi is also participating in the birthday banquet? Zuyun was shocked. Aside from them, the various forces in the empire who were invited also began to move out. All of them were heading for the Princess Manor, and the clamor in the Great Qin Empire also became greater. No one could guess what would happen with so many geniuses gathered together. 2 days later, in the capital, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party arrived outside the Princess Manor on their horses. The Princess Manor was a few hundred miles in radius, decorated with an endless mountain range. The mountain range was gathering spiritual energy from the surrounding. There was also a huge lake that created the perfect scene as peach and willow trees decorated the shores. Lin Yun was shocked by the scene he saw. In his opinion, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was majestic, but it was lacking when compared to the Princess Manor. But the spiritual energy here was naturally incomparable to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun's horizon was being widened by what he was seeing. An island in the middle of the lake and many buildings. The princess really isn't simple, commented Lin Yun. That's for sure. The princess has a noble status and she's not inferior to the crown prince in any way. Otherwise, her birthday wouldn't have shaken the entire empire to the extent that even the Force sects would participate. Smiled Tang Tong as he appreciated the surrounding scenery. Oh, Lin Yun was curious. Could it be that there's a story about this princess? Senior brother Tang, you must be knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us about it? Wang Zheng and Yan Ding also turned to look at Tang Tong. It's not a secret. I only got to know about this since I was born in the capital. Tang Tong coughed. He then smiled embarrassedly. I heard that the princess is a genius of the royal family. She was taken as a disciple at a very young age, and the sect that she belongs to is extremely mysterious. It's so mysterious that not even the royal clan dares to offend it. There are even rumors that the emperor might pass the throne to her. But it's a pity. What's wrong? Stop keeping us in suspense. Wang Zheng cursed at Tang Tong. There was a problem with the princess body that left even the imperial physicians helpless. Then, she gradually disappeared from everyone's eyes and rarely made any appearances. Smiled Tang Tong. Not even the royal clan can do something about it? Wang Zhong and Yan Ding exchanged looks filled with shock. But I heard that the princess is the prettiest woman in the Great Qin Empire. Senior brother Tang, have you seen her appearance? The two asked curiously. It should be true, but she rarely shows her face. She will mask herself even when she goes out, said Tang Tong. Cut it out. Luo Feng turned around and glared at Tang Tong. Trouble comes from the mouth. We're already at the Princess Manor, so watch what you're saying. Yes, I'm sorry. Tang Tong smiled. Xan Yen turned around and she looked at Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, I've seen the princess appearance before. You've seen it before? He asked. I did. She's indeed the prettiest in the Great Qin Empire, responded Xan Yen. How is she compared to you? Lin Yun didn't believe it. Xan Yen blushed. Her eyes rolled before she smiled. Junior brother, your mouth is becoming sweeter, but the princess is indeed more beautiful than me. Right at this moment, a butler came out with several maids. He cupped his hands together. I'm sorry to keep our guests from the Sword Firmament Pavilion waiting. I sincerely apologize. The butler's aura was powerful, so he should have a rather high position in the Princess Manor. Then again, it made sense. After all, the four sects were coming, and they were stronger than the aristocratic clans. The one to receive them must have some strength and influence, otherwise it would a little too rude. Luo Feng returned the greeting with a smile. But just when he was about to speak, a heavy rumble rang out. Horses galloping on the ground could be heard as a faint pressure spread out. Luo Feng's face changed and he turned around to see the Primal Origin sect's arrival. The one leading the Primal Origin sect grinned. Elder Luo, it has been a long time. I wonder if you have recovered from my palm 3 years ago. Luo Feng had anger on his face. This middle-aged man was Wen Yanba, a core elder in the primal origin sect. The hostility between the two sects went way back. So the elders and disciples of the two sects were affected to a certain extent. 3 years ago, Luo Feng fought with Wen Yanba in the Extermination Mountain Range. They were evenly matched. Wen Yanba took a sword from him back then, but he also gave Luo Feng a palm. But Wen Yanba had the Dracophant battle physique, so his injuries recovered quickly. On the other hand, it took Luo Feng 2 years to recover from the injuries left by the palm. He spoke out coldly. I don't need Elder One to care about that. I recovered long ago. Is that so? It looks like Elder Luo made some progress in his cultivation. Let's spar again sometime. When Yanba continued to provoke Luo Feng. You think I'm afraid of you? Luo Feng snorted. The two of them were in the Violet Palace realm. They usually enjoyed a high position, so it was surprising that they fought the instant they met. When the spectators saw the two of them, they instantly understood what was going on and continued to watch with a playful gaze. It seems that the enmity between the two sects was real. It was so real that they even dared to provoke each other in the princess manner. The butler frowned. Elders, do you really want to fight in the princess manner? This isn't appropriate. After all, the princess' birthday is tomorrow. Then let's talk about it tomorrow, sneered Wen Yanba. His gaze fell onto Lin Yun and he revealed a deep smile. Let's go. Luo Feng regained his composure and entered the manor following the maids. When Lin Yun turned around, his gaze clashed with Sui Yun. The two nodded their heads at each other as a form of greeting. Since they had different stances based on their sex, they couldn't talk to each other. It didn't take long for them to part ways. They all received an individual room in the manor. Looking out at the lake, they could see many guests arriving. Aside from the 4 prestigious sects, everyone with fame in the Great Qin Empire had received an invitation. How grand! There's no way the sect can compare to this. After all, the princess has a significant position in the royal clan. It has been 5 years since her birthday banquet, so it's natural that everyone will come. This birthday banquet will be interesting. Just a moment ago, the elders of the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Primal Origin sect nearly fought. Are you serious? It looks like there will be a great show tomorrow. It will naturally be interesting when the 4 prestigious sects and the Heavenly Qin Institute come together. Lin Yun fell into deep thought when he heard about it. It looked like the princess was more influential than he had imagined. Right at this moment, a group walked over. Their aura was drawn into their bodies and they were all above the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. There was a youth with defined features that held onto a fan, looking quite elegant. He didn't say a word, but he was treated as the center of attention in the party. Everyone was pale compared to him, so you could tell that he was someone important with just a glance. Even Lin Yun was surprised when he saw him. Young Master Lin, we're arriving at your residence, smiled the maid as she bowed. Okay, thank you. Lin Yun recovered from the shock. A moment later, the youth in the group who was leaving suddenly frowned and stopped walking. He folded the fan in his hand and looked back at Lin Yun's figure disappearing into the courtyard. Situ-Yi recognized Lin Yun as the youth he met back in the Azure Sun realm. At that time, that youth disregarded his death and rescued you Wei from Bai Lishuan by jumping into the Yin wind stream. He never expected that this youth would survive the Yin wind stream and even joined the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Didn't he know that Bai Lishuan was also from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? But Situ-Yi wouldn't be shocked if that was all. He was shocked that Lin Yun's cultivation reached the 6th stage of the profound martial realm when he was in the Xiantian realm just 1 year ago. Furthermore, the temperament that Lin Yun emitted was also different. Situ-Yi could sense the immense sword intent contained in Lin Yun's body. Situ-Yi looked at Lin Yun's back and smiled. He was looking forward to seeing how Bai Lishuan would react when he came out of seclusion. He bet that Bai Lishuan's reaction would be interesting. Situ-Yi felt that the trip to this birthday banquet was worth it. Junior brother Situ? Do you know that person? The female disciple was surprised. She rarely saw Situ-Yi revealing shock on his face. Everyone from the demonic moon villa looked at Situ-Yi curiously. After all, it was rare for this genius to lose his composure. I don't, smiled Situ-Yi as he opened his fan. This courtyard is called Autumn Leaf. The window is facing the bamboo lake, and you can admire the moon at night. This is the best residence in the Princess Manor. But let me know if you're unsatisfied with anything. I can change your residence based on your request, smiled the maid. No need. I'm satisfied with this. Lin Yun wasn't a picky person, not to mention that he stayed in the wilderness when he was out of the sect. Then I'll clean up the place for you before leaving, replied the maid. No need. I can handle it myself. I'll call you if I need anything, said Lin Yun. The maid did not force it and bade Lin Yun farewell with a smile. The courtyard had already been cleaned. There wasn't a speck of dust in sight, and there was even a faint fragrance in the courtyard. After the maid left, Lin Yun fell silent. If he wasn't wrong, the person he saw previously should be Situ Yi, whom he met back in the Azure Sun realm with Bai Lishuan. That person was powerful, and Lin Yun couldn't withstand even 3 of his attacks when they fought back then. He still remembered how he fled for his life with Yu Weiwei on his back and how he nearly died in the Yin Wind Stream. But now, they were both invited to the princess' birthday. The 2 of them were now on the same level despite the distance that was once between them. It had only been 2 years since they met. Fate was genuinely mysterious. Lin Yun had been chasing them from behind, but he was finally on the same level as Situ Yi. Big brother Lin. Lin Yun was jolted awake by a call. When he turned around, he saw a young girl walking over. It was Lin Yen. She had a few people following behind her. Lin Yun swept a glance at the group before he fell into deep thought. These people should be disciples from the Heavenly Qin Institute. The royal clan founded the institute, and the institute had many disciples who were descendants of the prominent clans. The institute might be inferior to the 4 prestigious clans, but it had risen very quickly. Lin Yun wasn't surprised to see her together with them. After all, Lin Yen belonged to the Lin clan, so she was naturally acquainted with disciples of the institute. However, Lin Yen must be unlikable based on her temper. It has been some time since we met. I came immediately after settling down, said Lin Yen. Lin Yun's impression of Lin Yen had improved. She might be unruly, but her heart was relatively pure. She wasn't a vicious person, so Lin Yun wouldn't take it as far as giving her the cold shoulder. Lin Yan's face was plastered with a smile, and even her eyes were narrowed into slits. She continued, "Hehe. I came over here when I looked at the Princess Manor's check-in list." Lin Yen was in a good mood to see Lin Yun again after the Alliance Union battle. When she smiled, she looked adorable as a hint of playfulness filled her face. "Where's your elder sister?" asked Lin Yun. "She didn't come because she doesn't like crowds. She wanted me to send you her greetings," replied Lin Yen. "Oh, no wonder I didn't see her around," said Lin Yun. The institute's disciples were left there standing while Lin Yen and Lin Yun chatted. Lin Yun couldn't be blamed for that since Lin Yen didn't introduce them. But these people's eyes were opened wide when they saw Lin Yan's expression. Lin Yen was known for her sharp tongue. She had never treated anyone politely aside from her elder sister. In fact, none of them had ever experienced Lin Yen being so polite. So they couldn't help feeling envy when they saw how polite Lin Yen was towards a youth. The group followed her around the manor, but Lin Yen didn't even take a good look at them. "Are you younger sister Lin Yan's senior brother? The Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun?" A youth finally spoke up to greet Lin Yun. He had finally reached a point where he couldn't tolerate being ignored any longer. "That's me. How may I address you?" Lin Yun looked at the youth. The youth had defined features, and based on the aura he was emitting, his cultivation was at the 8th stage. He wasn't any inferior to Tang Tong, and he could vaguely be compared to Xianxia. Lin Yun didn't notice him until the greeting. "Chao Jie." The youth was filled with pride when he declared his name. He seemed to be rather confident in his name. He was confident that Lin Yun must have heard of him. However, he was soon left in an awkward position when he didn't see any changes on Lin Yun's face after hearing his name. Lin Yun wasn't trying to humiliate him. He only heard of a few people aside from the 8 titles, such as the demonic moon villas Feng Haoyu, primal origin sex Yuan Bo, heavenly profound sex Wang Han, and Xianxia. He only knew that they had the highest fame in the 3rd sequence. "You haven't heard of him?" It doesn't matter. Big Brother Chow will challenge your sex Xianxia tomorrow and knock her out of the third sequence's 4 strongest. You'll know his name at that time when he embarrasses the Sword Firmament Pavilion. A few behind Chao Jie mocked when they saw Lin Yun's indifference. What a big tone. Who are you trying to embarrass again? Lin Yan's face instantly turned cold. The one who spoke knew that he spoke wrongly. His face turned pale with fright and he became silent. Chao Jie knew that the youth was in trouble when he spoke. Lin Yan was also a disciple from the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so embarrassing the sect would be equivalent to embarrassing her. Big Brother Lin, I'll take my leave first. These people are annoying, and I bet you're not comfortable seeing them. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with guilt. The youth had ruined her mood, so she didn't want to stay here any longer. Farewell. Chao Jie took a deep glance at Lin Yun before he chased after Lin Yan. There was a faint killing intent hidden in the depth of his eyes. He thought that he had concealed it well, but Lin Yun still noticed it. It looks like Tang Tong was right. Many experts in the third sequence, including Xianxia, would probably be placed under tremendous pressure in the banquet tomorrow. Cultivators emphasized being temperate. But there were those who fought for fame because fame represented their strength, which could be converted into resources. It was inevitable that fame would become part of their cultivation. Chao Jie quickly caught up to Lin Yan and smiled. Younger sister Lin Yan, why don't I show you around? It's still early. After all, my father told me to accompany you in the manor. You can go by yourself. I'm embarrassed. Lin Yan rolled her eyes. When the other disciples saw this scene, they immediately felt awkward, especially the one who spoke previously. He knew that he had probably offended Chao Jie. Chao Jie didn't have the best reputation in the institute. He was known for his talent and ruthlessness. This meant that anyone who offended him wouldn't have a good outcome. When Lin Yan left, Chao Jie's face sank. This made the other disciples raise their guard. But Chao Jie ultimately waved his hand. Leave. The disciples felt relieved and bade farewell. Senior Brother Chao. A youth suddenly came up. When Chao Jie saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. So it's Brother Lin Lan. When did you get here? This youth was Lin Yan's elder cousin. He also had some grudges with Lin Yun due to Bai Choshui's escort mission back then. He had been trying to find an opportunity to take revenge after Lin Yun defeated him. He initially thought that he would have to slaughter his way up the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but he never expected that the gap between their strength would grow wider and wider. In the end, he could only look at Lin Yun's back. Haha, my uncle might have taken a liking to your talent, but my younger cousin already has a crush. It's hopeless for you to step into the Lin clan, said Lin Lan. Younger sister Lin Lan is just too close to Lin Yun. Furthermore, Lin Yun has an important position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so there's no need for him to lower himself to enter the Lin clan, smiled Chao Jie. Lin Lan sneered. He might not want to join the Lin clan, but what happens if someone sticks herself to him? I believe no man will be able to refuse the temptation, especially someone who's a direct descendant of my Lin clan. So why are you trying to lie to yourself? His words made Chao Jie's face change. When Chao Jie thought of Lin Yan's expression when she looked at Lin Yun, he felt that Lin Lan's words did make sense. The smile on his face soon disappeared. He looked at Lin Lan and snorted. Why are you telling me this? Can it be that you have enmity with Lin Yun and that you're trying to use me to get rid of him? You can think however you like. I heard from my friend in the Sword Firmament Pavilion that Lin Yun saved Lin Yan several times in the Alliance Union battle. Lin Lan didn't panic when his thoughts were exposed. Looking at Lin Yan's back, Chao Jie sneered. Lin Yan was a direct descendant of the Lin clan, but he was a piece of garbage that couldn't even deal with one Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't worthy of Chao Jie to make a move personally. After all, Lin Yun was only at the 6th stage. His true objective was Xianxia. But he was starting to hesitate now. A brief moment later, a cold light flashed through Chao Jie's eyes. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for standing in my way. Deep at night, when the moon hung high in the sky, Lin Yun was slowly opening his eyes. He had just finished refining his origin energy with the Age Sutra, and his eyes glowed like 2 bright gems. Although his origin energy was refined when he reached the pinnacle 6th stage with the dragonflame fruit, his foundation wasn't stable. This was the reason why Lin Yun tempered his origin energy with the Age Sutra. With the dragonflame fruit's medicinal effect, there wouldn't be an obstruction even if Lin Yun tried to make a breakthrough into the 7th stage. In the Great Qin Empire, the dragonflame fruit was rare. The 8 titles all had a solid background, but they still needed luck to encounter a dragonflame fruit. Lin Yun didn't think that he would be involved in so many troubles at the banquet, which ruined his mood to sleep. He took out the Aquaselenic sword book and started looking through it, hoping to bring the Aquaselenic sword to complete mastery. The Aquaselenic sword was definitely the most underrated sword technique in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun soon lost himself in his comprehension. When he woke up, he frowned with doubt. He had run into a barrier. When the gentle moonlight shined through the window, Lin Yun got up and looked around. Several branches were hanging down outside the courtyard as the moon was reflected in the lake. It was a spectacular scene to see 2 moons. One was in the sky and the other was reflected on the lake. He had a feeling that this lake wasn't just an ordinary lake. The maid was right. This courtyard was truly the best place to admire the moon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Yun's mind. He waved his hand and barked, "Sword!" The sword box suddenly opened and the flower burial sword flew out. Grabbing onto the sword, Lin Yun slowly overcame the problems that troubled him in the Aquaselenic sword. A surging sword intent was suddenly released from Lin Yun. It felt as though he was a butterfly breaking through its cocoon. At the same time, a cloud streaked over and covered the moon. Suddenly, the surrounding became dark without the slightest moonlight. But Lin Yun grabbed onto something right at this moment. When he swung his sword, it seemed as if 2 moons were shining brightly. Terrifying sword intent escaped from Lin Yun like a wind, which made the branches sway. The elders staying in the nearby courtyards also opened their eyes. They felt a powerful sword intent just a moment ago. The sword intent was pure and untainted like the clear moon. But the sword intent soon settled down just when they wanted to look for the source. What a powerful sword intent. He's probably coming in contact with innate sword intent. Since when was there such a monstrous genius in the Great Qin Empire? A black-clothed elderly man muttered to himself. His gaze was directed at the residence that Lin Yun was staying in. Not long after, the old man closed his eyes. Many people in the manor felt the sword intent, but only this old man managed to track back to Lin Yun. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. His eyes were clear now. The trouble he was facing with the Aquaselenic sword finally became understandable. He finally resolved the last doubt he had with Aquaselenic sword. But with the moonless water, it wouldn't take long for him to bring it to complete mastery. My sword intent seems to have improved. Lin Yun drew the curtains and fell asleep. Later, the early dawn light shot through the window and lit up the entire house. The manor was bustling with people, and the scene was even more spectacular after what happened yesterday. Bloom Phoenix Princess isn't the same. I heard that the 4 prestigious clans all sent a representative for this event. That's for sure. Who's the Bloom Phoenix Princess? As the saying goes, there's no way 2 tigers can remain on the same mountain. Everyone who came with us is extraordinary, and it isn't easy to meet some of them. The elites from the 3rd sequence, along with the sex little monsters, are all here. Hey, did you guys hear about what happened last night? I heard that someone's sword intent reached the borders of innate sword intent. Isn't that terrifying? After all, not even the 8 titles have accomplished this. Lin Yun listened to the surrounding discussion as he walked by. The sword intent's cultivation was differentiated into 9 levels. The first level was the innate sword intent. Any sword intent beneath innate wasn't as effective as one's cultivation techniques, or martial techniques when it came to battle. Only by reaching innate sword intent could the sword intent's prowess begin to show. This was also the terrifying fact about swordsmen. But there weren't many treasures capable of aiding the comprehension of sword intent. Even reaching the Violet Palace realm and Heavenly Soul realm wasn't as shocking as comprehending the innate sword intent. but it was rumored that you could comprehend the complete innate sword intent upon reaching the ninth heavens in the myriad sword diagram. But that was a feat that not many could achieve, so it gradually faded as a legend. I gained some insight into sword intent yesterday, and I didn't think that I'd cause such a commotion. Now that Lin Yun thought about it, he was in a profound state when he saw the two moons. Junior brother. Xianxia's voice sounded out. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Xianxian, Xianju, and Luofeng. It didn't take long for Tang Tong, Wang Zheng, and Yan Ding to arrive as well. When they came, Luofeng smiled. Let's go. The massive manor was filled with people. The Great Qin Empire was also known as the 100 Counties. Many forces came in addition to the 4 prestigious sections. As one of the 4 prestigious sects, Lin Yun had a clear feeling of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's towering position. The crowd looked at them with reverence and moved aside. Lin Yun was familiar with this scene because he was just like them 2 years ago. Back in the Azure Sun County, he was filled with respect for the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Demonic Moon Villa's disciples. He didn't dare to offend them back then. But today, God knows how many outer and inner disciples he had defeated. There will be a sparring session at the banquet. You guys have to be careful of that. Don't push yourselves. The sex face isn't as important as your lives, said Luofeng. People would tend to hold back when it came to sparring, but accidents were unavoidable, not to mention that some cultivators had malicious intentions. Especially you. Don't risk your life like how you did back in the Alliance Union battle. Luofeng turned to look at Lin Yun. Xianxian smiled. Elder Luo, you don't have to worry about our junior brother. Unless it's someone at the same level as Big Brother, it won't be easy for anyone to kill him. Luofeng smiled when he heard that. He was relatively confident in Lin Yun's strength. He was even looking forward to how Lin Yun would perform at the banquet. But he still had to warn him as he was the elder that was accompanying them. The banquet was held at the island located in the lake that wasn't too far away. Tang Tong suddenly asked, Elder, people are saying that something big happened last night. I heard that all the Violet Palace Realm's elders were alarmed last night. Luofeng's smile disappeared when he heard that. Xianju also spoke out. I also vaguely sensed the sword intent last night. It shouldn't be fake. It wasn't fake, said Luofeng with a grave expression. Luofeng sighed and shook his head. The sword intent was released from the guest residences. It doesn't belong to an elder, yet this person is so terrifying. His sword intent even startled me. Let's hope that he doesn't belong to any of the 3 sections. His words made the faces of Tang Tong and everyone else changed. They were shocked because they never thought that the rumor would be real. The appearance of the sudden sword intent had shocked everyone. Lin Yun was surprised when he saw the grave expression on Luofeng's face. He then fell into deep thought. He entered a unique state last night, and the sword intent he emitted under that state had far exceeded his estimations. But seeing that no one had any intention about asking him, Lin Yun also didn't say a word. When they came to the island, they saw that it was filled with people and that the manor's servants were awfully busy. When the butler they saw yesterday noticed their arrival, he smiled and cupped his hands together. Elder Luo, Butler Hong, this is the Sword Firmament Pavilion's gift for the princess, smiled Luofeng. Xianju tapped his interspatial pouch and retrieved a box. When the butler saw what was in the box, his face immediately changed. He passed the box to someone else and smiled. I'm surprised. That's the 500 years aqua cloud fruit. That's not a casual gift. Please, come this way. He led the group to another entrance to avoid the crowd. The entrance was at the lake's bridge. The bridge was curved, leading towards the island's heart. After the butler left, Luofeng stood on the wooden bridge and sighed. It has been a long time since I came to Jade Stand Island. A brief moment later, the Jade Stand Island that Luofeng spoke of appeared in everyone's sight. The island had a white plaza that was filled with elegance and nobility. This was where the princess' birthday banquet would be held. Everyone arrived and went to their respective seats. The seats weren't casually placed, but they were arranged based on hierarchy. The outer section was reserved for ordinary forces, while the inner section was for top-tiered sects. Last but not least, the core section was for the 4 prestigious sects and the royal clan. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was naturally arranged to be in the core section. They were placed towards the left side, with the Heavenly Qin Institute being the first on the left. The Demonic Moon Villa was opposite them, the Heavenly Profound Sect and Primal Origin Sect were on their right. Let's take our seat. Luo Feng sat at the center of the long table as everyone else sat beside him. When they sat down, Wen Yanbo threw a provocative glance at Luo Feng with disdain in his eyes. This must be Xianxia, right? I heard that he's comparable to the 8 titles and that he would definitely be among the 8 if he didn't miss the Dragon Gate competition back then, said Yuwenbo, one of the experts among the 3rd sequence who was on the same level as Xianyan. He could sense the unfathomable aura coming from Xianxia. Those are just rumors. He's just a stray dog. The one who spoke was a youth dressed in blue. His clothes were stretched to the limit by his robust muscles. He probably had a high attainment in the Dracophant battle physique. He was the Primal Origin Sect's core disciple, Zhou Qin. He was also in the 2nd sequence like Xianxia, having the potential to become one of the top 8 in the Dragon Gate competition. There was no question that he would compete with Xianxia in the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year, so he naturally had enmity with Xianxia. When Yanbo smiled, "Zhou Qin, you go deal with Xianxia after the banquet. Yuwenbo, you deal with that last Xianyan. Zuiyun will face that so-called genius of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. We'll crush the Sword Firmament Pavilion this time. Elder One, I'm more than enough to deal with Xianyan. There's no need for senior brother Yuwen to do it," said a youth from the Primal Origin sect who was at the 8th stage of the profound martial realm. Xianyan was his target in this banquet. He wanted to challenge her position and build his fame. His words were filled with arrogance and disdain for the Sword Firmament Pavilion. However, Zuiyun stayed silent. Their words made Luo Feng furious. He was furious by how arrogant the Primal Origin sect was. The other party wasn't loud, but all of them here were at least in the profound martial realm, so they could naturally hear their conversation very clearly. When the other sects heard those words, they all wore a playful expression on their faces. They knew that Wen Yanbo was doing this on purpose. At the same time, Luo Feng looked concerned. He was worried that the Sword Firmament Pavilion might lose and be embarrassed. He wouldn't be able to explain the loss to Guardian Pum, and Bai Ting would surely love that. So, the Sword Firmament Pavilion could lose to anyone except for the Primal Origin sect. Time slowly passed and everyone raised their cups while chatting with one another. But all of a sudden, an aura of bloodlust and murder surged from a group of people as they stepped into the core section with their armor. It's the Divine Guards. Everyone quickly determined the origin of those youths. They represented the Divine Guards' talented younger generation. The Divine Guards weren't like sects because their talents were nurtured with blood and war. Every single one of them had taken at least 1,000 lives, which was how they nurtured their murderous aura. The one leading the party was a young man and lady. The man had defined features. Lin Yun didn't know the man, but he recognized the lady. She was Lu Yu. Lin Yun was surprised when he saw her. But then again, he soon figured it out since Lu Yu was the beloved daughter of the commander of the Divine Guards. It wasn't surprising for her to come with them. The Divine Guards aren't weak. Mount Wall is one of the Divine Guards that is among the 8 titles. The one leading them must be Yu Qing. I heard that the Divine Guards is trying to nurture him into another Mount Wall. Yu Qing is young, so there's a high chance of him becoming the 2nd Mount Wall in the Dragon Gate competition 3 years from now. The Divine Guards party attracted many people's attention. When they passed by the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Lu Yu made a brief stop and bowed to Luo Feng. Then, her gaze fell onto Lin Yun and she sneered. "A sword slave has the qualification to sit here? Are you not afraid of embarrassing the Sword Firmament Pavilion?" She had a deep enmity with Lin Yun, not to mention that she failed numerous times trying to get back at Lin Yun. So the resentment she built up wasn't small. Now that she had nothing to fear with the Divine Guards present, she naturally had to expose Lin Yun. But she had clearly underestimated Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't affected by those words. Throughout the entire episode, he didn't even take a look at her. He was indeed a sword slave, but he would never feel inferior just because of that. So he's really a sword slave. No wonder the mark on his forehead looks familiar to me. I previously thought that it was a unique mark for the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Interesting. The Sword Firmament Pavilion really dares to bring anyone here. They actually brought a sword slave here on the princess' birthday. Looks like the Sword Firmament Pavilion doesn't have anyone else. Decorative marks were common in the cultivation world, so no one thought too much about it when they saw the purple mark on Lin Yun's forehead. But it caused a commotion after Lu Yu revealed what it was. They were now looking at Lin Yun with an odd gaze. This brat is actually a sword slave. Chao Jie of the Heavenly Qin Institute sneered. The institute was filled with noble descendants from the various clans. He was already feeling inferior to them because of his birth, but he never expected that there would be someone like Lin Yun. It seems that he had already won before they even fought. Not only him, but many disciples among the demonic Moon Villa, Heavenly Profound sect, and Primal Origin sect also wore an expression of disdain on their faces. No matter how low their birth was, they were never slaves. After all, the mark of a slave would follow you for life. Lu Yu was satisfied by the reaction she was getting. This was exactly what she wanted. But she was disappointed when she saw Lin Yun's calm face. Very quickly, the disappointment changed into rage. Now, she just wanted to see Yu Qing trample on Lin Yun later. The smile on Luo Feng's face also disappeared. He snorted coldly. You're in no position to interfere in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's affairs. I'll suggest to Guardian Plum after this event to expel you from the Pellet Hall. Anyone could tell that Luo Feng was already furious by the Primal Origin sect's provocation earlier. So be it. Since the Sword Firmament Pavilion can't protect you, the Divine Guards will stand out for you. Young lady, let us get going. Yu Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lin Yun. He then led the party to their seats. Junior brother, why did you stop me earlier? I wanted to tear her mouth apart. Xianxia had rage written in her eyes. She wanted to make a move earlier, but she was stopped by Lin Yun. You can't possibly tear everyone's mouth apart, right? Let her say what she wants. The sword in my hand won't become dull just because of her words, said Lin Yun. So what if everyone laughed at him? He knew that his sword wouldn't let him down. The door suddenly opened with a group of people walking in. Everyone knew that the main character was finally appearing. But the first person who came out wasn't the princess, which caught everyone by surprise. But his arrival immediately caused a commotion in the hall. The youth who walked in had black hair and blue eyes. He had a perfect face and an aloof temperament. He was giving off immense pressure when he looked around the hall. Even some elders in the Violet Palace realm felt fearful when they saw him. Greetings, Your Highness. We greet the Crown Prince. The elders and disciples immediately got up and cupped their hands. On the other hand, the greetings by the four prestigious sects were more tame. That youth was Qin Yu, the great Qin Empire's crown prince. He was also the flying feather of the 8 titles. Not only did he have a noble status, but he also had strength comparable to the titles. Since none of the titles were present, there wasn't anyone who could suppress him among the younger generation. So his arrival naturally caught everyone's attention. How powerful! He's clearly not in the Violet Palace realm, but he's giving off an aura even stronger than those who have just entered the Violet Palace realm. Speaking of which, the prince does have a record of killing someone in the Violet Palace realm, using only 10 moves. The royal clan's foundation is really apparent through him. He has a greater advantage than the others in the 8 titles. After forming the Violet Palace, it was easy to suppress cultivators in the profound martial realm. After all, the gulf between the Violet Palace realm and profound martial realm was great. Naturally, it was shocking that someone in the profound martial realm could kill a Violet Palace realm. There was no way the elders of the 4 prestigious clans would be respectful to a prince. But no one dared to look down on Qin Yu. Even Lin Yun locked his brows together. He could sense something unusual with Xianxia and Xianju's reactions when Qin Yu made his appearance. No need to stand on ceremony. Please sit. His words alone drove deep pressure into the crowd. Today is my younger sister's birthday. It has been 5 years since she had a birthday celebration, and your presence brings light to this humble dwelling. Qin Yu wore a playful smile. There was nothing wrong with his words, but it felt weird for some reason. Lin Yun fell into deep thought and figured that Qin Yu must have a bad relationship with the princess. Then again, that sounded about right. The princess' birthday was something that all the sects were invited to, becoming something of an annual festival. The crown prince was a competitor for the throne, so it was natural for him to have resentment towards the princess. It had been 5 years since the last birthday banquet was held, so he must be here to probe his younger sister and to intimidate her. Qin Yu was satisfied with the respect he was receiving. In the last 5 years, his prestige had reached the highest height in the Great Qin Empire and no one could compete with him. He was just here to see if there were any geniuses worth recruiting. Let's begin the banquet. My sister will be here soon. Qin Yu smiled before he retreated to the side. It didn't take long for the gate to open again. This time, a slender figure walked in, attracting everyone's attention. It was a woman in a white dress with pearly white skin. However, everyone was disappointed when they looked at her face. It was just as the rumors had said. The princess wore a veil that covered half of her face. Only her bewitching eyes were revealed. There were 2 people walking alongside her. The one on the left was the heavenly profound sex drifting goblet and the right was an old man dressed in gray. It has been 5 years since we last met. I'm grateful that everyone here can join me for my birthday celebration today. The princess bowed. She went to her seat, which signified the beginning of the banquet. The banquet started with a dance performance that riled up the atmosphere. The dancers weren't mortals. All of them had decent cultivation, after all. They were artists raised by the princess manor. The disciples of the various sects looked at the performance with focused eyes, but their hearts soon calmed down. Everyone knew that the performance was nothing. The main event was at the very end, where the disciples would spar with one another. Everyone here had their own thoughts about wanting to become famous through the sparring session. The primal origin sects when Yanbo raised his cup to Luo Feng from afar with a sinister smile. Xianxia merely threw a glance over before saying, "It will probably start soon. Be careful later on and don't be careless," muttered Luo Feng. All the disciples nodded their heads. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke out, "Junior brother, you have to watch out. The Heavenly Qin Institute's Chao Jie, Divine Guards Yu Qing, Primal Origin Sects Sui Yun, Heavenly Profound Sects Bai Yu, and that Situ Yi have looked at you." "No worries," replied Lin Yun with a calm tone. Contrary to Lin Yun's composure, Luo Feng was very worried. Earlier, Lu Yu openly mocked Lin Yun for being a sword slave that the Sword Firmament Pavilion brought along. Those words actually caused everyone to mock Lin Yun and the Sword Firmament Pavilion. With so many people casting their gazes at the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Luo Feng naturally knew what they were planning to do. The situation wasn't advantageous for the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Luo Feng initially had some expectations for Lin Yun, but the latter actually practiced the Aquaselenic sword. But fortunately, Lin Yun was also proficient in the Dragon Tiger Fist. Luo Feng was pleased at the fact that Lin Yun wouldn't lose too terribly. Luo Feng sighed inwardly. It looks like they still didn't prepare enough for the birthday banquet. At noon, the sun cast down a golden veil on the hall and the princess placed her cup down, finally speaking up. "The last event has always been a sparring match between the various sects. It has been 5 years since this was held, so I believe everyone must be anxiously waiting. It's finally here. In the past banquets, monstrous geniuses will appear every time. I wonder who it is this year. Since there's a winner, then there's naturally a loser. I don't know who's the winner for this year, but I know that the Sword Firmament Pavilion has already lost half the battles." Who could have imagined that a genius from the Sword Firmament Pavilion would be a sword slave? They actually dared to bring a sword slave to this sort of occasion. It will be troublesome if the princess pursues this matter. Cut it out. The Sword Firmament Pavilion is still one of the 4 prestigious sections. It's not someone you can provoke. A discussion rose in the surroundings. Bloom Phoenix Princess glanced around before she spoke up. "Since it's a friendly spar, keep in mind to hold back. You're not allowed to injure others on purpose. Aside from that, no cosmic artifacts are also allowed. Now let us begin. A figure shot out from the primal chaos sect. It was the youth from earlier who wanted to challenge Xianxia. He looked in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's direction and smiled. I'm Xianxia of the Primal Origin sect. I wonder if the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Xianxia dares to accept my challenge. It was finally beginning. The Primal Origin sect was really impatient because they challenged the Sword Firmament Pavilion right from the beginning. Senior sister isn't required to deal with someone like you. The figure flew out. He was Tang Tong. Xianxia was one of the 4 experts in the 3rd sequence, so they naturally couldn't let anyone challenge her so easily. This was the reason why they were here. Chen Yen looked disappointed, but he wasn't surprised. He smiled. Xianxia doesn't dare to come up herself and sends you up as cannon fodder? Talk after you win me. Tang Tong snorted at Chen Yen. I can deal with you within 10 moves, sneered Chen Yen. I'll take a look at how you're going to defeat me within 10 moves. Chen Yen snorted. He drew his sword and executed the Aquaselenic sword. His Aquaselenic sword was already at greater mastery, so it wouldn't fluctuate when he used it. When Tang Tong stabbed his sword forward, an outburst of origin energy roared from his sword. Chen Yen merely smiled before the Dracophant energy started spreading throughout his body. He threw a punch that was accompanied by saintly music and a thunderous roar. Not good. Luo Feng roared inwardly when he saw this scene. The saintly music was a sign that Chen Yan's Dracophant battle physique had reached the 3rd stage. Hee. Take my fist then. Chen Yen disregarded Tang Tong's sword and threw his punch out like a wild beast. When the 2 attacks clashed, Tang Tong was shocked because his sword nearly flew from his hand. His enemy's punch completely curb-stomped his Aquaselenic sword. Tang Tong wasn't even able to bring out half of the Aquaselenic sword's prowess. Again, Chen Yen laughed. The Dracophant energy surged from his body as he constantly got closer to his enemy. Based on his terrifying physique, he had only suffered superficial wounds so far. Lin Yu knew that Tang Tong would lose and that it was just a matter of time. Probably wouldn't take 10 moves. Although Tang Tong could curb-stomp his opponent's defense if he grasped the true intent behind the Aquaselenic sword. But it was a pity that Tang Tong ruined such a powerful sword technique. After 8 moves, Chen Yan's fist imprinted on Tang Tong's chest, which caused the latter to throw up a mouthful of blood. When Tang Tong landed on the ground, he held onto his sword and wanted to charge forth once more. But right at this moment, the princess spoke out. That's enough. You already lost and you can't change anything even if you continue fighting. Tang Tong, come back. Luo Feng's face was unsightly. Not only did Tang Tong lose, but he even lost so quickly. Barely 10 moves. The Aquaselenic sword doesn't look so impressive at all. The Sword Firmament Pavilion is known to be the strongest when it comes to swords, but it seems that they are nothing. Chen Yen raised his brow and barked. Bloody Rose Xianxia, I'll treat it that the Sword Firmament Pavilion has no one else if you don't come out. Tang Tong was defeated in barely 10 moves. No one heard of Chen Yan's name prior to this, but now they knew why he was so confident to take the lead. He was even challenging Xianxia right now. If Xianxia refused to come out, then it would strike a deadly blow to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's reputation. If one of the 4 experts in the 3rd sequence was forced to fight by a nobody, it would prove that the Sword Firmament Pavilion had no one else capable. But if they refused, Chen Yan's fame would soar and the Sword Firmament Pavilion's prestige would be crushed. The Primal Origin sects when Yanba revealed a gratified smile. He never expected that Chen Yan, whom he had never placed any importance on, would give him such a surprise. As you wish. Xianxia soared into the sky from her seat. When Chen Yan looked at Xianxia's voluptuous figure from 10 steps away, he licked his lips at her. God knows how many men had dreamed of pressing her beneath them, but it was a pity that all of them died under her sword. This was how Xianxia got her nickname, Bloody Rose. Xianxia is fighting. I never expected that the Sword Firmament Pavilion would actually be forced to this state by a nobody. How pitiful. Let's just enjoy the fight. No matter what, Xianxian's strength is publicly acknowledged. Xianxian's fame wasn't just restricted to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but she was famous throughout the entire Great Qin Empire, so she instantly became the center of attention when she made her appearance. I've long admired you. It's my honor that I can fight you today. My trip won't be in vain even if I lost. But if I manage to win, then I'll be fulfilling a wish of mine, smiled Qin with a pair of blazing eyes. He first praised Xianxian, saying that it wasn't embarrassing for him to lose. But then, he mentioned that if he won, Xianxian would be a stepping stone for his fame to grow to new heights. Cut the crap. Let's start the fight, barked Xianxian coldly with her brows knitted. Alrighty. Please go easy on me. Chen chuckled as the Dracophant energy spread throughout his body. When his origin energy and physical strength fused, he threw out a punch. Fire blazed on him, which formed cloud of flames. When he threw his punch out, he actually looked like an ancient dragon horse with a terrifying aura emitted from him. Holy! Everyone in the surroundings took in a cold breath as shock was written on their faces. Chen said to go easy on him, but he instantly threw out his strongest attack. He clearly did not want to give Xianxian any time and wanted to disrupt Xianxian's rhythm. Everyone thought about it and found Chen to be smart. His fighting experience was naturally inferior to Xianxian's, so he could only make use of his own advantage to try and win the fight. However, Xianxian's gaze remained indifferent as a surge of cold aura surged from her body. In the blink of an eye, she swung out 3 swords paired with a cold blood flame that blazed on her sword. Before Chen punch could even get close to Xianxian, he was already covered in wounds. His punch might seem powerful in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to Xianxian. Damn it! Although Chen never expected that he could disrupt Xianxian's rhythm with one punch, he never expected that his attack would be filled with so many flaws in Xianxian's eyes. But this was what made the battle even more interesting. A cold smirk rose on Chen lips, and he took a step forth to charge at Xianxian from a tricky angle. When he dashed forward, his bones crackled and his aura surged even higher. His Dracophant energy and origin energy converged together to leave behind an afterimage in the air. Anyone could imagine that Xianxian wouldn't be in a good state if she took this punch even with her cultivation. But Xianxian was faster than him. In just half a breath's time, Xianxian had already adjusted herself and stabbed her sword forward. When the sword and fist collided together, Chen issued out a groan and was pushed back. A similar scene had just happened previously, when Chen defeated Tang Tong. Xianxian's sword might seem innate and weaker than Chen punch, but only Chen knew how powerful it was after colliding with it. Chen couldn't describe the shock in his heart. He had defeated many enemies with a higher cultivation based on the Dracophant battle physique in the past. When a crimson brilliance shone on Xianxian, Chen face sank. He no longer had a smile on his face and threw his punches out frantically. But he would take a step back every time he threw a punch forth. Lin Yun looked at this scene and fell into deep thought. So this is the blood flame sword? The reason why he didn't pick this sword technique was due to the fact that the killing intent contained in this technique was too heavy and it was easy for him to run amok. But he now realized that despite the flaws, this sword technique was truly terrifying. Even the Dracophant battle physique was nothing compared to it. You want to defeat me? It won't be that simple. Chen finally unleashed his trump card. Flames blazed on his body and he was covered in flames. It was like a heat wave that was being released into the surroundings. Dracophant flame. Chen threw his punches out, which contained the momentum of volcano eruptions. This scene had shocked Lin Yun because he didn't know that the Dracophant energy could be ignited. It looked like the Dracophant battle physique he had wasn't the complete copy, or else there would be another secret technique about it in the Primal Origin sect. This Chen is truly terrifying. He even managed to learn the Dracophant battle physique's secret technique, the Dracophant flame. Although he only reached lesser mastery in it, he still made a decent accomplishment. When Yanbo revealed a smile when he saw this scene, it didn't matter if Chen could defeat Xianxian. He would be the winner no matter what, not to mention that Yuanbo and Zhuiyun still hadn't made their moves. After Chen executed the secret technique, Xianxian's sword was somewhat suppressed. This made Tang Tong and the others looked worried because Chun Yan's strength had exceeded their expectations. There's no need for you guys to be worried. This secret technique is terrifying, but he won't be able to last long with it. He'll reach his limit in another 10 moves, said Lin Yun. After all, he had also learned the Dracophant battle physique. What is a sword slave like you talking about? Many people were unhappy when they heard what Lin Yun said. Chun Yan had clearly suppressed Xianxian, so they felt that Lin Yun was just rambling nonsense by saying that Chun Yan would reach his limit soon. Don't mind him. What does a sword slave know? In my view, Xianxian will most likely lose this fight. Xianxian is clearly being caught by surprise. She probably never expected that Chun Yan would perform such a secret technique. That's because she was overly confident. She shouldn't have given Chun Yan the time to execute his secret technique. The disciples in the hall discussed among themselves. Get down. But something no one had expected occurred. The crimson threads waving about in the air suddenly converged onto Xianxian's sword along with a towering killing intent. At the same time, the Dracophant flame on Chun Yan's body dimmed down. When the sword stabbed into Chun Yan's body, Chun Yan threw up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the Dracophant flame on his body was extinguished. Chun Yan, come back, smiled Wen Yanbo. You've already done well by forcing her into this position being a nobody among the third sequence. Why don't you get Yuan Bo to come and fight me? Xianxian barked coldly. All right, let's stop the sparring here. The Sword Firmament Pavilion wins. Elder One, it's best if you take a look at your disciple's injuries. The princess' voice sounded out just when Wen Yanbo was about to accept the challenge. It was a pity, because if they were to carry on the next fight without giving Xianxian any time to rest, Yuan Bo could defeat her in just 3 moves. This battle was brilliant, which widened everyone's horizon. But no one expected that everything would turn out exactly as Lin Yun had predicted it. Among the Heavenly Qin Institute's disciples, Chao Jie's cold gaze fell onto Lin Yun. He was wondering if he should issue a challenge to Lin Yun. Then again, he could predict that he would become a laughingstock if he did. Your Highness, I would like to challenge Lin Yun of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Bai Yu of the Heavenly Profound Sect cupped his hands together. The princess' eyes flashed with a peculiar light before she spoke out. The two of you might be close in terms of your age, but your cultivation is higher than him. It's inappropriate for you to challenge him, but it's a different story if he accepts your challenge. You can ask him yourself. Bai Yu raised his brow. He turned to look at Lin Yun and asked, Sword Slave Lin Yun, do you dare to accept my challenge? Bai Yu's voice instantly caused the entire hall to fall into silence. All the disciples had shock on their faces when they heard that. They were still discussing Lin Yun's former identity as a sword slave privately. They've never said it blatantly, but Bai Yu just called him a sword slave. Right now, Bai Yu didn't have the composure of a prestigious sex disciple at all. Even Drifting Goblet, who was seated behind the princess, frowned his brows unhappily. He naturally knew why Bai Yu did that. It was all because of what the princess said. Because Lin Yun's cultivation was lower, he had the right not to accept the challenge. This was the reason why Bai Yu tried to provoke Lin Yun into accepting the challenge. This young man looks decent, so I never expected that he would be so dirty in his heart. He's not giving Lin Yun any chance to reject. He's already forced to this extent. He'll have to go up even if he knows that he will lose. I heard that Lin Yun's Dragon Tiger Fist is extremely powerful, but many Heavenly Profound Sex disciples are unconvinced by the rumors. Bai Yu's actions must be supported by the Heavenly Profound Sex elders. That makes sense. The Heavenly Profound Sect must be unhappy that their unique martial technique was practiced by an outsider. They must be here to teach Lin Yun a lesson. It looks like Bai Yu is pretty confident. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun to see how he would respond. Lu Yu snickered with Yu Qing as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun rang the Phoenix Plum and then won the Alliance Union battle. At this point, many people had heard of him, but no one seemed optimistic about him in this battle. Lin Yun didn't say a word and walked to the center of the hall with his sword box. At least you know what shame is. Unfortunately, you're going to lose in this battle. You were destined to bear all of this ever since you cultivated the Dragon Tiger Fist. Baiyu raised his head with pride. He was a genius in the heavenly profound sect who was about the same age as Lin Yun. This was the reason why he was so competitive. When he received the orders from the elder last night to challenge Lin Yun, he didn't have any hesitation. Don't try and test my patience. You'll regret it, said Lin Yun. Do you think your half-baked Dragon Tiger Fist can compete with mine? Ha ha. You have no idea how terrifying the orthodox Dragon Tiger Fist. Baiyu sneered at Lin Yun. I don't need the Dragon Tiger Fist to beat you, responded Lin Yun. Ha ha. Then you won't even have the slightest chance of defeating me. Are you perhaps thinking of using your third-rated sword technique to defeat the Dragon Tiger Fist? Why don't you weigh your capabilities before doing that? Baiyu was speaking with confidence. The heavenly profound sect's elder and disciples all smiled as they nodded their heads. The Dragon Tiger Fist was famous throughout the great Qin Empire. Naturally, the sword techniques of the Sword Firmament Pavilion couldn't compare to it. The heavenly profound sect's Wang Han sneered. All right, junior brother Bai. Stop wasting time with him and defeat him in 3 moves. 3 moves? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. After all, Lin Yun was still a genius in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. His cultivation might be weaker than Baiyu, but he was still the champion of the Alliance Union battle. Wasn't it a little too arrogant to talk about defeating Lin Yun in 3 moves? It looks like Baiyu was prepared for this battle. After all, no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't think of how Baiyu's advantage in his cultivation could enable him to defeat Lin Yun in 3 moves. A dragon and a tiger's roar echoed from Baiyu's body all of a sudden. Baiyu stomped on the ground, causing cracks on the tiles before he dashed over like an arrow. As his hair and clothes flutter in the wind, he snorted, "The first move!" Everyone was shocked when Baiyu made his first move. What powerful aura! He doesn't seem to be in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm at all. It looks like he came prepared. How frightening! No wonder Wang Han told him to defeat Lin Yun in 3 moves. Just this punch alone could face disciples in the 8th stage. I don't think he'll even need 3 moves at all. Baiyu's attack was powerful, which explained why he was so arrogant. Baiyu truly had the qualification to be arrogant. After he took 10 steps forward, a dragon and a tiger manifested and soared into the sky. The dragon tiger steps? Lin Yun didn't dodge this attack. On the contrary, his aura became even more refined and fluctuated from him in the form of ripples. Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword from the sword box and executed formless water before Baiyu's punch reached him. At this moment, Lin Yun's aura seemed illusory like formless water. The punch brushed past Lin Yun. But when Lin Yun retaliated by stabbing his sword forward, it instantly caused a huge commotion like an enormous wave. Baiyu was shocked. He never expected that Lin Yun's attack would be so bizarre. He clearly felt that his punch was about to make a contact earlier, but Lin Yun had dodged it so easily. It seemed as though Lin Yun remained where he was and dodged his attack. But the attack from Lin Yun was shocking after being empowered by his sword intent. Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger. Baiyu faced the attack in time with his left hand manifesting into a dragon mountain on his left and a tiger mountain on his right. Facing the sword stabbing at him, Baiyu suddenly slammed his fists together. The commotion that was created felt like 2 actual mountains were colliding together. The mountains fused and formed the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This move was famed for its defense, so it managed to block Lin Yun's attack. Demon Vanquishing Seal. Baiyu gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands. He suddenly emitted a bright golden glow which formed into a revolving Buddhist symbol behind him. Lin Yun naturally knew how terrifying this move's defense was since he had also practiced in the Dragon Tiger Fist. Not to mention that it was empowered by the Demon Vanquishing Seal. He didn't choose to face it head-on and spread his arms apart to soar into the sky. At the same time, the torrential sword aura retracted at will and suddenly became weak. Baiyu wanted to end the battle quickly when he executed the Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger and Demon Vanquishing Seal. But it felt as though his attacks landed into cotton. He couldn't exert his strength no matter what. And as time slowly passed, it had already been 10 attacks. It made the previous claim of defeating Lin Yun in 3 moves a joke. Everyone from the Heavenly Profound sect became nervous as they looked at this battle. They only hoped that Bai Yu could end the fight quickly. The Dragon Tiger Fist had reached the height of artistic level when Bai Yu performed it. His every move was shocking, but his attack failed to land on Lin Yun. No matter what he did, he couldn't catch Lin Yun. Damn it! This damned sword slave only knows how to dodge. Bai Yu had already lost his composure, so he didn't notice the sword intent pouring into his body slowly. Even his powerful defense was ineffective against it. No matter how he attacked, his opponent would only run. But was Lin Yun really only running? Lin Yun's sword intent was slowly penetrating Bai Yu's body like small creaks. After about 10 more clashes, the sword intent in Bai Yu's body suddenly converged together. By the time Bai Yu noticed it, it was too late. Lin Yun gently landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. As he sheathed his sword, he spoke out, "You lost." Bai Yu's face changed and he threw up a mouthful of blood. Bai Yu's face was terrifyingly pale, and he asked, "What sword technique is this?" "It's just some third-rate sword technique, but it's more than enough to deal with you. After all, you're not even third-rate," said Lin Yun as he turned around. He didn't even spare a glance for Bai Yu. It was a resounding slap to his face, and Bai Yu could feel his face burning. He previously mocked the Sword Firmament Pavilion's sword technique for being third-rate, yet those words were returned to him after he lost. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. The Heavenly Profound sect's elder and disciples' faces were unsightly. They could no longer smile. Even Wang Han, who told Bai Yu to defeat Lin Yun in 3 moves, looked unsightly. Xine Yen supported her chin with her right hand and looked at Lin Yun with an arc on her lips. "You're courting death." Bai Yu finally lost it. He could no longer restrain his anger anymore and forgot that he was the one who started it when he called Lin Yun a sword slave. Exclamations sounded out from the surroundings as Bai Yu soared into the sky and threw a punch at the back of Lin Yun's head. This punch was heavy because Bai Yu didn't hold back. No one could imagine what would happen if it hit. But Lin Yun's figure suddenly flashed. He turned around with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The Dracophant energy spread out on his body, and he threw a punch out accompanied by saintly music. When Bai Yu's fist was only half an inch away from Lin Yun's head, he could no longer take another step forth because he was punched in the chest. Lin Yun's fist slowly sank into Bai Yu's chest until it pierced through Bai Yu's chest. "I warned you not to test my patience. I told you that you would regret it." Bai Yu flew out like a sandbag before he collapsed onto the ground. The entire hall was silent when they saw this scene. Everyone could feel rumbling lightning roaring in their hearts. They were dumbfounded by what just happened. No one had expected this outcome. Everything had happened too quickly. Just a moment ago, everyone was worrying for Lin Yun. But in the blink of an eye, they saw Lin Yun punch a hole in Bai Yu's chest, causing him to fly away. Lin Yun's fist had penetrated through Bai Yu's body, and everyone in the surroundings could even see his internal organs. "Junior brother!" The bald-headed elder and Han Lan from the Heavenly Profound sect exclaimed with their worried faces. They immediately dashed towards Bai Yu to check on his injuries. What a terrifying attack. Didn't that look like the Primal Origin sect's Dracophant battle physique? Yeah, he really was using Dracophant energy. Furthermore, it seems even stronger than Chan Yan's. Bai Yu really deserved that. He wouldn't be in this state if he didn't try to sneak an attack on Lin Yun. I bet he's crippled even if his life is saved. Lin Yun's attack was too ruthless. If Lin Yun hadn't avoided the heart on purpose, Bai Yu would be dead right now. This child is truly formidable. Not only does he wield a powerful sword technique, but he even practiced the Primal Origin sect's Dracophant battle physique. A sword slave actually crushed a genius from the Heavenly Profound sect completely. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze when they recovered from their shock. All of them sighed when they recalled what Bai Yu said when he challenged Lin Yun. Bai Yu ended up becoming a laughingstock while Lin Yun asserted his dominance. Lin Yun was right. Bai Yu couldn't even be considered third-rate. Everyone wondered what the Heavenly Profound sect's elder would think after seeing this situation. On the Sword Firmament Pavilion's side, Luo Feng finally smiled. He was gratified. Baiyu might not be comparable to the 4 experts from the 3rd sequence, but he was still a monster that the heavenly profound sect had nurtured. So Lin Yun had done the Sword Firmament Pavilion proud by winning so easily. At the Divine Guard's location, Lu Yu and Yu Qing were both shocked. They didn't expect Baiyu to lose, and to lose so badly at that. Baiyu was so arrogant a little while ago, and here I thought he was at least somewhat capable. So it turns out that he was just a piece of garbage? Commented Yu Qing with a cold face. Miss, please be patient. Later on, I'll act personally to teach Lin Yun a lesson. I'm not anxious. Let him jump around for a little while longer. The higher he jumps, the more satisfying it will be when he's dragged down. Smiled Lu Yu as she gritted her teeth. The bald-headed elder and Han Lan's faces both looked ugly. Lin Yun was too ruthless. He might not have killed Baiyu, but that punch crushed Baiyu's internal organs. There was even a cold energy in Baiyu's body that destroyed his meridians. There was no way Baiyu could continue to cultivate without special herbs. This was equivalent to being crippled. Damn it! Sword Slave, how dare you cripple my junior brother? You must be tired of living. Han Lan's anger exploded. Before he even finished speaking, he clenched his fists together and threw a punch at Lin Yun. His punch was quick and ruthless, which caused a violent tremor in the hall that forced Lin Yun to take a few steps back from the momentum alone. Han Lan was in the 2nd sequence and had a cultivation in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. But Lin Yun wasn't a pushover and used his movement technique. The golden crow seal flashed behind him and he dodged the punch with a blur. He had dodged the attack beautifully, which made many people in the hall exclaim with praise in their hearts. Before Han Lan could follow up his attack, a figure flew out and stood before Lin Yun. That person stretched his hand out and easily crushed Han Lan's attack. That person was Xianxia. As a Heaven Rankings disciple, there was no way he could sit still and watch Lin Yun get injured. With an indifferent expression, Xianxia sneered, Han Lan, you're a core disciple in the heavenly profound sect, yet you actually dare to attack my junior brother? Is the heavenly profound sect full of shameless people like you? Come at me if you want to fight. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. I'll take that brat's life today. The bald-headed elder's face turned black when he heard Xianxia's insults. Baiyu was his favorite disciple and he had high hopes for him. He was still looking forward to how Baiyu would dominate the Dragon Gate competition 3 years from now. Bringing Baiyu to the banquet was supposed to widen his horizon and to act as a stepping stone. But the elder never expected that Baiyu would be crippled by Lin Yun. So one could understand the rage he was feeling right now. That's enough. The princess' cold voice echoed along with a cold pressure. When the pressure descended, it made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Bloom Phoenix Princess looked at the bald-headed man coldly and questioned, the heavenly profound sect can't afford a loss? Your disciple was despicable to launch a sneak attack and failed. Yet, as an elder, you want to kill a junior in front of my eyes. Everyone laughed when they heard that. The heavenly profound sect was known as the strongest sect in the Great Qin Empire, so they had been acting arrogantly. But now they lost the fight and embarrassed themselves. This would be a topic for people to laugh at for a while. The bald-headed elder gnashed his teeth and replied, Your Highness is right. I was too irrational. He then carried Baiyu and left. Junior brother, let us go. Xianxia also brought Lin Yun down from the stage. Xianxia, stay where you are. Everyone has been saying that you have the closest strength to the 8 titles among the 2nd sequence, but it's complete bullshit to me. Do you dare to fight me? Han Lan looked at Xianxia's back coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but his words caused a commotion in the surrounding. Usually on the princess' birthday banquet, only disciples in the 3rd sequence would fight. After all, someone like Han Lan and Xianxia had no need to make use of this event to increase their fame. After reaching their level, it was rare for them to fight unless they had enmity like the Primal Origin sect and Sword Firmament Pavilion. Their stage was the Dragon Gate competition, not the princess' birthday banquet. Interesting. I never thought that Baiyu being crippled could ignite a fight between 2 experts from the 2nd sequence. And here I thought that we would have to wait to see the fight between Xianju and the primal origin sex Zhouqin. I never expected that Han Lan would stand out instead. They're both in the second sequence. So who knows who will be the victor? Everyone discussed among themselves with expectations flashing in their eyes. After all, the two were in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. Their battle would definitely be more exciting than Xianyan's fight. Living up to everyone's expectations, Xianju turned around and said, "I'll play with you if you want to fight. You'll find out if it's bullshit or not." Lin Yun had already returned to his seat and his eyes flickered when he saw this scene. Was Xianju finally going to fight? He knew how powerful Xianju was and he knew the huge gap between them. So watching their fight was beneficial to him. He turned to look at Xianyan, but he didn't see any concern on her face. This meant that she was confident in Xianju. "Junior brother, you were so powerful earlier," smiled Xianyan when she noticed Lin Yun's gaze. "You don't have to worry about my big brother. Defeating Han Lan won't be difficult. After all, he'll be taking first in the Dragon Gate competition this year." Xianyan's eyes flashed with confidence when she mentioned the Dragon Gate competition. "Let's see how much power you can bring out from me," Han Lan roared. His body shined with golden brilliance that was accompanied by a Buddhist aura. It made him look like a Vajra that came out of a painting. When he threw a punch, his aura burst forward along with Buddhist aura and violent rage. "Demon falling fist?" asked Xianju. "You really think highly of me, but don't bother embarrassing yourself before me." A purple radiance shined from Xianju's body, along with the crackling of lightning that echoed from his back. When he drew his sword, his figure suddenly became blurred. He was replaced by a dazzling bolt of lightning that shot out. The thunderclap sword. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized it as one of the 7 transcendent spiritual sword techniques in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The power of this sword technique wasn't any inferior to the Aquaselenic sword. But Lin Yun didn't choose it because it didn't pair well with the Iris Sword Sutra's ice attribute. It was a powerful sword technique since it was a transcendent spiritual martial technique. But the power behind the sword heavily depended on its user. It was just like how Lin Yun and Tang Tong both practiced the same sword technique, but the power was different. Origin energy fluctuated and the bolt of lightning clashed with the golden Buddhist aura. Every clash from them caused a jolt in the crowd's heart. The disciples got nervous as they watched the battle. After all, this was a fight between two people in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. Everyone from the heavenly profound sect wore a grave expression. This was a battle that they couldn't afford to lose. Baiyu had already lost to Lin Yun, which struck a heavy blow to their sect's reputation. So it would be embarrassing if they lost this battle. The bald-headed elder looked at Baiyu. With a grave expression, he said with unquestionable confidence, "Don't worry about it. Han Lan won't lose." The bald-headed elder's confidence left everyone shocked. Could it be that Han Lan had a trump card? Han Lan threw out a series of 10 punches, each filled with astonishing might. It was as if he was the manifestation of a Vajra. But it was a pity that all his attacks were blocked by Xianju. As lightning rumbled, Xianju's attacks started getting faster and faster. His attacks were like bolts of lightning and the terrifying turbulence caused by their attacks left everyone shocked. Han Lan's figure flashed and he stood firmly on the ground. He spoke out coldly, "You're worthy of me getting serious now. Is that so? Then you better get serious then. After all, you might lose your life from my next attack if you're not serious." Xianju's eyes flashed. He took a step forward as his entire figure was enveloped by purple lightning. His sword aura crackled as he was basked in lightning. When he flicked his wrist, he unleashed a blinding sword gleam that shocked everyone. The purple lightning shot out, tearing apart the resisting air in its path and suppressing Han Lan. In that instant, everything within the purple lightning's path was consumed, only leaving behind a void. What a powerful sword technique! It seems like he's reaching complete mastery in the thunderclap sword. It's truly worthy of being a transcendent spiritual sword technique. This attack seems to be even more powerful than those executed by Violet Palace Realm elders. There was an exclamation coming from the surrounding. Lin Yun knew that the aquaselenic sword wasn't inferior to the thunderclap sword, but he didn't have enough energy to support an attack of this scale. Lin Yun rejoiced that he didn't pick the thunderclap sword because he made the better choice for his situation. "What a pitiful trick," said Han Lan while he started gathering his origin energy. When the sword gleam was about to reach him, he slowly lowered his center of gravity and threw a punch out. When his fist collided with the bolt of lightning, the force between the collision actually caused cracks to appear in the air. But the sword still descended ruthlessly at Han Lan. This made Han Lan's face turn dark as he roared, "Falling demon's rage." A huge rumble echoed from within his body, and his Buddhist aura suddenly erupted like a volcano. Under his Buddhist aura, the descending sword aura shattered. But Xianju's sword had also forced Han Lan to use his trump card. Blazing Buddhism aura? Lin Yun was shocked by Han Lan. The heavenly profound sect truly had a deep foundation to be so powerful. So it turns out that they had many secret techniques aside from the Dragon Tiger Fist. "I was planning to use this during the Dragon Gate competition, but you can be proud to force me to use it." Han Lan's aura surged as he threw out a barrage of punches at Xianju. Wielding into his sword, Xianju didn't take a step back and swung his sword out like bolts of lightning. Falling demon slash. "Xianju, go down." Han Lan roared and stomped his foot on the ground. He leaped into the air and the Buddhist aura around his fist manifested into a dorje. The dorje was shrouded in Buddhism scripture. Han Lan was confident about this punch. He once used this technique to push back an elder in the Violet Palace realm back in the sect. How naive! Xianju snorted at the attack. The lightning around him suddenly converged and formed into a dragon. Firmament tribulation. Manifesting dragon. The lightning dragon instantly grew in size and coiled around Xianju. The dragon looked so vivid that it was even covered in scales. This is the power that's comparable to the 8 titles? How terrifying! Xianju and Han Lan are already so powerful. Just how powerful are the 8 titles? They're too strong. No wonder people on their level usually won't fight on the princess' birthday. Only the Dragon Gate competition is a stage befitting them. The 2 phenomena caused by the 2 attacks left all the disciples shocked. It was unimaginable how they managed to execute such an attack while only being in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stage, hoping to see an outcome from the fight. They were anxious to know who the last one standing was. Even the stage trembled from their attacks. Cracks started to spread out on the stage, and just when the stage was about to split into 2, Han Lan roared, "Falling demon claw!" Han Lan cursed inwardly. He changed his fist to a claw and grabbed at the lightning dragon's neck, which made the lightning dragon wail out in pain. Break! Han Lan's claw crushed the lightning dragon. So what if you manage to break it? Even a remnant of the attack is more than enough to deal with you. Xianju stabbed his sword out. Han Lan was struck and threw up a mouthful of blood. He was blown away while Xianju merely took 3 steps back and sheathed his sword. Looking at Han Lan coldly, Xianju spoke up, "You lost." Han Lan's face was pale. He wanted to fight again, but the lingering sword aura and lightning in his chest made his body stiffen up. "Han Lan, come back." The bald-headed elder's face was unsightly. He called Han Lan back before he snorted coldly. "So what if you win now? Say something after you win in the Dragon Gate competition." Xianju's eyes glowed as he declared with pride, "We'll wait and see then. But Han Lan won't be my opponent anymore. My opponents will be your sect's true origin and drifting goblet." His words instantly caused a commotion in the surrounding. Can it be that Xianju wasn't fighting at full strength? That's highly possible. He must have practiced secret techniques given his position in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But he has only been using the Thunderclap sword, while Han Lan was forced to reveal his trump cards. It looks like you can't underestimate the Sword Firmament Pavilion. They have Xianju for this Dragon Gate competition and Lin Yun for 3 years later. Luo Feng's face was filled with smiles because Lin Yun and Xianju took back all the face they lost previously. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's Xian Ju wins, announced the princess. The battle was too intense and the tense atmosphere was still lingering in the hall after the battle ended. Right at this moment, a figure flew out from his seat and landed on the stage with a spear. This person looked familiar to Lin Yun. When he tried to recall him, he remembered that this person was Lin Lan of the Lin clan. Lin Yun had defeated him once in Bai Choshue's escort mission. The two had an enmity previously, but by this point, Lin Yun had already forgotten about it. Lin Lan's appearance confused Chao Jie. Didn't Lin Lan want him to make a move against Lin Yun? Then again, he didn't have the guts to do that. Zui Yun of the Primal Origin sect? Do you dare to fight me? Lin Lan's gaze fell onto Zui Yun. He knew that he couldn't defeat Lin Yun after witnessing the previous fight, and Situ, he also wasn't an easy opponent. So he decided to pick a pushover like Zui Yun instead. Lin Lan's action surprised Lin Yun. He thought that Lin Lan was going to issue him a challenge, but Lin Lan went for Zui Yun instead. This made the banquet even more interesting because it was an opportunity for him to gauge Zui Yun's strength. Without any expression on his face, Zui Yun replied, "You really know how to pick your opponent. Cut the crap and answer my challenge. Let me experience your Dracophant battle physique." His spear technique was overbearing and paired well with the Lin clan's cultivation technique. It could enable him to fight for a long period of time. This was why he was confident in dealing with Zui Yun's Dracophant battle physique. The Primal Origin sect was also one of the 4 prestigious clans, so defeating Zui Yun could spread his fame throughout the Great Qin Empire. "I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. After all, I won't give you a chance to attack." Zui Yun descended on the stage and drew his saber. His saber intent soared into the sky like a dragon, making everyone's eyes light up. What powerful saber intent! What speed! I can't even see what's going on. Lin Lan was shocked. He only saw a flicker when Zui Yun drew his sword and then his opponent disappeared. When he recovered from his shock, he immediately raised his spear to defend himself. That's when a saber gleam flashed before him. The cold gleam flashed endlessly at Lin Lan. The audience could only hear the saber slicing through the air. They couldn't find Zui Yun anywhere. In Zui Yun's hands, the Cold Lake saber was executed to perfection. With the saber intent empowering Zui Yun's attack, Lin Lan couldn't even defend himself. Lin Lan couldn't even bring out the true power of his spear. All he could do was defend himself. After 10 moves, Zui Yun sheathed his saber and returned to his seat. He placed his saber on the table and picked up a cup of wine while he looked at Lin Lan. Under everyone's shock, cold gleams burst out from Lin Lan's body as he threw up 10 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Lan lost. Lin Lan is an elite from the Heavenly Qin Institute, not to mention that he's also a descendant of the Lin clan. But he actually lost so quickly. They're not even on the same level. A discussion rang out from the surrounding. Many people were shaking their heads with disdain in their eyes. Although Zui Yun was the reason why Lin Lan lost so quickly, Lin Lan was also a little too weak. The Primal Origin sects when Yanba revealed a smug look. What Zui Yun did brought glory to the Primal Origin sect's reputation. In his view, the graceful battle was much better than Lin Yun's battle. The Heavenly Qin Institute's Chao Jie sneered at the fact that Lin Lan was a piece of garbage. He couldn't even take an attack. No wonder Lin Lan was instigating him to make a move at Lin Yun. So it turns out that Lin Lan was just a piece of garbage. But that didn't matter because no one could stop him from entering the Lin clan. Not even Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, when Lin Yun defeated Bai Yu, he noticed that Lin Yan's gaze was fixated on Lin Yun. Lin Lan might be a piece of garbage, but what he said was also true. Lin Yun might not have any interest in Lin Yan, but what if Lin Yan stuck to him? A trace of killing intent soared in Chao Jie's heart. He rose up from his seat and he spoke. "I'm impressed that there are so many geniuses in this banquet, especially Brother Lin Yun and his sword technique. I wonder if you're willing to spar with me." Luo Feng frowned his eyebrows when he heard that. Even Xian Yan and everyone else was surprised. Chao Jie was famous in the 3rd sequence and he wasn't any weaker than Xian Yan. He had already reached the 8th stage of the profound martial realm 6 months ago. Logically speaking, his target should be someone like Xian Yan. After all, it was inappropriate for someone like him to go after Lin Yun, whose cultivation was 2 stages lower than him. What's wrong with Chao Jie? Tang Tong was confused by Chao Jie's action. Wang Zhang looked in the Heavenly Qin Institute's direction and said, "It must be due to that last Lin Yan. I heard that the Lin clan has intentions of bringing Chao Jie into their clan, so they're preparing for an engagement." Xianxia narrowed her eyes into slits. She smiled. "Hee, our junior brother's charm is impressive. Do you need me to teach this Chao Jie a lesson?" "No need." Lin Yun turned to look at Chao Jie. "You want a fight? I'll give you a fight." Lin Yun leaped in the air and landed at the center of the hall. His action made Xianxia and everyone else's face change. They never expected that Lin Yun would agree to fight. Chao Jie was 2 stages above him, so he was in a disadvantageous position for this battle. Even Wang Zhang and the others were prepared to help him face Chao Jie. Luo Feng locked his brows together and he commented, "Lin Yun is too impulsive." "That might not be true," said Xianxia with interest in her eyes. "Lin Yun never does anything that he's not confident in. Since he agreed to this battle, then he must be confident in winning." Chao Jie wanted to intimidate Lin Yun, but it's a pity that he chose the wrong opponent. Xianxia didn't say anything else. Only she knew that Lin Yun refined the dragonflame fruit. Lin Yun's cultivation might be in the pinnacle 6th stage, but the quality of his origin energy wasn't any weaker than those in the 8th stage. The elders of the various sects were stunned when they saw Lin Yun accepting the challenge. Clearly, this had also exceeded their expectations. The divine guards Yu Qing sneered, "This brat might seem amicable, but I never expect him to be so arrogant deep in his bones. He clearly knows that this is a trap, but he still dares to jump into it." Lu Yu didn't reply to Yu Qing. She had complicated feelings right now. She understood someone like Lin Yun. Lin Yun might seem to have a reserved personality, but he wasn't someone to mess with when he was furious. After all, he even killed Wang Ning right in front of Bai Ting. If he knew how to advance or retreat, he would have done that with me back in the Herbal Peak. Rage was burning in her heart whenever she thought about what happened back then. Chao Jie sneered when he saw Lin Yun accepting his challenge. Did Lin Yun really think that he could defeat him despite the drastic difference in their cultivation? Or did Lin Yun think that he, Chao Jie, was also a piece of garbage like Lin Lan? He was looking forward to seeing the surprise on Lin Yun's face when he revealed his true strength. The two of them faced each other with sparks flying from their attacks. "Brother Lin, we might be sparring, but I've always been a serious person. I won't hold back against you. Please let me know beforehand if you can't face my attacks," smiled Chao Jie. The depths of his eyes flashed with killing intent. He was finding an excuse for himself in case he killed Lin Yun later. At that time, not even the Sword Firmament Pavilion could do anything about him. Looking at Chao Jie, Lin Yun replied, "Go ahead. You might not be able to defeat me if you don't bring out your true strength." "What arrogance!" Chao Jie laughed. The depth of his eyes glowed with disdain and he said, "You only defeated by you. Where the hell did you get your confidence from?" Chao Jie's body suddenly grew in size and his clothes tore apart, revealing his crimson muscles covered in black markings. He also had similar black markings on his face, which made him seem ugly. At the same time, he also started to emit a demonic aura from his body. Demonic beast? So it turns out that Chao Jie had a fortunate encounter and obtained a demonic beast cultivation technique. I'm afraid that this isn't any weaker than the Dracophant battle physique. No wonder the Lin clan would pay attention to someone like him. Just the demonic beast cultivation technique is enough for them to recruit him into their clan by marriage. Chao Jie looked at Lin Yun with crimson eyes. "Lin Yun, there's still enough time for you to beg. Otherwise, don't blame me for what's going to happen. I have no control over the Fiend Ape battle physique. I can only apologize to the Sword Firmament Pavilion if anything happens to you. Chao Jie, don't take it too far. This is just a spar. Don't blame me for being impolite if you kill Lin Yun," snorted Luo Feng. TSK, how are you going to be impolite? When Yanbo sneered, "Old geezer," he already gave a disclaimer beforehand. You can only blame your disciple for being too confident about himself. That's right. Lin Yun was so impressive when he crippled that disciple, not to mention that Chao Jie has already given his disclaimer. So why are you threatening a junior here? Said the bald-headed elder from the heavenly profound sect. He could sense the killing intent in Chao Jie's eyes. He knew that Chao Jie clearly wanted to kill Lin Yun, so he naturally needed an excuse for it. He was just helping Chao Jie to find an excuse. It's just a sword slave. He had already kneeled once, so what's wrong if he kneels down again? When Yanba smiled, the two elders' words made the atmosphere turn weird. All the elders present suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They could feel that the two elders were trying to set a death trap for Lin Yun. Suddenly, the situation became awkward in that Lin Yun could only get out of this sparring match if he got down on his knees. This was equivalent to forcing Lin Yun into a dead end. The audience from the other sects all wore a playful expression. None of them spoke out for the Sword Firmament Pavilion. After all, a monster like Lin Yun wasn't good news to any of them, so they were more than happy to see Lin Yun die. How noisy! Bloom Phoenix Princess spoke out. Lin Yun, no one will stop you if you leave now. Get down on your knees. You don't even need to kneel before me, not to mention Chao Jie. Is someone here saying that Chao Jie has a higher position than me? The princess voice contained a wisp of rage, which silenced the two elders from the heavenly profound sect and primal origin sect. When Yanba glanced at the princess and his thoughts wandered, it seemed like the princess was interested in this lad. No one here could force him with the princess protection. Thank you for your goodwill, your highness. Lin Yun's brows jumped. But I never mentioned anything about kneeling. Furthermore, I won't be interested in this fight if Chao Jie doesn't bring out his true power. His words shocked the crowd. No one thought that Lin Yun still dared to fight Chao Jie after he revealed his demonic beast cultivation technique. This made the two elders, who were disappointed, become excited. Then you can't blame anyone for what's going to happen next. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Chao Jie laughed, which made his already ugly face look even more distorted. Fearing that there might be a change in the situation, Chao Jie took a step forward and threw a palm out at Lin Yun. When he stretched his hand out, his arm started to expand and reached the size of a fiendape's arm. This made Lin Yun's figure seem tiny in comparison. Everyone took in a cold breath when they saw this scene. They could imagine that palm crushing someone into meat paste. What awaited Lin Yun was death. Chao Jie's palm was shrouded in demonic aura, and the gale created by his attack made it difficult for the audience to open their eyes. No one could imagine what would happen if that palm landed on someone's head. Even the 4 experts in the third sequence would have to avoid this attack. But everyone was shocked when they saw Lin Yun remained where he was. When the palm was about to land, Lin Yun suddenly clenched his fists together and threw out a punch. You're courting death. Chao Jie revealed a sinister laughter. When the palm and fist collided, it caused an invisible shockwave in the air that left cracks on the ground. But the scene that everyone expected to occur didn't occur. Lin Yun's body emitted a purple glow as Dracophant energy spread around his body, forming a layer around his body. At this moment, he looked like an ancient war cauldron with a Dracophant engraving, making him stand out even more. Lin Yun and Chao Jie both took 3 steps back. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a beast that was filled with Dracophant energy. Shock briefly flashed in Chao Jie's eyes before he spoke out in disdain. You dare bring out a half-baked Dracophant battle physique before me? You must be courting death. A crimson ray flashed and Chao Jie swung his fists down at Lin Yun, which Lin Yun faced head-on. As he executed the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun also threw out his own punches. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 50 moves. They were both evenly matched. This scene surprised everyone because it seemed unbelievable for Lin Yun to take Chao Jie's demonic beast cultivation technique head-on. The Dracophant battle physique. When Yanba's face was dark, because Lin Yun was using the body-refining martial technique unique to their sect. Furthermore, Lin Yun's Dracophant battle physique was better than many of their disciples. The face of the heavenly profound sect's bald-headed elder also looked ugly because Lin Yun's punches were accompanied by the manifestation of a tiger and a dragon. It was clearly the dragon tiger fist that belonged to their sect. Lin Yun was using the Dracophant battle physique, dragon tiger fist, and 7 profound steps. These were techniques from 3 different sections. Relying on the 3 martial techniques, Lin Yun was evenly matched with Chao Jie, who was 2 stages above him. After 100 moves later, the 2 figures separated. Lin Yun raised his brow. The demonic beast body refining technique isn't as powerful as I imagined it would be. Before anyone could process what Lin Yun said, they saw him taking a step forward, leaving 9 afterimages in the air. Each afterimage threw out a punch with the true strength of a cauldron, since it was accompanied by saintly music. When Lin Yun's 9 punches overlapped together, the ancient saintly music echoed in the hall like a war song. At the same time, a Dracophant war cauldron also manifested in Lin Yun's fist. The 2 attacks clashed and Chao Jie took several steps back with shock in his eyes. He was shocked by the strength behind Lin Yun's punch. The primal origin sect's Yuan Bo's face changed and he exclaimed, "The 4th stage in the Dracophant battle physique?" After reaching the 4th stage in the Dracophant battle physique, one's body would be filled with Dracophant energy and their bodies wouldn't need to fear cosmic artifacts. Judging from the power behind Lin Yun's punch, he had clearly reached the 4th stage. Normal viewers could only sense Lin Yun's torrential energy, but the primal origin sect's disciples could see the truth and they were shocked. There weren't many in the primal origin sect who could bring the Dracophant battle physique to the 4th stage. In fact, there were less than 10 of them, so they couldn't imagine how Lin Yun managed to cultivate it to this level by solely relying on his comprehension. Again, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky before punching downwards. His punch was like a cauldron that hammered down at Chao Jie. Being forced to constantly retreat, Chao Jie's body started to be covered in wounds. Get lost! Chao Jie no longer held back and gathered all his origin energy to throw a punch. Fiend Ape Dragon Manifestation. When the surrounding spiritual energy gathered into Chao Jie's arm, he threw a punch out. The punch not only contained spiritual energy from the surrounding that was being suppressed, but it also contained his own origin energy. "You're finally bringing out your strongest attack?" Lin Yun flashed and he appeared a few dozen meters away. Chao Jie laughed. He soared into the sky and his punches rained down on Lin Yun. Each of his punches contained energy that he condensed. Chao Jie was bringing out the advantage he had in his cultivation. For a time, the pressure suffocated the audience. Holy crap! This must be his true strength. Lin Yun might have had a chance if he was also in the 8th stage, but he's clearly being suppressed right now. This is the first time I'm seeing such a domineering fist technique. I wonder how many punches Lin Yun can take. After all, dodging isn't the solution. Xianxia and everyone else from the Sword Firmament Pavilion were worried for Lin Yun. "Let's see how you dodge this." Bloodthirst Fiend Ape. Chao Jie was starting to get annoyed by the 7 profound steps and finally revealed his trump card. His bones started to crackle and he underwent another state of being demonized. Now he truly looked like a genuine Fiend Ape. Chao Jie opened his mouth and revealed his fangs. His aura had reached the pinnacle and the entire hall began to tremble. His demonic aura was domineering, which instantly devoured Lin Yun. Chao Jie sneered and threw another punch at Lin Yun. Not bad. Chao Jie was the only opponent that brought him the most pressure through fist technique so far. But how can a firefly compete with the moon in radiance? Sword. Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword and a domineering aura exploded out from him. The spiritual energy that was suppressed in the surroundings suddenly broke free and started pouring into his body. Just when Chao Jie's punch was about to reach him, a surge of sword intent suddenly rose from Lin Yun's body. The flower burial sword buzzed. Enveloped by countless crimson petals around him, Lin Yun swung his sword out. No one could describe how powerful this sword was. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a dazzling sun when he swung his sword out. Before this domineering sword, the domineering aura of Chao Jie was simply a joke. The sword drew a deep and long gash on Chao Jie's chest. When he dropped onto the ground, he was returned to his human form and blood flowed out of his wounds. Everyone in the surrounding looked at this scene silently. countless people still had the domineering sword imprinted in their mind. After all, it didn't seem like a sword that a disciple in the profound martial realm could execute. That's the Overlord's sword, Yuan Bo said with his teeth gnashed and eyes wide open. The Overlord's sword? Isn't that the forbidden technique that the Sword Firmament Pavilion once used to sweep through the Great Qin Empire? I heard that no one in the last century managed to learn it. That's indeed the Overlord's sword. Lin Yun once used it in the Alliance Union battle to become the champion. It's more powerful now that he reached the pinnacle 6th stage of the profound martial realm. Chao Jie has overestimated himself. He gave up on defense with his last punch. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to draw things out. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with complicated gazes. How can this be? Chao Jie looked at Lin Yun. Chao Jie was in the 8th stage and had a demonic beast cultivation technique. Yet he couldn't beat Lin Yun? On the other hand, Lin Yun's face was pale. He had used up too much origin energy in this battle and lost control of his origin energy temporarily. There were signs that he had been trying not to lose control at the very end. The remnant energy from the dragon flame fruit also started to stir in his body. After he cast a glance at Chao Jie, Lin Yun no longer paid any attention to this person. Since the beginning, Lin Yun had no regard for this person. Chao Jie really thought that Lin Yun was courting death by accepting his challenge, but he never thought that confidence was the reason why Lin Yun accepted the challenge. Lin Yun? Do you dare to fight me? Zui Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back anymore and jumped up. But since he stood up, he naturally intended to give Lin Yun some time to rest. Otherwise, his win would be pointless. However, a figure also dashed out from the divine guards at the same time as Zui Yun. When he landed on the ground, he looked at Lin Yun. I am the divine guards Yu Qing. I would like to challenge you. This was the first time that two people had challenged the same person. Interesting. Zui Yun, why don't we fight and the loser will have to step down? Yu Qing looked at Zui Yun. Zui Yun began to hesitate. He knew Lin Yun, so he was looking forward to fighting Lin Yun in this banquet. But if he fought Yu Qing beforehand, he would have to reveal his trump cards. No need. The both of you can come together, said Lin Yun. Yu Qing's eyes instantly turned dark when he heard that. He roared, Lin Yun, I admit that you're strong, but do you have to be so arrogant? Arrogant? You're so certain that I don't have the capital to be arrogant. Lin Yun sheathed his sword. The remnant energy from the dragon flame fruit converged within his body. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yun's hair fluttered as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, going from the pinnacle 6th stage to the 7th stage. The 7th stage of the profound martial realm? Everyone looked at this scene with disbelief. After all, Lin Yun was still in the 6th stage a moment ago, but he made a breakthrough in the blink of an eye. Then again, although it might be rare to make a breakthrough in battle, it didn't mean that it wasn't possible. Even the princess was shocked when she saw how easily Lin Yun made a breakthrough. Even Yu Qing, who felt humiliated, was speechless. Not only them, but even Luo Feng also had no idea what was going on. The sect gave Lin Yun quite a bit of resources, which included 6,000 second-grade spiritual jades. But it was outrageous to think that Lin Yun made another breakthrough in just a few days. Only Xian Yan wore a faint smile on her face when she saw this scene. She had already noticed the remnant dragon flame fruit in Lin Yun's body. It was just that Lin Yun had been suppressing it this whole time. But he lost control of it during his battle with Chao Jie, and it just so happened that Zui Yun and Yu Qing also challenged him. This was the reason why Lin Yun gave up suppressing the dragon flame fruit within his body. After reaching the 7th stage, Lin Yun stood calmly at the center of the hall. The remnant energy from the Overlord's sword emitted out from him, and no one dared to look down on him at this moment. His words shocked everyone. But they now realized that the arrogance of this youth they had been mocking exceeded everyone else. He didn't show it because he couldn't be bothered with them. But if you thought that he was a pushover based on that, then you could look at Bai Yu and Chao Jie for clarity. The Sword Firmament Pavilion gave birth to another monster. But is he really going to face them both? Isn't that a little too much? I don't think so. After all, he managed to defeat Chao Jie despite his cultivation being 2 stages lower. I believe that he has the qualification to face the 2 of them, but winning the fight is another matter. After all, we all witnessed Zui Yun's strength earlier. No matter what, the banquet has become rather exciting. Excitement was plastered on everyone's face once they had recovered from their shock. They had no idea what kind of strength Lin Yun would display after reaching the 7th stage. They were filled with anticipation when they saw Zui Yun step forward. After all, Zui Yun had only revealed the tip of the iceberg when he defeated Lin Lan. On the other hand, Yu Qing was supposed to be Mount Wal's successor, so the crowd was curious about his strength. "Do I have the qualifications now?" Lin Yun asked while looking at Yu Qing. "Zui Yun, Yu Qing, I permit this spar if neither of you have any objections," said Bloom Phoenix Princess with an ethereal voice. "I don't object," said Zui Yun after briefly pondering. His eyes blazed with a fighting spirit. With a smile on his face, Zui Yun continued, "But Lin Yun, don't misunderstand me. I won't hold back since I've agreed to the fight." He was wondering what sort of trump card gave Lin Yun such confidence. He had a premonition that it wasn't because of the breakthrough that Lin Yun just made. This made him even more curious and filled with anticipation. "Me too," replied Lin Yun. "Don't blame us since you're courting death. Just don't end up crying later." Yu Qing retrieved a silver spear from his interspatial pouch that reeked of blood, which made the audience frown their brows. It seemed like the rumors were true in that the divine guards nurtured their geniuses in the battlefield. "Let the spar begin then," said Bloom Phoenix Princess. Zui Yun drew his saber and his saber-intent sword into the sky. Yu Qing also snorted and his wrist trembled, unleashing a peculiar crimson light that swept out as a powerful storm. The jab of his spear resembled a warrior riding a warhorse that was filled with bravery and didn't fear death. The 2 brought out their best attacks right from the beginning. Anyone could tell that they had trained for a long time. Otherwise, there was no way they would seem so experienced at their young age. "Come!" Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the ground and jumped backwards. He threw out his punches to defend himself against the attacks that he couldn't dodge. Yu Qing and Zui Yun also unleashed their full attacks. After 10 moves, the attacks from the 2 left everyone shocked. They were formidable opponents on their own, not to mention that the 2 of them had joined hands. However, Lin Yun faced their attacks calmly with the 7 profound steps. Whenever he couldn't avoid the attack, he would face their attacks with his physical body while protecting his vital points. "My turn now," said Lin Yun. He had been gauging their strength in the fight and he was now clear about the weaknesses in their attacks. "What a joke! Do you even have the opportunity to retaliate?" Yu Qing sneered. In his view, Lin Yun would have already retaliated if he could. So Yu Qing felt that Lin Yun was bluffing for show. "Take another spear of mine," barked Yu Qing. The silver spear in his hand glowed with a crimson light. It was like a sea of blood from a mountain of corpses. The timid would be terrified to death if they faced this sword. Zui Yun also swung out his saber. The saber glowed with a blue light that contained a chilling aura. The light was blinding, covering the ground with a layer of ice. Lin Yun didn't avoid their attacks and his aura suddenly became sharper. He was like a wave as he emitted ripples. At this moment, he had turned into a lake that reflected the white clouds like a mirror. When Lin Yun drew his sword, crimson petals danced around him like a dreamy illusion. Facing the 2 attacks, Lin Yun stabbed his sword forward like a petal falling into the lake as ripples spread out in the surroundings. With a sword that seemed boundless like the lake, Lin Yun faced the spear and sword head-on. Zui Yun and Yu Qing were both stunned when their attacks clashed. It felt as though their attacks had sunk into the ocean. "Retreat!" The 2 changed their faces and they quickly retreated. When the mist dissipated, Lin Yun's figure was revealed. Lin Yun did not pursue them after he pushed the 2 of them back. Lin Yun suddenly swung his sword. His sword flashed like a bright ray that was accompanied by a torrential wave. It might seem as though he was just swinging his sword casually, but it had exhausted 1/5 of his origin energy. Zui Yun and Yu Qing's expressions froze. The ground was enveloped by a cold brilliance and they had no way to dodge this attack. After reaching the 7th stage, the aquaselenic sword seemed even more effortless when Lin Yun used it. He could now use the attacks that required a large amount of his origin energy in an instant. That's weird. Isn't this the sword technique the other disciple from the Sword Firmament Pavilion used previously? What is it called again? The aquaselenic sword. That's right. But why does it seem so ordinary when used by that disciple, and yet so terrifying when Lin Yun uses it? Lin Yun shocked everyone the moment he made his move. He kept swinging his sword at his opponents, which caused the two to panic when facing his attacks. Paying no attention to his surroundings, Lin Yun swung his sword out again. The surroundings instantly looked like a forest of peach blossoms as petals rained down. The fluctuation in Lin Yun's attacks made Zui Yun and Yu Qing's faces look unsightly. Just when the two broke free from Lin Yun's attacks, they were enveloped by another storm of swords. But that wasn't all, because Lin Yun's sword was coming for them again. It didn't matter if he used scattered sword rays or drifting mist. All of these were poured into his sword. Then, the flower burial sword started to buzz as Lin Yun charged at Zui Yun and Yu Qing, destroying everything that stood in his way. His sword was like a reflection of the moon in the lake as he gathered the 3 previous attacks together. The sword clashed with the spear and saber. The two took several steps back with grave expressions. They were bleeding from their palms, and the shockwave from the attack covered their bodies in wounds. Zui Yun and Yu Qing exchanged a glance. Both of them knew that they couldn't carry on like this any longer. They knew that they wouldn't be able to unleash their prowess if they allowed Lin Yun to carry on with his sword technique. In the end, they would just be hacked to death. But Lin Yun didn't give them the chance to retaliate. Before they could even attack, a sudden phenomenon occurred with the sky turning dark. What was going on? Before the two of them could recover from their shock, Lin Yun had already accumulated his sword intent. Suddenly, there seemed to be 2 moons in the world, one in the sky and the other reflected in the water. The night was no longer dark when the moon broke apart the clouds. A boundless and pure sword intent exploded from Lin Yun's body. Before any of the disciples who wielded swords could respond, their swords flew out from their scabbards and flew into the sky, resonating with Lin Yun's sword. Zui Yun and Yu Qing both took the attack and fell onto the ground, clutching their chests as they threw up mouthfuls of blood. When they raised their heads, they looked at Lin Yun in shock as they saw Lin Yun sheathing his sword. The hundreds of swords in the surroundings looked as if they had sworn allegiance to him. Xianxia's sword intent. So it was him last night. The faces of the elders from the various sects changed. They stood up and stared at Lin Yun as their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. After all, the trace of sword intent last night had imprinted shock in their hearts. However, they never would have expected that the sword intent came from Lin Yun. The bald-headed elder from the Heavenly Profound sect was dumbfounded as he looked lost in his seat. They had long forgotten about the sword intent last night due to the intensity of the sparring today. But everyone looked at Lin Yun, who was surrounded by hundreds of swords plunged into the ground. The swords looked like servants bowing down to him. At the same time, this scene proved what happened last night was real. Damn it! Why is it him? How is this possible? Yuan Bo's face was dark. He was talking about how he wanted to crush the Sword Firmament Pavilion beneath his foot. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yun stunned everyone with his skill. Furthermore, he was even winning in the fight against Zui Yun and Yu Qing. This would further boost the Sword Firmament Pavilion's reputation. After today, the name of Lin Yun would surely spread throughout the Great Qin Empire and be known by everyone. On the other hand, the Primal Origin sect had completely lost the battle. When Luo Feng recovered from the shock, he rejoiced. He really hit it well for me. If I had known that he had comprehended the Xiantian sword intent, would I have been worried about the banquet? Xian Yen smiled. Hihi. You wouldn't have believed it anyways even if junior brother told you about it. It looks like our junior brother is becoming more powerful. That's true. Luo Feng smiled bitterly when he thought of how he grumbled at Lin Yun for picking the aquaselenic sword. Tang Tong smiled bitterly. It wouldn't hurt if there was nothing to compare. We both practiced the aquaselenic sword. But why is mine so insignificant compared to junior brother? He still remembered when he was in the martial hall with Lin Yun, helping the latter pick a sword technique. Back then, he even advised Lin Yun against choosing the aquaselenic sword. He never imagined that the aquaselenic sword would be so powerful in Lin Yun's hands. Everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was rejoicing. As for the disciples and elders from the other sects, their faces were unsightly. It might not be genuine Xiantian sword intent, but Lin Yun is still so young. In just 3 years, he might grasp it fully. He's simply a monster. I'm afraid that no one can stop his rise after today. Bai Yu, Chao Jie, and now Zui Yun and Yu Qing have been defeated by his sword. God knows how happy the Sword Firmament Pavilion will be. Everyone sighed as they looked at Lin Yun with admiration, respect, and jealousy. Lu Yu's face was dark. She didn't want to say a word right now. She had a headache as she looked at Lin Yun with helplessness in her eyes. This was probably the most helpless matter in the world. She had tried everything she could to take revenge against Lin Yun, but not only did she fail, she even had to watch him rise. Was Lin Yun the nemesis of her life? Ever since Lu Yu met Lin Yun, she felt that she was being obstructed in everything she did. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun wins, announced the Bloom Phoenix Princess. Yu Qing's face was unsightly as he returned to his seat wielding his spear. Zui Yun wiped the trace of blood from his lips and cupped his hands together. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's sword technique is truly formidable. No wonder it's a sect known for the best sword techniques in the world. You also held back your strength, replied Lin Yun. He could sense that Zui Yun had his reservations in the fight. Zui Yun probably couldn't reconcile the thought of ganging up on Lin Yun with Yu Qing. A loss is a loss. I'll come back when there's an opportunity in the future, smiled Zui Yun. He cupped his hands and bade Lin Yun farewell. Lin Yun looked at swords plunged into the ground and fell into deep thought. As he released his sword intent, he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and waved his hand when the iris flower bloomed. Rise! The swords rose up from the ground with a buzz and started dancing in the sky. Fall! Putting his 2 fingers together, Lin Yun swiped his fingers in the air. The swords followed his command and flew back into their own sheaths. However, the owners of the swords didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, they all wore an awkward expression on their faces. They were swordsmen, so it was humiliating that they couldn't guard their own swords. Lin Yun returned to his seat once he was done with everything. At this moment, the look that everyone had for him was very different from before. The control Lin Yun had over his sword intent was more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Hold on. A voice sounded out just as Lin Yun left. When everyone followed the source of the voice, they saw a youth sitting down, fanning himself. It was the demonic Moon Villa's Situ Yi. His actions surprised everyone. Situ Yi built his fame a long time ago, so he was known by everyone in the Great Qin Empire for his talent. After all, he represented one of the most talented geniuses in the Great Qin Empire along with Bai Lishuan. But Bai Lishuan had been in seclusion for the past year, while Situ Yi's strength steadily increased. Although he rarely did anything nowadays, he still had astonishing achievements under his belt. Many people guessed that he already had the strength to make it into the second sequence and that he might be able to compete with the 8 titles in the Dragon Gate competition. So if there was anyone who could suppress Lin Yun in the same generation, it would be Situ Yi. Situ Yi smiled. Don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of fighting. After all, it's not my style to take advantage of you. However, it's rare for me to encounter an acquaintance. I just want to give you a toast. Situ Yi and Lin Yun know each other? Everyone was shocked. This was a piece of great news. After all, Lin Yun rarely interacted with anyone in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Speaking of which, it had been some time since they were first acquainted. Lin Yun raised his head. I'm surprised that you still remember me. I'll receive your cup of wine. If it wasn't for Situ Yi, he wouldn't have had to jump into the Yin wind stream, nearly dying in the process. But Lin Yun did not hate Situ Yi for it. After all, it was all because he tried to save you Wei Wei. If he was going to hate someone, it would be Bai Lishuan. It was Bai Lishuan who wounded the dragon-blooded horse, which resulted in Lil Red being captured and placed in the auction. Lin Yun swore back then that he would repay the 3 palms that Bai Lishuan gave Lil Red. Great! Situ-yi waved the fan in his hand. He picked up a cup of wine and smiled. But I rarely give a toast to anyone, so it'll be your fault if the wine spills. Situ-yi pushed the cup of wine forward. The cup shot towards Lin Yun. The wine in the cup was emitting a bright glow. This made Xianxia and everyone else take a deep breath. How is this a toast to someone? It's more like Situ-yi is trying to kill Lin Yun. The cup flew too quickly and it flew over to Lin Yun before he had any time to prepare. Executing the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and took 9 steps backwards, leaving an afterimage with every step. His movement technique was impressive, which stunned many people. It looked like Lin Yun was going to spill the cup and embarrass himself. It would be a pity if Lin Yun failed to receive it. No one was looking down on Lin Yun, but the cup came too abruptly. At the very least, the cup was too fast for some of them to follow with their naked eyes. But no one had expected that after Lin Yun took 9 steps back, he suddenly took another 9 steps forward. This time, he was 1-fold faster than when he retreated. Every single step he took would weaken the power behind the cup. After the 9 afterimages overlapped, Lin Yun grabbed onto the cup. How fast! The spectators were shocked. Some of them didn't even notice that Lin Yun even moved. Lin Yun gulped down the cup of wine and raised his head. Good wine! Let me return this cup back to you. Compared to Situ-yi, who launched the cup domineeringly, Lin Yun returned the cup silently with only a flash. Situ-yi didn't even get up on his feet and grabbed onto the cup. But the smile on Situ-yi's face changed when he grabbed onto the cup. It felt as if the entire world had slowed down. In the next second, the silent hall was enveloped by an unknown dominance. When the cup finally stopped suppressing the environment, it broke and ruffled Situ-yi's hair. Along with a violent gale, the hall trembled. Aside from the utensils on Situ-yi's table, the utensils on everyone else's table broke and shattered. Only the utensils on the demonic Moon Villa's table were unshattered. As for the utensils on the other tables, they were all ruined. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Lin Yun and Situ-yi's eyes were shining. They didn't fight, but they competed through the cup and were evenly matched. When Situ-yi's fluttering hair fell down, it revealed his outstanding looks that contained a touch of demonic aura, increasing his lethal looks towards women. Lin Yun sighed. The wine was good, but it's just that it nearly killed me. Your cup wasn't easy either, replied Situ-yi with a playful smile. It's good that you know it. Lin Yun returned to his seat. The gaze of the crow alternated between Lin Yun and Situ-yi before they sighed inwardly. Only people like them were befitting of the monstrous genius title. Although Zui Yun, Yu Qing, and Bai Yu were also talented, they were still somewhat lacking in comparison. But this small distance was the reason why they were overshadowed by Lin Yun and Situ-yi. Lin Yun's fame soared because of the banquet, and at the same time, it also allowed Situ-yi's fame to reach a whole new level. Senior brother, didn't you say that you don't know this person? The demonic Moon Villa's disciples turned to look at Situ-yi. I do now, smiled Situ-yi. The demonic Moon Villa's disciples cried out bitterly in their hearts. They had nothing to say about their senior brother's arrogance. He clearly knew Lin Yun, and yet he insisted that he only knew Lin Yun now. He just had to fight with Lin Yun before acknowledging the latter. The maids started entering the hall to change the shattered utensils. After they were done changing the utensils, Bloom Phoenix Princess looked around and spoke. Gifts! The door opened and a team of maids walked out holding onto a silver plate covered by a cloth. Everyone's eyes were filled with expectation as they looked at the maids. The princess is bestowing gifts again. It must be excellent wine from the royal clan again. Ha ha! It must be the flower toxicate wine again. It has been 5 years. How nostalgic! Many disciples licked their lips as they looked at their elders receiving the wine. Many elders opened it up on the spot and gulped it down. After the maid placed a jar of flower toxicate wine on the table, the maid looked at Lin Yun and smiled. Young Master Lin, the princess was impressed by your performance today, so she's giving you an additional reward of Phoenix Stand wine. The maid's voice wasn't loud, but it caused a huge commotion from the surroundings. The Phoenix Stand wine. That's a 7th grade wine. I heard that there are only two in the Great Qin Empire. There's one in the royal clan's treasury and the other one is with the princess. I heard that the emperor bestowed it to the princess when she was young. At that time, the princess was loved by everyone. But she actually gave such a precious wine to Lin Yun as his reward for his performance. Looking at the Phoenix Stand wine now, the third-grade flower toxicate wine looks dull in comparison. You don't want it? Give it to me then. Dream on. I'll save it for myself. A third-grade wine is decent enough. You can't buy it anywhere even with money. Many people looked at the jar of Phoenix Stand wine with envy in their eyes. Luo Feng was also feeling happy as he immediately gave Lin Yun a signal with his eyes. Lin Yun received the Phoenix Stand wine and cupped his hands together. Thank you for your reward, Your Highness. No need to thank me. Thank the Sword Firmament Pavilion instead. The Bloom Phoenix Princess' ethereal voice sounded out. Without the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to shine so brightly today. However, no one noticed Qin Yu's snort as he quietly left. We don't dare to receive that praise. He naturally has to thank you, Highness, since it's your gift. I believe that Lin Yun won't let you down, smiled Luo Feng. The princess did not comment. Rather, she waved her hand and announced, I'm tired. You can all leave now. The various sects received their wine with smiles plastered on their faces. They cupped their hands together and bade their farewells. Lin Yun looked at the Phoenix Stand wine in his hand and fell into deep thought. Hee, it looks like I was right. You shined brightly today and you received the princess' attention. Everyone can call me the divine fortune teller in the future, smiled Xianxia. Tang Tong and the rest also smiled. Junior brother is so handsome and has a bright future. Who knows, he might even be able to become the prince consort in the future. What the hell are you guys talking about? Shut up. Luo Feng reprimanded them immediately, but he wasn't angry because he knew that everyone was in a good mood. Everyone slowly left the island as they laughed while chatting. Lin Yun was feeling doubtful and turned around. His gaze met Bloom Phoenix Princess, who was looking back at him. When their gazes clashed, Lin Yun was stunned. He could tell that the Bloom Phoenix Princess was dumbfounded briefly through the veil. But a brief moment later, the princess turned away and left. Well, that doesn't mean that she was looking at me. Lin Yun mocked inwardly. When he turned around, the scenery outside the island was enveloped by fog. The sunset might be beautiful, but there was also a cold aura that looked somewhat mournful. He liked the dawn better. It was bright like a fire that he would never be able to forget. The moon hung high in the night. Back in the courtyard, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes after he completed a full cycle of the Age Sutra. When he breathed out, his origin energy became more innate, especially since his Age Sutra had reached the second stage. Casually placing the drained second-grade spiritual jade to the side, Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the moon reflected on the lake. There was a figure standing on the lake and his gaze was directed at Lin Yun's courtyard. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he saw that person. It was naturally Drifting Goblet. All Lin Yun had to do was to look at his bald head. Lin Yun waved his hand and stood up to welcome his guest. The Drifting Goblet walked over. Looking at Lin Yun, who was sitting in front of a table, he asked, Brother Lin, how did you know that I was here? I naturally knew when I saw the moon in the sky, smiled Lin Yun as he took out the Phoenix Stand wine. Drifting Goblet was briefly stunned before he suddenly laughed and rubbed his head. He swept a glance at the Phoenix Stand wine and recited, The Phoenix Stand, blowing the flute on the Phoenix Stand. Only the flowing water before the pavilion remembers me. Drifting Goblet paused for a moment and then continued, There's good wine and there's excellent wine. There's a story behind every wine. I can't accept this one since it was bestowed to you by the princess. Let's have the monkey wine instead. Cheers. Lin Yun put the Phoenix Stand wine away and took out 10 jars of monkey wine. Drifting Goblet looked at the monkey wine with blazing eyes. He smiled. I love the monkey wine. It's the best in the world. There are many wines in the world, and there's a sad story behind almost all of them. Only the monkey wine is refreshing since it's brewed by a bunch of monkeys. Come, let's drink. Drifting Goblet patted the table and carried the jar of monkey wine. Lin Yun was sweating when he saw what Drifting Goblet did. He was truly worthy of his title as Drifting Goblet. Even the way that he drank made Lin Yun feel inferior. After gulping down the jar, Drifting Goblet laughed. "This is great. Lin Yun, come and drink too. You shine brightly today and your fame is spreading throughout the great Qin Empire. You have to drink a few jars." Lin Yun smiled and poured himself a cup before gulping it down. After they parted ways today, who knew when they would be able to meet again? So the two of them looked at the two moons and drank wine. When Lin Yun was feeling tipsy from the alcohol, he mentioned how he wasn't able to successfully practice the heavenly seal. Drifting Goblet smiled and pointed at his bald head. Looking at Drifting Goblet, Lin Yun asked, "You're saying that I have to use my head to think and my heart to cultivate for the heavenly seal?" "Ha ha ha, that's not it. I'm saying that you need a moon, like I have on your head," laughed Drifting Goblet. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he laughed. So it turns out that he had to shave his head and grasp Buddhism to cultivate the heavenly seal. It was more or less what he thought. He had no intention of going into Buddhism, so he could only give up on the heavenly seal. It was a pity, but at the same time it wasn't. The two chatted happily as they drank. However, there was someone who had the opposite expression in the princess manner. It was the crown prince, Qin Yu, who was wearing a darkened expression. After he left the banquet, his face turned dark. This made Wang Yan tremble in fear as he stood next to Qin Yu. Wang Yan had also watched the battle, and he could only gnash his teeth when he saw how brightly Lin Yun shined. He also had a rough idea as to why the crown prince was so furious. It had been 5 years since the princess last held a birthday banquet. And this time around, the banquet was so grand that it far exceeded the past celebrations. Many of the sects were still as respectful as they were before. This made Qin Yu even more unhappy since he was wary of the princess to begin with. Qin Yu suddenly stood up. "We have to get rid of Xianxia." Wang Yan was shocked by those words. He asked, "What about Lin Yun?" "Lin Yun?" questioned Qin Yu. Qin Yu burst into laughter. "Your narrow eyesight only placed your focus on the sword slave. So what if Lin Yun is formidable? Can he compete with the 8 titles in the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year? Can he prevent me from taking first place?" "Yes, I understand," said Wang Yan. "Go!" Qin Yu's eyes surged with a murderous aura. He had always been a decisive person when it came to killing. He wouldn't hesitate once he made up his mind. With that, the two of them left the courtyard. But they were suddenly stopped by the gray-robed old man. The old man smiled. "It has been a long time and the princess wishes to meet you. Please stay for a few more days. My younger sister understands me well. She already grasped it before I even made up my mind. Thank her for me." "I'll wait for a few more days then," smiled Qin Yu. "That's for certain," smiled the gray-robed old man. When Qin Yu turned around and returned to the courtyard, the smile on his face was replaced by a frosty look. Wang Yan felt uneasy when they returned to the courtyard. He didn't dare to look at Qin Yu's face. Suddenly, Qin Yu noticed a black-robed elder emerging from the shadows. The black-robed elder respectfully stood behind the crown prince. For a moment, Wang Yan was filled with horror. Was this old man here the whole time? He hadn't noticed the old man at all. Then again, it made sense that an expert would be protecting the crown prince. "Your Highness," greeted the old man. The crown prince waved his hand and said, "Just tell me, how confident are you in facing that old man?" "I'm 50% confident. But it's even less than that if there are other experts around," said the black-robed old man. The crown prince's face changed when he heard the lack of confidence. However, he wasn't too surprised because he already guessed that the gray-robed old man was very powerful. Otherwise, why would Qin Yu agree to stay in the princess manor for a few more days? "It has been 5 years since you showed up and gave me a display of your strength. However, it looks like she has almost recovered from her injuries, and she's determined to go against me." Qin Yu's face was dark. No one knew what was going through in his mind. "Humph." Qin Yu raised his head. He looked at Wang Yan and said, Wang Yan, I'll leave this matter to you. How can I possibly fight Xianxia? He'll kill me with one palm. Wang Yan stuttered out of fear. He had seen Xianxia's strength during the banquet, so he could tell that not even someone in the Violet Palace realm would be certain of beating Xianxia. Xianxia definitely had the strength comparable to the 8 titles, so Wang Yan facing Xianxia was equivalent to throwing an egg at a boulder. Of course you're not his opponent, cursed Qin. He continued, I want you to discuss this matter with your father and to use the Wang clan's strength. Do you understand me now? But this will give the Sword Firmament Pavilion an excuse to take action against the Wang clan. Wang Yan was completely terrified when he heard this. There was no way the Wang clan could compare to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was colossal, so wouldn't the Wang clan be courting death if they killed a disciple on the heaven ranking? Qin sat on the wooden chair and tapped his finger on the armrest. He smiled. The Wang clan naturally needs to contribute if you guys want to have the highest contribution among the 4 clans and to follow me after I'm crowned. I'll repay you guys tenfold when I ascend to the throne. You don't have to make the decision. Just let your father know about this, he'll make the decision. But why aren't you making a move yourself? With your highness strength, killing Xianxia would be easy, retorted Wang Yan. What a fool, cursed Qin. He asked, can't you look at the current situation? The woman who shined brightly in the Empire 5 years ago is back. Tonight was her warning to me. She will definitely try to hold me back. I have to get first in the Dragon Gate competition no matter what. Xianxia has to die or that woman won't give up. Lin Yun woke up from being intoxicated when the light of dawn peered into the room. Drifting Goblet was nowhere seen when he opened his eyes. Lin Yun smiled because it looked like Drifting Goblet wasn't really drunk last night. On the other hand, he had been intoxicated by the monkey wine. But he felt refreshed after he woke up. He could feel a surge of warmness throughout his body that made him feel satisfied. All famous wines were beneficial to cultivators and the best ones could even increase cultivation. Naturally, this meant that they were expensive. Above the 9th grade were the divine and celestial wines. It was rumored that they could extend one's lifespan, improve one's aptitude, and increase one's comprehension. The Phoenix Stand wine was a 7th grade wine, so one could imagine how much it was worth. At the very least, there were only 2 in the Great Qin Empire. Even throughout the ancient southern domain, it was an extremely precious wine. After Lin Yun washed himself, he made preparations to return to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. 6 horses lined up together as they made their journey back. The princess' birthday was an unquestionably grand event. Many people felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Riding on the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun exclaimed in joy. He never imagined that his strength would be ranked so highly. Even someone who he had to look up to in the past was evenly matched with him when they exchanged cups. But he still couldn't afford to let his guard down. After all, Bai Lishuan would possess the saint physique when he comes out of seclusion. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful Bai Lishuan would become when he came out. His grudge with Bai Lishuan wasn't something that he could resolve so easily like Situi. He would still go after Bai Lishuan even if the latter didn't come after him. Suddenly, aside from Lin Yun's horse, the rest of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's horses became restless. TSK. The Sword Firmament Pavilion can't even find a decent horse? Snorted Wen Yanba as he rode on his horse. The demonic aura from his horse was powerful, and he was charging towards the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party with it. The black Qilin horse contained a trace of the Qilin's bloodline and could be considered a descendant. It might be faint, but it still had the connection of a sacred beast's descendant. Therefore, there was also a hint of sacred aura hidden in its demonic aura. The black Qilin horses were the reason why the Sword Firmament Pavilion's horses were afraid. Looking at Luofeng, when Yanba smiled, "Weren't you acting high and mighty yesterday? Why is your mount looking so unstable today when you see me?" Ha ha ha. The Primal Origin Sect's disciples all laughed. The Sword Firmament Pavilion might have taken all the limelight yesterday, so it wasn't bad that they had a chance to ridicule them today. After all, the Princess Manor's entrance had high traffic and they could show others how the Sword Firmament Pavilion embarrassed themselves. Lin Yun didn't utter a single word. He merely patted on the dragon-blooded horse's neck lightly. Suddenly, there was an outburst of demonic aura that came from the dragon-blooded horse. This aura that made even cultivators fearful was directed at the black Qilin horses. There was no way the black Qilin horses could compare to the dragon-blooded horse. It was just like how cats and dogs would tremble in fear when they looked at a tiger. In that split second, the black Qilin horses suddenly became anxious with fear in their eyes. What's going on? When Yanba was shocked, he grabbed onto the ropes tightly and tried to calm down the black Qilin horse. Suddenly, an ominous light flickered in the dragon-blooded horse's eyes as lightning faintly crackled on its horn. Taking a step forward, the dragon-blooded horse roared. Under the golden sunlight, the dragon-blooded horse's fur radiated with crimson brilliance. The black Qilin horses dropped to the ground, while their riders from the primal origin sect were still mounted. This caused Wen Yanba and everyone else to be thrown to the ground. Although they didn't suffer any injuries due to their cultivation, they had thoroughly embarrassed themselves. No matter what they did, none of the black Qilin horses dared to get back on their feet. The primal origin sect disciples were shocked by this. But that wasn't enough for the dragon-blooded horse. It even started shaking its butt at the black Qilin horses. This made the faces of Wen Yanba and everyone else grow darker. A lowly horse from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was laughing at them. What's going on? Why aren't the horses moving? I bet you don't have the inside scoop. The primal origin sect tried to compete against the Sword Firmament Pavilion with their horses and lost. Did you see the dragon-blooded horse that Lin Yun was riding? It scared the 8 black Qilin horses by itself. Wow! But what's going on with this horse? Is it laughing right now? Holy shit! The horse is actually laughing. Ha ha ha! This is too funny. A horse actually looks so despicable when it laughs. Ha ha ha! My eyes have been opened today. I bet the party from the primal origin sect probably wants to die. They're actually being humiliated by a mere horse. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't witness it personally. How did Lin Yun get such a horse for himself? This is too funny. The surrounding disciples laughed when they looked at the dragon-blooded horse. Luo Feng patted his horse and trotted to the front with a smile. When Yanba, the primal origin sect might have been overshadowed by my Sword Firmament Pavilion yesterday, but there's no need for you guys to be so polite and even give us these black Qilin horses. Let's go. We can't accept this gift. Ha ha ha. The Sword Firmament Pavilion laughed as they left. Get lost. What are you guys looking at? What are you laughing about? I'll slaughter you if you continue laughing. The primal origin sect's disciples barked when they saw everyone laughing at them. The primal origin sect was ultimately one of the 4 prestigious sects, so everyone instantly stopped laughing at them. However, the primal origin sect had thoroughly embarrassed themselves. They knew that this story would definitely spread throughout the Great Qin Empire. An elder of the primal origin sect was actually laughed at. When Yanba's face was dark, looking at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party, his eyes flashed with dense murderous aura. He balled his fists together. I'll let you guys laugh for now. The journey back to the Sword Firmament Pavilion would take at least 3 days and at most 7 days. No matter what, it would take them a few days to return to the sect. But one day after they left the capital, Luo Feng and Xianxia instantly sensed something amiss. The two didn't say a word and quickened their pace back to the sect. But on the 3rd day, Luo Feng and Xianxia, who were leading the party, came to a stop. Tang Tong asked, Elder Luo, what's the matter? Luo Feng didn't say a word and turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared. Lin Yun was shocked by Xianxia's sudden outburst. The 10th stage was truly formidable. Xianxia soared to a height where it was impossible for Lin Yun to reach, even with the 7th profound steps. This was due to the difference in their cultivation. He could only do something like this if he had enough origin energy to support him. When Xianxia came back down, he returned with a bird in his hand. It was an ordinary bird and wasn't even a demonic beast. However, when Xianxia crushed the bird, the blood that everyone was expecting didn't appear. The bird that looked so real was actually a puppet. After it was crushed, It revealed a second-grade spiritual jade with lots of spiritual runes engraved on it. Lin Yun raised his brow. With just a glance, he could see that the spiritual runes were connected to each other to form an array. This is the primal origin sex mechanism beast. This bird has been following us ever since we left the city. It appears that they have been targeting us ever since we left the Princess Manor, sighed Xianxia. Luo Feng's face was dark and contained a trace of murderous aura. He spoke out coldly. Do they really think that we're afraid of them? Luo Feng then took out a token from his interspatial pouch and crushed it. Everyone's faces changed as they wore a grave expression. They didn't expect that the primal origin sect would try to intercept them. Suddenly, the sky before them turned dark and countless black birds flew over. The birds shot down without any warning, just like the rain would. Avoid it! That's the primal origin sect's black blaze crow, barked Luo Feng. The party soared into the sky and retreated. Even their horses ran away in a panic. The black flame crows exploded when they hit the ground, and soon the ground was covered in large craters. It was like the end of the world as the ground trembled from the ear-deafening explosions. If any of them were hit by the crows, aside from Luo Feng and Xianxia, they would probably die. They couldn't imagine how serious their situation would have been if they didn't notice the spying puppet. Even just the fluctuation from the explosions was making Tang Tong and the rest uncomfortable. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits as he peered through the cloud of dust. He was relieved after he saw the dragon-blooded horse safely leaving. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. The primal origin sect was ruthless. They would be dead if they weren't careful. A sharp piercing voice rang out and 4 figures descended from the sky. All of them emitted an unfathomable aura. There weren't many of them, but they were all in the Violet Palace realm. Luo Feng's heart sank when he saw the 4 of them. Could it be that the primal origin sect had planned this assassination before the banquet started? After all, gathering 4 profound martial realms in 2 days was too fast. His face sank. The primal origin sect never changes. You guys are still using this method even after a few hundred years. The primal origin sect? We're not from the primal origin sect. You just need to know that we're here to kill you guys. The black-clothed man spoke out with an eerie voice. Lin Yun's heart trembled because the voice sounded like Wen Yanba. This old geezer was clearly faking it. When Yanba swept his gaze around, it landed on Lin Yun. A murderous aura surged in his heart when he spotted Lin Yun. He spoke up. I'll hold this old geezer back. The 3 of you go and kill Lin Yun. When Yanba drew a long saber and used it to slash at Luo Feng. His saber was emitting a cold aura. Firmament finger. Luo Feng tapped his finger out and destroyed Wen Yanba's attacks. It has been a few years since we last fought. It looks like you got stronger, smiled Wen Yanba. Unfortunately, his attacks weren't slowing down at all. When the 2 of them fought, the other 3 experts in the Violet Palace realm pounced towards Lin Yun. Accompanied by a roaring lightning, Xianxia drew his sword and said, I'll stop one of them. You guys try your best to drag the other 2 down. Don't face them head-on and remember to protect our junior brother well. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Got it. Tang Tong and the others might have been shocked, but they were also elites. They were able to quickly collect themselves and react by drawing their swords. Protect our junior brother. Xianyan and the remaining disciples drew their weapons and surrounded Lin Yun to protect him. How naive! The 2 black-clothed men sneered and launched their attacks. Their origin energy rippled and unleashed great pressure on the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party. Get lost! One of them threw out his palm and unleashed a gigantic purple palm made of origin energy. The palm was like a small-scale mountain, causing the sky to turn dark and covering Xianyan and the others. When the palm exploded, everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was blown away and blood dripped from the corner of their lips. Their internal organs ruptured when they landed on the ground. Lin Yun was kneeling on one knee as he clutched his chest. There was no way they could face the 2 Violet Palace realms. After all, the 2 assassins were 1 realm above them, which meant that their attacks were futile when facing the 2 assassins' origin energy. So that's what happens after forming the Violet Palace? What a bunch of idiots. You guys have no idea how terrifying the Violet Palace realm is. The two black-clothed men sneered. Instead of waiting, they pounced at Lin Yun immediately. They wanted to get rid of Lin Yun as soon as possible. Humph. Do you think that I've never met a Violet Palace realm before? You have to get past me if you want to kill my junior brother. A cold aura surged from Xianxia. In a split second, she stabbed her sword out 3 times with her blazing sword of crimson flames. Hold them back. Xianxia's aura left Tang Tong and the others stunned before they also charged over. One of the black-clothed men suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When he raised his head, he saw Xianxia and 3 other disciples fearlessly charging after him. He frowned his brows. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples have guts. I really have to hand it to them. I'll deal with these clowns, you go handle that brat. Sure. The 2 black-clothed men divided their duties as one of them pounced at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun saw that Xianxia and the other disciples were trying to hold back a black-clothed man without any concern for their lives, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling worried for them. But very quickly his mind focused. He didn't even have the luxury of time to worry about them. Lin Yun executed the 7 profound steps and left behind 9 afterimages. But the 9 afterimages were all crushed when a palm flew towards him, sending Lin Yun flying 100 meters away. Their origin energy wasn't on the same level, so if it weren't for the Dracophant battle physique, he would have been heavily injured by the attack. No wonder the sect wants this brat dead. He actually managed to survive my attack. The black-clothed man was surprised that Lin Yun managed to survive his attack. Demon Cloud Palm. The black-clothed man soared into the sky and threw his palm down. His black origin energy gathered into a huge palm and descended like a huge mountain. This time, his attack was fully focused on Lin Yun since no one was distracting him. Lin Yun faced the attack calmly. He summoned the Flower Burial Sword and executed the Overlord Sword without any hesitation. A domineering aura boiled in his body and gathered onto his sword before he slashed it at the black palm. The black palm was penetrated by the sword, but all the sword did was slow the palm down. Lin Yun spread his arms apart as the golden crow seal condensed on his back and he flew into the sky. The ground cracked when the palm landed on the ground, shooting stone shrapnels into the surrounding like a violent storm. As Lin Yun flew away, he swung his sword and unleashed the Aquaselenic sword. When he landed on the ground, he was barely able to dodge the incoming attack. The black-clothed man's eyes blazed with rage at this and he grabbed at Lin Yun. Die! He had lost his patience and wanted to suppress Lin Yun with his cultivation. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and gently patted his interspatial pouch. He retrieved the Scarlet Flame war flag. When he took it out, he immediately changed it into its battle form. The flag that was covered in crimson runes suddenly turned into sickles with 2 hook blades. With the Scarlet Flame war flag in his hand, Lin Yun was like a bloodthirsty beast. His aura changed in an instant. The blades on the Scarlet Flame war flag looked like crescent moons. The bloodthirsty aura within the blade got excited when it sensed the killing intent in Lin Yun's heart. The scene before Lin Yun's eyes suddenly changed. It felt as if he was walking on a path covered with blood. This meant that the Scarlet Flame war flag had taken tons of lives in the past. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he stabbed the flag at the black-clothed man. I've been waiting for you. He wasn't fond of killing, but he wouldn't mind if someone tried to kill him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't mind having his path to the summit being built on bones and blood. The tip of the flag tore through the resisting air and dragged Lin Yun towards the black-clothed man. The flag was fast, which caught the black-clothed man by surprise. He never expected that Lin Yun had a cosmic artifact prepared. He didn't have any time to think and circulated all the origin energy within his body to condense 9 thick shields before him. But the triangular tip of the flag easily broke through the 9 shields. After all, how could the shields he created in a hurry block the attack that Lin Yun had been accumulating? But the shields still managed to obtain some time for the black-clothed man. He fused his Dracophant energy and origin energy together to condense a purple armor on his chest. When the flag collided with the armor, Cracks instantly started to spread out under the huge force. The black-clothed man threw up a mouthful of blood and he was sent flying away. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he looked at the armor. Were they still trying to deny the fact that they were from the Primal Origin sect even after revealing the Dracophant battle physique? Circulating the Iris Sword Sutra, Lin Yun took 3 steps forward. He didn't give his opponent the opportunity to gain his footing and swung the flag. The black-clothed man was shocked when he saw this scene. He had just reached the Violet Palace realm, so it was foolish for him to compete with cosmic artifacts. He immediately circulated the origin energy within his body and took a step back. But before he could even let out a breath of relief, blazing flames swept out from the flag that sent the black-clothed man flying. Even he was nearly ignited by the flames. Damn it! How is this cosmic artifact so powerful? The black-clothed man was shocked. It made no sense that a cosmic artifact could be so powerful in the hands of someone in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. Honestly speaking, Lin Yun could barely control the Scarlet Flame War Flag in its long-range form. But there weren't so many restrictions for the close combat form. Lin Yun was able to control it when he was in the 5th stage, not to mention that he was in the 7th stage now. As origin energy poured into the Scarlet Flame War Flag, Lin Yun moved like an ancient beast. Die! Before the black-clothed man could even think about anything, Lin Yun charged forward and jabbed with his flag. Turning into a crimson beam, Lin Yun was carried by the momentum of the flag and turned into a crimson ray that traveled over a few hundred meters in an instant. The purple armor that the black-clothed man had manifested was pierced through. When Lin Yun drew out the flag, blood started flowing out from the wound created by the Scarlet Flame War Flag's triangular tip. That attack had pierced through the black-clothed man's defense and into his body by half an inch. The black-clothed man clutched his chest and threw up a few mouthfuls of blood. The armor that was manifested from his Dracophant energy and origin energy swiftly collapsed. Like a wild beast, the Scarlet Flame War Flag became excited when it was drenched in blood. The spiritual runes on the flagpole lit up and unleashed an outburst of ominous aura. Lin Yun looked at the ground and it became covered by piles of bones. At this moment, Lin Yun was having difficulty distinguishing between reality and illusion. He locked his brows together and poured his origin energy into it, the Scarlet Flame War Flag. But he couldn't satisfy the cosmic artifact's appetite no matter how much he tried. While the Scarlet Flame War Flag gave him power, it also had a high demand. If Lin Yun used it recklessly, he wouldn't be able to restrain the ferocity of the cosmic artifact. He still wasn't strong enough to control it, so he had to use it moderately. But first I have to kill one. Lin Yun's gaze fell on the black-clothed man with torrential killing intent blazing in his eyes. The black-clothed man was ultimately an expert in the Violet Palace realm, but Lin Yun managed to survive the 2 attacks because of the cosmic artifact. Elder One, save me! The black-clothed man yelled out in despair. What's wrong? When Yanba's face sank when he turned his gaze over. He was deeply shocked in his heart when he saw Lin Yun's cosmic artifact. Sword slave, don't you dare! When Yanba threw a palm at Luo Feng before he rushed over to the black-clothed man. A surging aura swept out from him as he balled his fist and threw a punch at the Scarlet Flame War Flag. The ground exploded with countless stones flying out from the shockwave that was created from the clashing attacks. Blood seeped out of Lin Yun's mouth and both he and the Scarlet Flame War Flag were blown away. You're courting death. Luo Feng dashed over and landed a palm on Wen Yanba's chest. When his palm imprinted on Wen Yanba's chest, the sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Right at this moment, sword condors emitting powerful sword aura appeared in the distant horizon. When Yanba knew that he no longer had an opportunity to kill Lin Yun, he quickly yelled, "Retreat!" The remaining 3 black-clothed men immediately started to retreat upon receiving the command. But the black-clothed man who was injured by Lin Yun was trailing at the very end. Decisively, Luo Feng tapped his finger out and shot out a dazzling beam. Firmament finger! In the next second, the beam pierced through the black-clothed man and claimed his life. The black-clothed man's body swelled and exploded. When Yanba turned around to see this scene, his eyes surged with hatred and he quickened his footsteps. Junior brother, are you all right? Xianxian rushed over. Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips. Just as he was about to squeeze out a smile, he was suddenly assaulted by a surge of dizziness, and then he staggered. Xianxian quickly helped him gain his footing. Right at this moment, Luo Feng came like the wind and tapped on Lin Yun's chest 3 times. Each time he tapped, he would pour his origin energy into Lin Yun's body. When the origin energy poured into Lin Yun's body, the Iris Sword Sutra that was withering suddenly glowed and opened up. Lin Yun opened his eyes and gave Luo Feng a grateful look. Elder Luo, he's... Xianxian wanted to ask, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Luo Feng. He's fine. He just overexerted himself using the cosmic artifact. Luo Feng took a deep glance at Lin Yun. He was shocked that Lin Yun could bring out so much power from the cosmic artifact, which made him curious about Lin Yun's cultivation technique that could sustain the cosmic artifact's consumption. If it was someone else in Lin Yun's shoes, they would have already turned into a mummy by now. It's not a big deal, but don't be reckless again in the future, said Luo Feng. Lin Yun nodded his head. He didn't have a choice back then because there was no way he could fight against an expert in the Violet Palace realm. But thanks to you, we managed to kill a Violet Palace realm elder from the Primal Origin sect. This should teach them a lesson, sneered Luo Feng. A middle-aged man wearing the Sword Firmament Pavilion's uniform suddenly descended from the Sword Condor. He cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Elder Luo." Luo Feng nodded. Then, his eyes with a ruthless light, and he gave a command. Send out a notification that when Yanba is heavily injured, he won't be able to leave this place within the next 3 days. So we have to capture him. Roger. The middle-aged swordsman nodded and left on the Sword Condor. Elder Luo. Xianju came over with the interspatial pouch from the black-clothed man that died. Casually sifting through the interspatial pouch, Luo Feng took out a jade tablet. He looked at Lin Yun with a smile. This is a secret technique from the Primal Origin sect. You should be interested in it. Lin Yun took it and looked over it. Truly was a secret technique. It was the purple armor that the black-clothed man had previously used. This was a unique technique that merged the Dracophant energy and Origin energy together to manifest the Dracophant armor. Lin Yun knew how powerful this secret technique was since it could even withstand an attack from the Scarlet Flame War Flag. Thank you, Elder. No need to thank me. You're the one who injured him. Not to mention that this secret technique is related to the Dracophant battle physique. So only you can cultivate it. Supporting Lin Yun, Xianxian grumbled. Is the Primal Origin sect insane? Why the hell are they trying to kill Junior Brother? Tang Tong and the other disciples were also confused. Right at this moment, Luo Feng sighed. The enmity between the Primal Origin sect and the Sword Firmament Pavilion runs deep. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's location once belonged to the Primal Origin sect. Back then, our ancestor Jian Wuming wanted to establish a sect and took a liking to the Primal Origin sect's location. So he casually got rid of the entire Primal Origin sect. But our ancestor had a soft heart, so he didn't kill all of them. For a long period of time, the Primal Origin sect didn't dare to do anything. But when the Heavenly Profound sect and Demonic Moon Villa rose up to fame, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was no longer able to monopolize the Great Qin Empire. At that moment, the Primal Origin sect made their return. So they have been targeting the geniuses from the Sword Firmament Pavilion for the past few centuries. They did not want to see the Sword Firmament Pavilion rise up again. Lin Yun instantly understood the enmity between the two sections. No wonder the two sects had such great enmity. At the same time, he was shocked when he heard that the ancestor Jian Wuming had suppressed the entire Primal Origin sect by himself. So, Lin Yun, you have to be careful when you leave the sect next time. We might have struck a blow in the Primal Origin sect's plot this time, but they might still come after you in the future. Luo Feng looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. At the same time, his eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, you're our hope for the Dragon Gate competition 3 years from now. 3 years from now? If there was an opportunity, Lin Yun would like to give his best at the Dragon Gate competition this year. There were only 8 quotas and there was still a drastic difference between him and Xianju, not to mention the 8 titles. 2 days later, the group smoothly returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The entire sect already knew what happened in the banquet. So Guardian Plum personally came to receive the group along with the 7 sword-bearing elders. Since they brought honor to the sect naturally had to reward them. The 7 sword-bearing elders gave Lin Yun 500 second-grade spiritual jades and 10 second-grade pellets. It was a luxurious reward which made many people envious. However, no one was jealous. After all, they would also receive a similar reward if they brought honor to the sect. Everyone also received a reward for their performance. Then again, none of their rewards was comparable to Lin Yun. Luo Feng was so proud that Bai Ting, who also was in attendance, was filled with jealousy. Many people were saying that Luo Feng was probably the next Elders Hall's hallmaster now. After all, there was a huge gap between Luo Feng and Bai Ting due to Lin Yun. Even some of Bai Ting's friends started to distance themselves from him. Bai Ting felt that it was all that damn sword slave's fault. Back then, he should have killed Lin Yun back in the 9 Stars contest. Bai Ting looked at Lin Yun with hatred surging in his heart. So when he squeezed out a smile on his face, it looked twisted and ugly. However, Lin Yun paid no attention to Bai Ting because he knew that there was nothing the latter could do to him. Bai Ting had to suck it up no matter how much he hated Lin Yun. Then again, Lin Yun also couldn't touch Bai Ting for the time being. After all, it wouldn't be easy trying to touch an elder with high seniority in the sect. But it didn't matter because Bai Ting would definitely feel more terrible than Lin Yun. When Lin Yun returned to the Locket Mountain, an unavoidable celebration was held. But Lin Yun didn't see Li Wuyo anywhere at the party. Later on, he found out from Mo Chang that Li Wuyo went out on a training trip, which made Lin Yun feel gratified because it meant that the kid was finally growing up. If Li Wuyo was still as lazy as he was back then, it wouldn't be probable for him to gain any footing in the Great Qin Empire, not to mention becoming the strongest swordsman. In just a few days, the Locket Mountain was swarmed with visitors. They were elders from various halls and various clans in the Great Qin Empire. But Lin Yun did not want to be involved with them, so he asked Xianxia to greet them before heading to the Extermination Mountain Range. Half a month later, deep in the Extermination Mountain Range, stood a violent waterfall. The crashing waterfall was the only sound that could be heard in the otherwise silent location. Suddenly, the lake violently trembled and a violet wave spread out into the surroundings. A faint sword cry could be heard over the sounds coming from the waterfall. Simultaneously, sword intent and origin energy swept throughout the lake and didn't stop for a moment. A ray shot out from the surface of the water, creating a huge wave. But that ray wasn't a sword beam, it was a youth. The youth's defined features were perfectly outlined by the sun. His clothes quickly dried up and his hair fluttered in the wind, making him look captivating. The youth was naturally Lin Yun, who came here to avoid the visitors. After departing from the Locket Mountain, Lin Yun came here to practice the Aquaselenic Sword and the Age Sutra. Because of the Dragon Flame fruit, his cultivation grew by 2 stages. If someone else was in Lin Yun's shoes, they would have rejoiced at the increase in their cultivation. However, Lin Yun still felt uneasy about his growth. It was because he knew that origin energy didn't depend on quantity, but quality. I finally refined my origin energy after half a month and used 3,000 second-grade spiritual jades. Lin Yun stood on the surging lake and walked towards the shore. His clothes were perfectly dry despite the splashing water. Compared to half a month ago, Lin Yun's aura looked even more innate. Even if he wasn't troubled by the trifling affairs, he would have come here to refine his origin energy. The battle with the Violet Palace Realm Elder made him feel great pressure. Through the battle, he noticed that his attacks weren't effective against the black-clothed man's origin energy. If he didn't have a cosmic artifact, he would have been killed. Then Lin Yun thought about the 8 titles. He heard that the 8 titles could fight with experts in the Violet Palace realm and that the Crown Prince could even kill one. But Lin Yun didn't know that the 8 titles were all in the quasi-Violet Palace realm, so there wasn't much difference in the quality of their origin energy. When Lin Yun turned around, the surging waves calmed down. His eyes suddenly flashed and he threw out a punch. Along with 3 explosions, the torrential origin energy caused 36 geysers to soar into the sky. When his origin energy spread out, the ground beneath him started to tremble. Water! Lin Yun waved his hand. The iris flower within his body opened up and the 36 geysers turned into ice before they landed on the ground. The ice looked like pearls that shined brightly under the sun. Break! A cold light flashed in his eyes. When Lin Yun balled his fists together, the coldness in the ice pillars dissipated and the ice turned back to water. Not bad. I might have taken a small step into the initial 7th stage of the profound martial realm, but the power of my origin energy is a few times stronger than before. It looks like the 3,000 grade spiritual jades weren't in vain, muttered Lin Yun to himself. This was the effect that he wanted. At this moment, the uneasiness he felt about his cultivation rising too quickly had disappeared. However, he was using up too many resources and exhausted all the 2nd grade spiritual jades he got from the 7 sword-bearing elders. God only knows how many people would be shocked if they learned about this crazy consumption. Although there was no way for his cultivation to take another step forward, he could still unlock the potential in his martial techniques. He was still left with the vanquishing dragon and tiger in the dragon-tiger fist. He could also try combining the 3 seals together and bringing the 7 profound steps to complete mastery. At the same time, he could also try to raise the Dracophant battle physique to the 4th stage. After all, he still had the secret technique for the Dracophant battle physique, the Dracophant war armor. It was a defensive technique that could even defend against cosmic artifacts. Also, he couldn't forget about the 3 ultimate moves from the Aquaselenic sword and his Xianxia sword intent. There was still a lot for him to increase. Although it seemed like a mess, Lin Yun had already planned everything. He would start with the following fist technique, movement technique, body refining technique, secret technique, sword techniques, and finally the Xianxia sword intent. In this way, he would tackle the easiest and end with the most difficult. So Lin Yun decided to spend the remainder of his time training in the Extermination Mountain Range. The depths of the Extermination Mountain Range was far from the Sword Firmament Pavilion. God knows how many demonic beasts were hidden in this forest, and terrifying auras would burst out occasionally from the forest. This made the mountain range feel like a volcano that would erupt at any time. But in the midst of the outburst of terrifying aura, sword intent soared into the sky, causing the nearby demonic beasts to tremble in fear. Many demonic beasts trembled in fear while the stronger ones tried their best to conceal themselves. The territories of the demonic beasts were filled with spiritual energy, so they wouldn't give up their territories easily. But under this terrifying aura, the demonic beasts were fearful and had no choice but to give up on their territories. However, there were still some demonic beasts that were filled with hostility and approached the sword intent. 3 seals combine. A voice suddenly echoed and several different auras tried to fuse. But just when they were about to combine, they suddenly collapsed. A groan sounded out and Lin Yun's face turned pale. I failed. Lin Yun had forgotten how many times he had failed over the past 15 days. He would suffer a backlash from the Dragon Tiger Fist's origin energy every time this happened, which made his bones feel like they were breaking apart. Fortunately, Lin Yun had the Dracophant battle physique. If it was someone else from the heavenly profound sect in his shoes, they wouldn't dare to try this. I should be doing this properly, but I'm just lacking something for some reason. I have to suppress the 3 seals for them to merge, analyzed Lin Yun as he took a pellet to regulate his energy. The 3 seals by themselves were domineering, so he had no idea what would happen if he really managed to combine them. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to succeed if he didn't have the courage to face death. Lin Yun suddenly furrowed his eyebrows when he heard a subtle voice. He raised his brow and a cold arc rose on his lips. Many demonic beasts had been coming to him for the past half a month, but it was a pity that they were too weak for him to even stretch his muscles. The Extermination Mountain Range was too big, so he hadn't encountered any powerful demonic beasts, despite being so deep into the forest. Lin Yun hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed this time. Just as he fell into deep thought, 3 demonic beasts landed in front of him. When their massive bodies landed on the ground, the surrounding trees began to tremble and their leaves fell down. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the 3 demonic beasts. One was an indigo flame wolf with purple flames blazing at the tip of its tail. The second one was a black-scaled leopard who was covered in scales that looked like armor. The last was a snake-tailed lion. It was an enormous lion with a venomous snake for its tail. These three demonic beasts were all elite demonic beasts in the 8th stage. The demonic aura emitting from them was so dense that there was a red aura surrounding them. Within the same realm, the strength between cultivators was different. The same logic applied for demonic beasts. Within the same realm, demonic beasts were separated into the categories of elite, overlord, and monarch. An elite demonic beast could easily kill 10 ordinary demonic beasts in the same stage. Of course, the overlord demonic beasts could swallow up the elite demonic beasts. As for monarch demonic beasts, they were equivalent to cultivators that were considered monstrous geniuses. Even Lin Yun had to run if he encountered one. He had once seen an 8th stage demonic beast. The experience was so terrifying that ordinary demonic beasts were frozen in front of that demonic beast. Facing 3 8th stage elite demonic beasts, Lin Yun's face became more serious. There was no agreement between demonic beasts and cultivators. In the demonic beast's eyes, cultivators were only useful as food and nourishment. The indigo flame wolf took the initiative to attack first and charged over like a bolt of purple lightning. What speed! Lin Yun was shocked before he smiled. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared beneath a huge tree 30 meters away. He didn't slack in practicing the 7 profound steps over the past half-month. Compared to combining the 3 seals, it was easier to get the 7 profound steps to complete mastery. This made his movement technique even faster, which allowed him to travel 30 meters in the blink of an eye. This made the indigo flame wolf, who was rather confident in itself, quite shocked that it missed its attack. Although Lin Yun managed to dodge the indigo flame wolf's attack, he failed to dodge the black-scaled leopard's attack. The black-scaled leopard had ferocity glowing in its eyes and pounced at the place where it thought Lin Yun would land. At the same time, the snake-tailed lion also swiped with its claws. This was an attack that could easily kill an unprepared 8th stage cultivator. It was a dangerous fight, so Lin Yun started circulating his origin energy. When he balled his fist, a vague dragon image manifested around his fist. When he clenched his fist even tighter, the dragon image unleashed a roar and merged with Lin Yun's fist. This was the Dragon Tiger Fist, Soaring Dragon. The explosive power coming from Lin Yun's fist was horrifying as he dashed at the black-scaled leopard. When they clashed, the black-scaled leopard was sent flying away. When it landed on the ground, the scales on its body began to wriggle to negate the sword aura hidden within the punch. With a dragon on his left fist and a tiger on his right fist, Lin Yun bumped his fists together. It was like 2 mountains colliding together to form a majestic mountain that enveloped him. It was the hidden dragon, Crouching Tiger. This was an attack that could be used to attack and defend. When the snake-tailed lion's claw swung down, the ground trembled. But Lin Yun didn't move, and he emerged from the cloud of dust unscathed. At this moment, the indigo flame wolf and the black-scaled leopard's attacks were simultaneously headed for Lin Yun. In just a brief moment, the 3 elite demonic beasts had already unleashed more than a dozen attacks. Just when the 3 demonic beasts were about to unleash another wave of attacks, Lin Yun's aura erupted. His attitude instantly changed and an enormous tiger image appeared behind him with its eyes closed. When Lin Yun threw his punch forward, the tiger suddenly opened its eyes and unleashed its aura as a king. The aura was intimidating, but Lin Yun had fused his sword intent, origin energy, and physical strength into his punch. If the tiger's aura was like a king, then Lin Yun's punch was like the descent of a king because of the 100-beast wave. The terrifying attack crushed the 3 demonic beasts' attacks. First, he used Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger to gather his energy before he unleashed the 100-beast wave. Among the 3 demonic beasts, the one with the weakest defense, the indigo flame wolf, blew up and turned into a cloud of blood. As for the snake-tailed lion, a horrifying crater was left on its body. In addition to the crater, it was also covered with wounds all around its body. Lastly, the black-scaled leopard was oozing blood as a large patch of its scales had fallen off. Lin Yun looked around to determine the current situation before he charged at the snake-tailed lion. who was more injured than the black-scaled leopard. His fists rained down on it like a violent blaze of flames, and after about a dozen punches, the colossal lion was a tiny shell of its former self. It was left in a terrible state. Just when the snake-tailed lion was about to fall, the venomous snake tried to bite Lin Yun. If Lin Yun was bitten by this snake, he would be heavily incapacitated. But Lin Yun didn't even take a look at the snake and stabbed his fingers through it like a sword. In the next second, the venomous snake was reduced into 7 pieces. Meanwhile, he threw the final punch at the lion's head, causing it to collapse. When the lion collapsed, it raised a cloud of dust and the surrounding trees shook from the tremor of the quaking ground. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw the black-scaled leopard quietly get back up on its feet and run away. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to chase after it. He retrieved the 2 beast cores and spread his arms apart to execute the 7 profound steps. Like a golden crow spreading its wings, Lin Yun already traveled 300 meters. When he descended to the ground, he jumped up and soared once more. It didn't take long for him to catch up to the black-scaled leopard. But when he looked at the surroundings, he noticed that he was in a barren land. He was surrounded by scorching rocks that released a terrifying temperature. When Lin Yun landed on the ground and started walking, he saw a towering peak in the distance. There were densely packed thunderclouds above him, mixed with some crimson flickers. The black-scaled leopard turned around to look at Lin Yun with a sly look in its eyes. Then, it jumped around on the rocks with great agility before disappearing. Lin Yun was surprised by the leopard's sudden disappearance, but couldn't react to it because a faint light descended from the sky that expelled all the shadows. At the same time, a ferocious tiger covered in blood appeared in front of Lin Yun. An overlord demonic beast? The black-scaled leopard really knew how to find trouble for Lin Yun. The black-scaled leopard hadn't really disappeared and was just hiding behind the enormous tiger. The tiger raised its head and looked at Lin Yun. Then, it opened its jaw to release the prey that was in its mouth. It looked at Lin Yun with a sinister smile. When the ferocious tiger stood up, its crimson fur started to blaze with flames that raised the temperature of the barren land. A scarlet flame tiger? Lin Yun frowned his brows. He would usually avoid running into 8th stage overlord demonic beasts. After all, they could easily tear apart a 9th stage ordinary demonic beast, and they could crush mountains with their paws. For the scarlet flame tiger, it had fire spiritual energy because of a variation to its bloodline. On top of the variation, this scarlet flame tiger was no ordinary beast. It was an overlord demonic beast at the pinnacle 8th stage of the profound martial realm, and it could reach the 9th stage at any moment. However, it was too late for Lin Yun to leave. Then again, Lin Yun had no intentions of leaving to begin with. He had been in the Extermination Mountain range for a month and hadn't run into an opponent that he could fight with his full strength. So he wanted to try fighting the scarlet flame tiger. The scarlet flame tiger casually swayed left and right, which gave others a misconception that it was oversized. It didn't immediately charge forward like other demonic beasts would. Rather, it was observing Lin Yun and flexing its demonic aura and pressure. It wanted to use the pressure to make Lin Yun reveal his weaknesses. Lin Yun also circulated the Iris Sword Sutra within his body, and his sword aura started to surge. His aura easily resolved the pressure coming from the tiger. At this moment, a ferocious light flashed in the tiger's eye. It lowered its head and released an ear-deafening roar that could shake heaven and earth. A violent gale swept up into the sky, and the blazing heat formed sparks that slowly gathered into a fireball. The fireball was like a meteor, and it emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw this. He immediately tapped his foot on the ground and retreated. Meanwhile, he threw his punches at the fireball. Under the barrage of punches from Lin Yun, the fireball was destroyed. It exploded with flames that spread out into the surroundings. This scene practically looked like the end of the world. Lin Yun now knew why this place was a mess. After all, it made no sense for this place to be perfectly fine if such a battle took place all the time. A huge shadow covered Lin Yun as the scarlet flame tiger swung its claws. However, Lin Yun dodged them by spreading his arms apart and executing the 7 profound steps. Then, he dove down at the scarlet flame tiger and threw a few punches. But before he could fully descend, the powerful wind distorted his face and nearly forced his eyes to close. In the end, Lin Yun was forced to execute the 7 profound steps, leaving 9 afterimages in the air. But as soon as he retreated, a blazing tail swept towards him. Lin Yun was shocked when he landed on the ground. He was fortunate that the 7 profound steps had reached complete mastery. After all, he would have no idea what would have happened to him if he took that tail head-on. The scarlet flame tiger looked at Lin Yun with disdain and let out a roar. "It looks like I have to get serious." A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. He gathered the origin energy and Dracophant energy within his body to form a purple armor around his body. Then another fireball started to descend. Lin Yun charged into the sky to meet it. When the fireball slammed onto his armor, it merely caused a ripple before the power behind it disappeared. It didn't bring any trouble to Lin Yun at all. With the Dracophant war armor, Lin Yun had nothing to fear when facing the Scarlet Flame Tiger's attacks. Raising his hand, Lin Yun threw out a punch. The Dracophant energy filled his limbs and he faced the Scarlet Flame Tiger head-on, without taking any steps back. When the black-scaled leopard watched this battle from afar, fear filled its eyes. Clearly, it never expected that Lin Yun would be so powerful that not even an overlord demonic beast could get rid of him. Lin Yun even held the upper hand after he summoned his armor. A cauldron manifested and the Dracophant on the cauldron revolved around Lin Yun. During the violent collision, a war song resounded from the cauldron. Cauldrons were used in ancient ceremonies, so when saints used them as tribute to the heavens, there would usually be phenomena such as the appearance of divine beasts or lightning. But it was impossible for Lin Yun to create such a phenomena with the Dracophant battle physique only at the 4th stage. Lin Yun was having a great time fighting and swinging his punches. His hair was fluttering in the wind and his eyes were sharp like an eagle. He could feel his body being filled with power. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was continually being shocked. It felt like there was no bottom to Lin Yun's energy, especially since the aura coming from Lin Yun was getting stronger. Lin Yun didn't even look like someone in the 7th stage. Lin Yun unleashed the Dragon Tiger Fist and attacks rained down at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Under Lin Yun's punches, the Scarlet Flame Tiger's aura actually started to decline and showed signs of collapsing. When Lin Yun unleashed the 100 Beast Wave, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was sent flying. The tiger fell to the ground and rolled around, creating huge craters on the ground. Lin Yun took a few steps forward to stabilize himself. Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tiger still filled with energy, Lin Yun frowned his brows. The vitality of an overlord demonic beast was too powerful. An ordinary demonic beast would have already died by now. However, the Scarlet Flame Tiger barely had heavy injuries, so it could still put up a fight. Since he already came this far, Lin Yun might as well follow through. The golden crow seal appeared behind him and Lin Yun arrived in front of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Vanquishing dragon and tiger, Lin Yun unleashed the strongest form of the Dragon Tiger Fist. With the momentum that could vanquish a dragon gathering on his left and the momentum that could vanquish a tiger on his right, Lin Yun was really testing himself. He was almost completely covered by a faint golden light when he pushed the Dragon Tiger Fist to the limits. Just as the Scarlet Flame Tiger got back on its feet, Lin Yun slammed it back down with the Vanquishing Dragon Fist. He then followed that up with the Vanquishing Tiger Fist that sent the Scarlet Flame Tiger a few hundred meters away. When the tiger fell to the ground, it wailed out in pain as it was covered with injuries. Lin Yun finally unclenched his fists and the aura around him dissipated. When the tiger looked at Lin Yun walking over while covered in blood, it had fear in its eyes. But just when it managed to get up on its feet, it collapsed back down and its vitality started to dissipate. The black-scaled leopard that lured Lin Yun over also turned into a black beam and ran off. Lin Yun merely glanced at the leopard before he turned his attention back to the tiger. But before he could even respond, a claw slammed onto his chest. The Dracophant war armor instantly broke apart and Lin Yun was sent flying while throwing up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun could sense the fine cracks on his ribs. When he raised his head, he saw the scarlet flame tiger getting back up on its feet. But this time, its aura was even more terrifying. Lin Yun knew that the scarlet flame tiger made a breakthrough. It made a breakthrough when facing death. It disregarded the injuries on its body and let out a deep roar while looking at Lin Yun. Then, the tiger started running over. It only took a few breaths before it traveled 1,000 meters and arrived before Lin Yun. When the terrifying pressure descended, it suffocated Lin Yun and caused him to spit up a little blood before his breathing became smooth. Looking at the scarlet flame tiger dashing over, Lin Yun's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid that you're still not capable of doing that." Lin Yun suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. His aura changed several times. First, it surged like flames from a blazing fire. Then, it exuded heroic might as it became fearless. Finally, his aura became domineering as he turned into a golden light. Lin Yun let out a deep roar and he soared into the sky. When he overlapped 3 seals together, his body was filled with a violent energy that nearly ripped his body apart. But he wasn't concerned with that and suppressed the violent energy within his body. Just when the scarlet flame tiger's attack was about to reach him, Lin Yun pushed the 3 combined seals out. There wasn't any earth-shattering momentum when it did this. Rather, it was like a sword aura that silently turned the scarlet flame tiger into a cloud of blood. He stood quietly while he looked at the cloud of blood raining down on him. Then, he stretched his hand out and grabbed the scarlet flame tiger's beast core. When the rain stopped, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The scarlet flame tiger was still a 9th-stage demonic beast. Lin Yun nearly died from the attack he suffered previously. He was lucky that the scarlet flame tiger was already injured when he took an attack from it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He only achieved lesser mastery in the Dracophant war armor, so it still wasn't at the level it could withstand a cosmic artifact's power. But if it wasn't for the Dracophant war armor, he would have been killed. Lin Yun coughed a few times before he let out a long sigh. His complexion also became a bit better. When he looked at the beast core in his hand, his eyes flashed with excitement. My Dracophant battle physique just reached the 4th stage, so this Overlord beast core came at the right time. Upon reaching the later stages in the Dracophant battle physique, he would need the help of beast cores to cultivate. Most body-refining martial techniques were derived from observing ancient beasts or divine beasts. After all, the physique of demonic beasts was much stronger than humans. Through refining beast cores, not only could he strengthen the Dracophant battle physique, but he could also increase the speed of his cultivation. When the Dracophant battle physique reached the 5th stage, he would need a Violet Palace Realm beast core or he wouldn't be able to make any more improvements. Half a day later, after Lin Yun had recovered from his injuries, Lin Yun finally started to refine the Scarlet Flame Tiger's beast core. The beast core was filled with sun and moon essence while also holding a hint of demonic aura. But both of the essences were beneficial to him. When he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, a suction force came from Lin Yun's body that drew the essence and aura into his body. In the next second, the origin energy within his body surged. The crimson demonic aura was charging around his meridians. Behave! Lin Yun snorted coldly. When he circulated the Dracophant battle physique, the violent demonic aura calmed down. After all, how could it compare to the ancient Dracophant? Even if the Scarlet Flame Tiger was alive, it would tremble in fear if it ran into an ancient Dracophant. Right now, the demonic aura could only be obediently absorbed and refined by Lin Yun. As Lin Yun gradually refined more demonic aura, the faint purple Dracophant energy gradually turned red. At the same time, there was a hint of violent killing intent contained in his aura. Vaguely, this made Lin Yun's Dracophant energy different from the primal origin sect's standard Dracophant energy. The red Dracophant energy felt even more terrifying. In fact, this was its original form. The ancient Dracophant were known as barbaric beasts. They weren't benevolent beings and ferocity was part of their nature. The essence and aura contained in a 9th stage beast core was so great that there was enough for Lin Yun to refine over the next 10 days. This was possible because Lin Yun had the Iris Sword Sutra. Otherwise, he would have had to spend at least a month to digest it completely. Sensing the power that filled his body, Lin Yun punched the ground. Along with a huge explosion, 3 huge cracks spread out on the ground. In the process, the cracks separated into countless smaller cracks. 3 cauldrons worth of power. Lin Yun revealed a satisfied expression. This beast core stabilized his Dracophant battle physique in the 4th stage and allowed him to possess 3 cauldrons worth of strength. At the same time, his cultivation had also improved and reached the mid-7th stage of the profound martial realm. All he could say was that the essence contained in the beast core was too massive. Then again, this was also the first time he refined an overlord beast core. If he did it again, the effects wouldn't be as fruitful. This should be a treasured land for cultivation. I'll just stay here to comprehend sword intent. Lin Yun looked at the barren land and he could see magma flowing out of the ground occasionally. The environment was harsh, but the spiritual energy here was dense. This was also the reason why the Scarlet Flame Tiger occupied this place. Lin Yun's gaze landed on the mountain and he headed for it. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the summit. When he arrived, his eyes lit up because there was a fruit that was currently being grown. The Blaze Cloud fruit? Lin Yun instantly recognized the fruit. It could be used to refine pellets or it could be consumed directly. It was extremely beneficial to cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques. This was probably how the Scarlet Flame Tiger could summon fireballs when it roared. It was a pity that it wasn't compatible with Lin Yun. However, it was rather compatible with the dragon-blooded horse. Lin Yun smiled and he stored the fruit. I'll just settle here. There was no other place more suitable than his new spot. Placing the ancient sword box to the side, Lin Yun started to try and make a breakthrough in the Xianxia sword intent. At the same time, many of the Sword Firmament Pavilion elders gathered together, along with Guardian Plum. The Demon Lotus realm will open in 2 months and we have 10 quotas. Who do you think we should send? Asked Guardian Plum. Upon hearing the Demon Lotus realm was opening, the faces of the sword-bearing elders and many other elders changed. All of them began to hesitate and they didn't dare to answer immediately. The Demon Lotus realm was dangerous and 1 out of 10 would die there. If they were unlucky, half of their disciples would die or maybe even all of them might. Then again, the benefits of the Demon Lotus realm were too great. Upon killing demonic beasts in the realm, their beast core would turn into a black lotus. The black lotus was demonic, but it was a pure essence after it got rid of its demonic traits. Even disciples in the late phase of the profound martial realm could make a breakthrough relying on it. After reaching the 7th stage, it would be hard to make a breakthrough. Even if you were blessed with extraordinary talent or resources, it would still take a long time to make a breakthrough. But Demon Lotus were extremely precious, and it could save any cultivator about 3 to 5 years of time. However, the fact remained that the Demon Lotus realm was dangerous. Guardian Plum, I feel that we shouldn't send any of our disciples on the heaven ranking. The top 10 in the earth ranking are all stuck in the 8th stage, so they're probably willing to take this risk. I still think that we should send one of our heaven rankings disciples. Otherwise, we will lose our advantage against the other sections. That's true. There are many treasures in the Demon Lotus realm that are extremely important to the sect. The discussions lasted for a long time before everyone made up their mind to send one heaven-ranked disciple. Guardian Plum didn't have any objections against it because that was roughly what he decided as well. There was no need for the 10th stage of the profound martial realm to enter because the Demon Lotus wasn't helpful in the breakthrough to the Violet Palace realm. Instead, they could send a disciple in the 9th stage of the profound martial realm. That disciple could fight for the opportunity to make a breakthrough and the Sword Firmament Pavilion wouldn't lose when fighting against the other sections. But Guardian Plum still had something to add. He looked around and said, "We have to add someone to the team. Lin Yun has to go there." The hall went silent for a long time before someone spoke out. "I sent that inappropriate? Lin Yun is only in the 7th stage of the profound martial realm. Plus, it will be a great loss to the sect if he dies in there. Yeah, Lin Yun's worth isn't any lower than any of the disciples on the heaven ranking. We can't afford to take this risk. With his talent and aptitude, he doesn't need this opportunity." Guardian Plum expected that everyone would object, but he still smiled. This is something that the Pavilion Master decided. The Pavilion Master's decision? The sword-bearing elders were shocked. The Pavilion Master was usually in seclusion and rarely showed himself. He practically didn't care about the sex affairs at all. Naturally, they were shocked that the Pavilion Master would desire for Lin Yun to go to the Demon Lotus realm. When Guardian Plum said that, no one objected to the matter anymore. But someone spoke up to remind him, Guardian Plum, I'm afraid that Lin Yun won't be able to convince everyone with his cultivation in the 7th stage. That's his problem then. If he can't even resolve this much trouble, then there's no need for him to enter the Demon Lotus realm, smiled Guardian Plum. At the summit of the Extermination Mountain range, clouds gathered around a youth as he sat with his eyes closed. Whenever a breeze blew past, the youth's sword intent was recklessly unleashed. He was in a mysterious state, comprehending sword intent. Back in the Princess Manor, the sword intent he unleashed carelessly had alarmed all the elders from the various sects. So what Lin Yun wanted to do was find that state and grasp it. It was so that he could push his sword intent into that stage anytime he wanted, rather than just barely achieving it whenever he executed the Aquaselenic sword. Time went on and 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to a month ago, his sword intent was much sharper than before. No matter how the wind blew, his sword intent would stand strong. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed, tearing apart the darkness. The thunder rumbled and echoed for 100 miles. Lightning would flicker occasionally in the sky as rain began to pour down. Right at the moment, Lin Yun, who remained seated for a month, suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he unleashed a boundless sword intent from his body that soared into the sky. A sword buzz rang from his body, and in front of the sword buzz, the rumbling thunder in the sky actually became quiet. The sword intent that shot into the sky slowly spread out. Lin Yun raised his right hand and didn't even need to use any force. The sword aura gathered into a tornado and enveloped the entire mountain without any effort. In the end, it created a violent storm that charged into the sky. Break! The storm formed by the sword intent suddenly broke apart, which caused a strange phenomenon in the surrounding. In the next second, the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared. The sun re-emerged and rays of sunlight shined down on the youth. Lin Yun let out a long breath and slowly stood up. He looked at the surroundings before revealing a smile. Grasping the Xiantian sword intent was harder than he had imagined. But he didn't end up wasting the entire month. He released the Xiantian sword intent by accident back in the Princess Manor. Now, he had achieved the quasi-Xiantian sword intent, but there was still a huge gulf between his current level and the true Xiantian sword intent. If he didn't find an opportunity, he would be stuck for a long time. He could already sense the Xiantian sword intent's existence. Compared to the Xiantian sword intent, the sword intent beneath that level was like a small firefly. But he wasn't in a rush. He had been in the Extermination Mountain range for 2 months now, and he had achieved all his goals aside from the 3 ultimate moves of the Aquaselenic sword. He managed to combine the 3 Dragon Tiger Fist Seals and reached the 4th stage of the Dracophant battle physique. He could unleash 3 cauldrons worth of strength with a punch. Additionally, he also gained some achievements in the Dracophant war armor. He could now freely execute his fist technique, movement technique, and body-refining martial technique. His overall strength had increased more than 2 times his previous level. Most importantly, he grasped the quasi-Xiantian sword intent, which had opened him to a whole new world. It's time to return. Lin Yun gently patted the sword box to settle the surrounding dust before he jumped off the mountain. He could hear the wind blowing in his ears. Spreading his arms apart, he landed on the ground. He didn't cause any commotion, which signified that the 7 profound steps had reached complete mastery. Suddenly, a roar echoed out. When Lin Yun turned his head to the source of the roar, he saw a black iron fiend wolf, a demonic beast that wasn't any weaker than the scarlet flame tiger. The black iron fiend wolf was initially ferocious, but it was immediately stunned when it saw the sword intent around Lin Yun. It was frozen in place, and the sharp sword intent left countless wounds on its body. It felt as though there was an invisible sword hanging from its neck. If it was careless, the sword would pierce its body. The black iron fiend-wolf persisted briefly before it turned around and ran away. At this moment, it didn't have the demeanor of an 8th-stage overlord demonic beast. That's pretty quick. Lin Yun wouldn't have minded practicing with the black iron fiend-wolf if it didn't run away. He wanted to test how powerful the quasi-sentient sword intent was. A brief moment later, a roar echoed out from the forest along with a violent energy. A crimson bolt of lightning flashed over, causing Lin Yun to narrow his eyes into slits because he noticed that this fellow was stronger than him. The dragon-blooded horse was in the pinnacle 8th stage of the profound martial realm, and it would make a breakthrough anytime now. The rapid increase in its cultivation was terrifying. It was truly worthy of being a demonic beast that possessed the dragon's bloodline. Here, Lin Yun threw the blaze cloud fruit that he previously obtained at the dragon-blooded horse. Its eyes lit up and it quickly swallowed it down. In the next second, it was covered in flames. The flames mixed with lighting, making it look terrifying. Since Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry, he decided to wait for the dragon-blooded horse to finish refining the blaze cloud fruit so that they could leave together. 10 days later, they returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin." The disciples would greet him whenever they passed him, and Lin Yun would nod his head in response. When he arrived at the Locket Mountain, he noticed that the atmosphere was weird. Just when he started feeling confused, someone came over to tell him that Xianxia was looking for him. Judging from the anxiety on his face, it looks like Xianxia must have been waiting for Lin Yun for a long time. As a result, Lin Yun immediately headed to Xianxia's residence. When he arrived, he noticed that Xianxia wasn't alone. Tang Tong, Yan Ding, and Wang Zheng were also present. The few of them examined Lin Yun with shock in their eyes. They could sense that Lin Yun's temperament had undergone some changes after 2 months. But they couldn't describe Lin Yun's changes. "Senior sister, you were looking for me?" Lin Yun walked over and got straight to the point. "Junior brother, have you heard of the Demon Lotus Realm?" asked Xianxia. "I haven't." Lin Yun fell into deep thought and tried to recall all the information he could. He was pretty certain that he had never heard of it before. When Tang Tong saw this scene, he immediately explained the Demon Lotus Realm to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the explanation. It turned out that the Demon Lotus was somewhat similar to the Sword Cloud Core. However, the Demon Lotus Core seemed better in comparison. The Sword Cloud Core was only tempting to swordsmen, while the Demon Lotus Core was tempting to all cultivators. Basically, anyone who makes it out will be able to increase their cultivation. They might even be able to obtain other treasures. Tang Tong's gaze was grave as fear flickered through his eyes. Lin Yun gradually calmed down and said, "So this means that it's more beneficial to disciples in the 9th stage. He was only in the 7th stage, so it made no sense for him to receive a quota." "That's right. The Demon Lotus Realm will open once every 20 years, and the odds of dying are high. Usually, the sect is very cautious when picking the disciples that will go. Those in the 9th stage and on the heaven ranking cannot go because it would be a great loss for the sect if they died in there." Xianxia looked at Lin Yun and sighed. "So the sect is only sending out 1 disciple from the heaven ranking and 9 from the earth ranking this time." Lin Yun captured many details from Xianxia's eyes. He asked, "I'm included in the group? I'm one of the 9 from the earth ranking?" questioned Lin Yun. "That's right." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Lin Yun was smart, so it was easy for him to guess it. Tang Tong waved his hand. "We were also surprised by the announcement, but the quota has been determined and your name is on it." When he spoke, Tang Tong handed a bamboo scroll over. The scroll explained the origin of the Demon Lotus Realm along with the quota determined by the Sword Firmament Pavilion. There were many familiar names on it, including Xianxia, Tang Tong, Wang Zheng, and Yan Ding. Lin Yun also saw his name at the very end. "I'm afraid that there are those who will be unconvinced," said Lin Yun. Tang Tong and everyone else exchanged a glance. Xianxia narrowed her eyes into slits and smiled. "You're smart. This is the reason why we called you over. Many people are unconvinced by you because you only joined the sect for a year and your cultivation is only in the 7th stage. But only one person issued you a challenge." Who is it? Wondered Lin Yun. 10th on the Earth ranking, Ling Yen. You took his position, so he issued you a challenge. He'll come 7 days from now to fight with you. He'll give up on the quota if he loses, but you'll have to return him the quota if he wins. Guardian Plum has already agreed to it. Xianxia handed the challenge over. But when Lin Yun was about to receive it, Xianxia's hand shrunk back. Senior sister, you're afraid that I'll lose? Asked Lin Yun. No. On the contrary, I'm afraid that you'll win. You'll just embarrass yourself a little if you lose, but that doesn't matter. But if you win, you might lose everything in the Demon Lotus realm, including your life. Xianxia looked serious, and everyone else also turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was stunned by those words, but he understood the intent behind them. He felt a warmth rising from his chest. But did he really have a choice to ignore this challenge? When he raised his head, he could see Xianxia's eyes flickering. But aren't you going as well? If I can't go, then you can't either, said Lin Yun. He recalled that Xianxia's name was among the quota. He was also worried about Xianxia's safety in the Demon Lotus realm. There weren't many people that he cared about in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but Xianxia was definitely one of them. That's not the same. You're still young and you still have plenty of chances in the future. I'm 3 years older than you and I'm slowly losing my chances. If I miss this opportunity, then I might be stuck in the 8th stage for a long time, smiled Xianxia. She then changed the topic. Do you think that your senior sister is weak? The other sects also won't target me. After all, my worth isn't as high as yours. That's right. The Primal Origin sect even went as far as trying to kill you, not to mention that there's still the Heavenly Profound sect. You crippled by you back in the Princess Manor, so the Heavenly Profound sect will surely not let that matter rest. Tang Tong nodded his head in agreement with Xianxia. They were trying to persuade Lin Yun against participating in the Demon Lotus realm. They weren't jealous of Lin Yun. They knew that the reality of the situation was that he was still young, so there was no need for him to take the risk. As for them, what Xianxia said was correct. They were stuck in the 8th stage for at least a year, which was a really long time for them. They couldn't afford to gamble on the future anymore at their age. Most importantly, the Demon Lotus realm is extremely mysterious and suppresses cosmic artifacts. So the Scarlet Flame War Flag will be useless there, added Tang Tong. Junio brother, I've never asked you for anything. So just this one time, please promise me that you won't. In the end, Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. Then I won't accept the challenge, said Lin Yun. This was the first time that Xianxia had ever begged him for something. Xianxia immediately revealed a bright smile of relief. She pinched Lin Yun's cheeks and sweetly said, That's more like it. Half a day later, a piece of shocking news spread throughout the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun refused to accept the challenge and gave up his quota to enter the Demon Lotus realm. What? Senior brother Lin refused the challenge? That's so unlike him. I heard that he defeated 3 people in the Princess Manor and even fearlessly faced 2 opponents by himself. That's weird. That's really weird. When Guardian Plum received the news, he was full of shock. He was drinking tea with Luofeng, so he frowned and questioned Luofeng. Why did he give up? That's so unlike him. I'm afraid it's because of that lass Xianxia. That lass has treated Lin Yun like her own brother. She looked for me several times to try and remove Lin Yun from the quota, smiled Luofeng. Guardian Plum helplessly smiled. It didn't sit well with me either, but there was nothing I could do about it since it was something determined by the Pavilion Master. The two fell silent when they thought about the Pavilion Master. Forget it. Guardian Plum sighed. There's no way the sect will force him to go if he isn't willing. Ling Yan has been stuck in the 8th stage for 2 years, right? Yeah, it has been 2 years, nodded Luofeng. The late phase of the profound martial realm is hard to make a breakthrough in. Since he has this intention, then let him go to the Demon Lotus realm. The sect won't lose anything even if Lin Yun isn't willing to go. Not to mention that the consequences aren't something I can accept if he dies in there. Guardian Plum shook his head at the thought of it. After Lin Yun bade farewell to Xianxia, He returned to his courtyard and resumed his cultivation. The Aquaselenic sword still had 3 ultimate moves left for him to learn: Luminous Moon, Myriad Frost, and Moon Reflection. If he could successfully practice the 3 moves, the Aquaselenic sword would reach complete mastery. His Aquaselenic sword had flaws right now, but the flaws wouldn't be easy to break with his quasi-Shintian sword intent. On the contrary, it would only end with him and his opponent being injured. But Lin Yun was a perfectionist, so he was determined to complete the last 3 moves. As for the Demon Lotus realm, Lin Yun wasn't the type who would regret his decision once it was made, so it wasn't in his mind anymore. 3 days later, a figure in the contribution hall attracted everyone's attention. "Look, it's senior brother Ling Yan. I heard that he went to the Bloodbone Forest for a mission to prepare for his fight with Lin Yun. Judging from his aura, he's a lot stronger than he was a month ago. I wonder how he will feel if he learns that Lin Yun rejected his challenge. He must be relieved. After all, Lin Yun's achievements in the Princess Manor were shocking. Plus, he must have gotten stronger after 2 months. Ling Yan might have the advantage in his cultivation, but the odds of him winning aren't high." Ling Yan wasn't bothered by the gazes on him. He was ranked 10th on the Earth ranking, so he was used to basking in everyone's attention. But when he heard that Lin Yun rejected his challenge, he couldn't help but doubt the news. He had no idea if it was true. Cultivators rarely rejected a challenge, not to mention that the Demon Lotus Realm's quota was at stake. Could it be that Lin Yun did not want it? Anyhow, Ling Yan refused to believe it. Right at this moment, a disciple who had a close relationship with him rushed over and smiled. "Senior brother, congratulations. Lin Yun knows that he's not your opponent, so he returned your challenge." "Not my opponent?" Ling Yan frowned as he looked at the challenge. The face of the disciple who came to return to challenge changed. He had no idea what was wrong with senior brother Ling Yan because no hint of joy could be seen on Ling Yan's face. Suddenly, his origin energy surged and he waved his hand. The challenge was torn apart, shocking everyone in the surroundings. "Is he trying to tell everyone that I'm bullying him because I'm older? This is outrageous." Ling Yan's face was dark as he emitted a cold aura. With a cold face, he headed to the Locket Mountain without turning back. The disciples in the surroundings were shocked, but they soon had joy written on their faces and they quickly followed behind. "I never expected that senior brother Ling Yan would have a violent temper. It looks like he's rather confident in his ability. He probably doesn't need Lin Yun to give him the quota. Haha, there will be a good show to watch this time. Come, let's hurry to the Locket Mountain. Ha ha ha. It looks like a battle is unavoidable. Come, let's go." With senior brother Ling Yan's strength, this will be an interesting fight. After all, this will be a fight with Lin Yun whose fame spread throughout the great Qin Empire. It didn't take long for a large group to gather behind Ling Yan. It was composed of disciples that Ling Yan had passed on the way to Locket Mountain. Their eyes lit up when they saw the crowd and they quickly followed behind. This led to more and more people following closely behind. By the time Ling Yan arrived at the Locket Mountain, there were thousands of people with him. Everyone in the Sword Firmament Pavilion that had time to spare had rushed over. Ling Yan was rather happy with the crowd following behind him. After all, this meant that the entire sect would immediately know the result. He wanted to defeat Lin Yun with as many witnesses as possible. Otherwise, people would say that his qualification wasn't sufficient. "Senior brother Ling Yan, what are you trying to do?" A disciple from the Locket Mountain had already noticed Ling Yan and the crowd following behind him. "It has nothing to do with you. Get lost." A cold light flashed in Ling Yan's eyes and he threw his palm out. When his origin energy fluctuated, the disciple was sent flying away. He was ranked 10th on the Earth ranking, and he wasn't someone that the disciple could resist. When he pressed on into the Locket Mountain, none of the disciples who came to stop him could withstand an attack from him. Just like that, Ling Yan came to the residence of the Locket Mountain's disciple without drawing his sword. The disciples gathered behind him were shocked when they witnessed what Ling Yan did. But they soon understood why Ling Yan was so furious. "Refuse my challenge? You're not going to have it that easy. I'll make you fully convinced of your defeat." Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he yelled outside of Lin Yun's residence. Every step he took would cause his aura to surge and accumulate.